Preface. The contents of our dreams, imaginings, hopes, fantasies, and inventions should not be mistaken for elements of our waking world. Nevertheless, in another sense, dreams, desirous projections, utopian hopes are a part of our reality. That we have the ones we have is a fact about us. They do not come from nowhere. As Feuerbach noted, we imagine the God we need, and so a study of the nature of that God will tell us a lot about us, our needs, and our situations. Without that knowledge, we do not know ourselves fully, but part of what we need to know is from what real source our imaginary constructions arise. As a response to what real difficulties do we imagine that the world ought to be other than it is? Rather than following Feuerbach, and looking for the roots of our moral conceptions and our political fantasies in the reality of our situation, philosophy in the English speaking world has since the 1970s increasingly turned to Kant. Kant claimed that his critical philosophy represented a Copernican revolution in that it vindicated a major shift in the way philosophy was to proceed and how it was to conceive of what it was doing. Rather than starting from the world and asking then how human subjects came to know that world, one needed to reverse the order. It was necessary to begin by studying the conditions of the possibility of experience, conditions rooted in and prescribed by the nature of the human cognitive subject. These conditions put limits to what we can know and how knowledge must be structured. Only then could one go about the task of studying how the world was constituted, and this would always mean how it was constituted in the light of the conditions of the possibility of experience. We might say, although Kant would probably not have put it this way, that he preached a priority of epistemology, study of the conditions of the possibility of experience and hence of knowledge, over ontology. Similarly, some philosophers followed the lead of Richard Rorty in thinking there was a parallel linguistic turn, sometime in the early 20th century. If all knowledge had to be formulated in a language, it might be thought essential to study the nature of language before embarking on an investigation of what we could know, and a fortiori of how the world was constituted. In political philosophy, finally, one might wish to speak of a similar normative turn, which took place in the 1970s. Instead of studying human societies, their needs, technologies, specific institutions, cultural forms, and history, as the basic starting point and continuing framework for understanding and evaluating them and for orienting potential political action, most contemporary political philosophers in the English-speaking world turned their attention to a purportedly pure normative realm that could be studied in relative isolation from the messy facts of history and the empirical study of human society. Philosophy being the kind of discipline it is, of course, there is no consensus on the exact status of this realm, how it was internally constituted, and what its relation to real human action should be. Some philosophers think we have moral intuitions and should begin by getting clear about them, although this clarity is not to include any knowledge of the origin of these intuitions or the actual social results of holding them. Others hold that preparation for a normative evaluation of politics is best conducted via a thought experiment in which one imagines anonymous people trying to make decisions under various artificial conditions, such as that they are ignorant of certain facts about the world. Some begin with a simple stipulation of a set of rights, whose status is not really seriously questioned. Others favor still other variants. What is common is the systematic exclusion of sociology, real politics, and history in favor of an appeal to some kind of normativity, which is conceived as being contrasted with them. It has often been pointed out that Kant's Copernican revolution was really a counter-revolution. That is, Ptolemy put man in the center of the universe and had the heavenly bodies revolve around him. Copernicus displaced the human subject from this central position. With Kant, however, man, or the finite rational agent, goes back into the middle as the first and most important object of philosophical attention. So also the normative turn is best understood as a counter-revolution against historically and sociologically sophisticated views about ethics and politics developed in the period of Herder and Marx, that is, roughly 1770 to 1850, which continued to represent an important strand of thinking until the normative deluge of the late 1970s and early R980s. The followers of Herder, as one might call them for the sake of convenience, held that normative, ethical and political conceptions did not arise from nowhere as divine commands or ahistorical imperatives of pure reason, and that their origins in historically constituted societies were not always politically and ethically irrelevant. The chapters in this book are held together by a certain outlook. This is the view that the normative, counter-revolution has been an unmitigated catastrophe for ethics, politics, and the humanities in general. The reasons for the success of normative approaches include the failure of the movements for political, social, and economic change of the 1960s, and the especial suitability of normativism as an ideology for the established economic and political structures that, after the challenge of the 1960s, were able to entrench themselves even more firmly than before. It is a constituent part of the view that I am proposing that I can assert this while also claiming that normativism is a cognitively distorting way of looking at society, and also morally and politically reprehensible. This is a consistent thing to say, which is not to say it is true, because I do not accept the sharp dichotomies between history and normativity, fact and value. Odd and is, philosophical and non-philosophical, empirical and rational, which the normativist wishes to impose as preconditions to discussion. The chapters in this book are part of the attempt to see how the world would look if one were to undo the normativist counter-revolution. This does not mean ignoring or denigrating human dissatisfaction with the status quo or the human utopian 1M pulse to demand what seems to be impossible. The first 6 or 7 of the chapters stay close thematically to topics that are recognizable as central to many forms of political philosophy in the narrow sense of that term, but part of my intention is to suggest that the traditional focus of the subject is too narrow. I make no apology then for the fact that the last half a dozen or so chapters treat issues that do not belong to the recognized standard inventory of topics in political philosophy. Bernard Williams once said to me that the reason he could not enter real politics full-time was that a politician in a democracy needed to keep repeating himself, and a person of either scrupulous intelligence or lively imagination would find this intolerable. My experience suggests to me that the profession of teaching has some of the same drawbacks. The prevailing liberal conception of democratic politics has a number of well-canvassed weaknesses. It tends to devalue discrimination between different positions on any grounds, other than that they can muster a majority of the available votes behind themselves. It tends to focus attention of winning elections as if that were an end in itself rather than simply a sometimes useful means to get certain things done. It tends to favor those with the power to control the sources of public information, which, in modern conditions, means the wealthy and increasingly, those who control electronic media. A further weakness is the idea that democratic politicians should simply reflect the will of those who elected them, or of their constituents, assuming that not their constituents voted for them, rather than trying to shape and educate them. We all know that politicians do not actually reflect the will of those who voted for them, the will of their constituents, or the will of the people as a whole, but that their action is guided by a number of different, competing, and sometimes incompatible considerations. Still, the myth of the democratic politician who is simply articulating the easting views of his supporters or constituents, rather than trying to enlighten them and change their beliefs and attitudes, even their deeply held convictions, is still powerful. Ideology is a term sometimes used for myths of this kind which continue to have an effect, even though they are false, and are widely half-recognized as false. If politics is to have a pedagogical dimension, then a certain amount of repetition of messages will be essential, assuming one is dealing with a real population with, potentially, other things on their minds, and limited powers of concentration. If philosophy is construed as a kind of politics, one in which the educative function is especially marked, a certain amount of repetition need not necessarily be a serious deficiency. So although I have removed some of the repetitions of material and formulation that existed between the chapters of the following collection, each one of which was originally written as a separate paper for a different occasion, after some thought I have allowed some of them to stand for this reason. 5 of the chapters in this collection, 1, 3, 6, 10, and 16, have not appeared in print before in any language. Chapter 2 originally appeared in International Relations, Volume 29, Number 1, March 2015. 3-22. Copyright 2015 by Raymond Geuss. Reprinted by Arrangement with Sage Publications Limited. Chapter 4 is an expanded and slightly revised version of an essay first published in Radical Philosophy, 190, March to April 2015. Copyright 2015 by Radical Philosophy Limited. Chapter 5 is the original English text I wrote as introduction to the translation of my 1981 book The Idea of a Critical Theory into Chinese and was published in The Point, Issue 8, Summer 2014. Copyright 2014 by The Point. Chapter 7 was originally published in the October 2015 issue of Analyse and Kritik, Zeitschrift für Sozialtheorie. Verlag Lucius and Lucius, 2015, 37, Issue 2. Chapter 8 is an abbreviated, slightly modified version of my article in Inquiry, Volume 55, Number 4, 331-360, August 2012. Copyright 2012 Routledge, Taylor & Francis Group. Chapter 9 is an English translation I made of an essay I wrote in German entitled K6NNEN die Geisteswissenschaften den Neoliberalismus Tiberstehen, that appeared in Die Bildung der Moderne by Michael Dreyer, Michael Forster, Kai-Uwe Hoffmann, and Klaus V. Weg, 243-256. Copyright 2013 Nar Frankat, Tempto Verlag GmbH plus Co. KG. Chapter 11 was first published as Review, Identity, Property, and the Past, in Arian, a Fernal of Humanities and the Classics, 3rd Series, Volume 18, Number 2, Fall 2010. 107-130. Copyright 2010 Trustees of Boston University. Chapter 12 was first published in Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morality, a Critical Guide, edited by Simon May, 12-23. Copyright 2011, Cambridge University Press. Chapter 13 was first published in N. Elish as Who May Make Fun of Whom? In Cambridge Humanities Review, Issue G, Easter Term, 2015. It was originally written in French, but it was then solicited for publication by the German journal 360 Degrees, and translated into German by Maria Louise Doering, who made several exceedingly helpful suggestions for addenda, all of which I opted, adding them directly to the German text. Lorna Finlayson then translated that German text into English for Cambridge Humanities Review. Chapter 14 appeared in Figuring Out Figurative Art, Contemporary Philosophers on Contemporary Paintings, edited by Damien Freeman and Derek Matravers. Copyright 2015 Routledge, Taylor, and Francis Group, 87-108. Chapter 15 was published in Cambridge Literary Review, Volume 3, Issue 6, 2011. Copyright 2011 by Cambridge Literary Review. I am extremely grateful to the members of the Cambridger Forsk, Hungscolloquium, Robin Selicates, Manuel Dries, Lorna Finlayson, Fabian Freyenhagen, Michael Hampa, Richard Roch, Georg Schaub, and Christian Skirk, in whose company, until my retirement in 2014, I was able to elaborate the thoughts contained in these chapters. Ian Malcolm has been a model editorial presence throughout the gestation and production of this volume, and I am very grateful for his flexibility, support, and constant good advice. The anonymous readers gave me much to think about. I hope the changes I have made in response to their comments have improved the text. My most significant debt of gratitude is to Hilary Gaskin, whose impeccable judgment has so often been exercised on my behalf and that of my texts. It has been my privilege and my pleasure that this has been so. Dystopia, The Elements. The academic movement known as analytic philosophy had its origin in the first half of the 20th century in Vienna and Cambridge. It is also well known that this movement was originally held together by the credo of a small group of philosophers who had an explicit agenda and strongly held views about how this agenda was to be pursued. Philosophy, they thought, needed to be brought into the modern world, by which they meant the world of science. The model of science, however, was modern natural science. In science, it was thought, theories were formulated in the language of mathematics and empirical methods were used to test them. The huge success of technology in applying scientific theories and thereby allowing us to predict and control natural processes was the best possible indication that scientific method held the key to understanding the world. Philosophy could stop being a children's play ground where rival groups squabbled incessantly without ever being able to agree on anything, and where there was no such thing as cumulative progress in cognition, only if it, too, could find its own appropriate analog to the scientific method. These philosophers had a number of ideas about how to proceed in developing and deploying such a method. Philosophy, they thought, was analysis, hence the name of the movement. The concepts we use in everyday life, in our beliefs and arguments, and that are implicit in our ways of dealing with the world are mostly vague and unclear, and what is more, such concepts usually occur not as sharply illuminated individuals but in obscure clumps in which, strictly conceptual, theoretical, empirical, and often also associatively emotive elements are complexly copresent. The task of the philosopher is to cut paths through this undergrowth, separating the different strands and analyzing them into their elements. So do not investigate the uses to which our concepts are generally put, the inherent plausibility or empirical well-foundedness of our convictions, or the truth of our beliefs. To do that is the job of one or another of the special sciences. The philosopher should take these concepts and beliefs as given, and try to analyze their meaning. This limitation is construed positively as a laudable form of modesty, or recognizing one's own limits, or as a necessary consequence of the modern principle of division of labor. It turns out that not only everyday concepts are in need of clarification and analysis, some more informal, or, as yet, insufficiently mathematized, kinds of science can benefit from the same treatment. After analysis of concepts, there is perhaps a further task of reconstructing the formal structure of the scientific and everyday theories which lie behind our everyday beliefs. This is mostly assumed to be a relatively simple matter of putting the newly clarified concepts in formally specified relations to one another and perhaps specifying in an equally simple way their relation to possible modes of verification. However, everything relating to the actual verification of a theory, the collection and evaluation of evidence, decisions about which sets of concepts were more insightful, as opposed to which were clearer, which hypotheses were more fruitful, what the implications of acting on one set of hypotheses rather than another might be, all of these were matters that were to be considered outside the purview of philosophy altogether. Seen from an external point of view and a sufficient distance, one can in retrospect discover ethical, moral, and possibly even aesthetic motives that played a role in the genesis of analytic philosophy. Some of the early supporters of the movement seem clearly to have been strongly influenced by a moral predilection for a certain kind of intellectual sobriety, or an aesthetic liking the simple, the plain, the pure, and the unpretentious, or to have had an especially highly developed psychological need for certainty. In some cases the absolute aversion to theology in all its forms seemed to have political roots in a dislike of the forms of political absolutism that have sometimes been associated in the West with certain forms of theological thinking. It is one of the weaknesses of the movement that for its own internal reasons it was never able to acknowledge and hence give any coherent and articulated account of these motives. The utopia of the early analytic philosophers was a society in which science had completely replaced the traditional forms of humanistic culture, especially art, rhetoric, and religion, and had seen itself established as the sole guide to sensible human action. Scientific method was to set the terms within which any serious philosophical or political discussion could be conducted. The word utopia, coined by Thomas More in the 16th century, is ambiguous because the first letter W in the Latin, and then the N-ish, form of the word can represent either one of two different possible sounds in the notional original Greek, ou, not, or eu, good. So, utopia is either no place, or good place. More's Island, as described, is not just a non-existent good place but an ideally good place, and this third semantic element, that utopia is not just good, but ideally good, a place of perfect, unsurpassable goodness, has now become part of the meaning of the term utopian thinking, if one means by that the imaginary construct in thought of an ideally good place is a two-edged sword. Speculation of the kind that finds its expression in utopianism is often associated with setting free human impulses and powers that can easily escape our control. There are at least two very different ways in which utopian political projects can fail. First of all, the project can simply fail to attain the concrete goals it has clearly set itself, such as Shakespeare's "Hang all the lawyers," the redistribution of land, the abolition of money, the disbanding of police forces, or what have you. However, the project can also fail because it turns out that when its concrete goals have been attained, the resulting utopian state for whatever reason no longer seems so desirable. Simply killing the king does not get you anywhere if he is succeeded by a Lord Protector who is just as unsatisfactory. In fact, of course, it is a standard liberal fear that the ability of utopian projects to muster some of the apparently more prepossessing human sentiments in support of their goals represents a special danger. To be able to cloak a course of action one in a mantle of disinterested commitment to what is ostensibly God's command, a demand of justice, or a necessary part of the common good, is, they claim, often a way of reducing the ethical barriers that limit human ruthlessness. Thinking about ideally good societies naturally leads one to wonder about societies that are particularly deficient, humanly especially unpleasant, or otherwise reprehensible. Formed by analogy to More's coinage, the word dystopia, from the Greek dous, dice, bad, is now used to refer to an imaginary, ideally bad society. It is 1 meter. Important to keep in mind that utopia, dystopia have their origins in a specific literary work and have remained to some extent literary genres. They are not intended to be realistic sociological descriptions of any given society, but rather imaginative constructs the purpose of which TS to allow us to get aspects of our world into sharper focus, in the interests of evaluating features of it that might otherwise fail to be fully appreciated. More's Utopia presents a communist society as a foil to the primitive accumulation of capital in the 16th century, and Orwell's dystopian 1984 now looks more realistic in our world of virtually universal electronic surveillance than it did when it was written in the late 1940s as a criticism of what at that time were no more than primitive anticipations of the NSA. Philosophical discussion can sometimes have the effect of ending some oppositions, but if sufficiently systematically pursued, it can also sometimes have what is something like the opposite effect of effacing the highly distinctive profile certain positions originally possessed. As objections are raised and responded to, distinctions proliferate and qualifications are added, more and more revisions are made, and as more and more epicycles are introduced, the initial motivation gets lost. For 100 years now, analytic philosophy has been involved in such a continuous and progressive process of historical abrasion. One can have two different attitudes toward this process. Should one admire the way in which the approach has become more sophisticated with the passing of time, or feel that it has lost the plot and that its practitioners are now like latter-day Arvel brothers, going through the motions of an archaic ritual while singing words that no longer make any sense to them? Historically, however, the more extensive and deeper the dominance of analytic philosophy in the established institutions, universities, journals, foundations, the less sharply outlined and more mealy-mouthed the originally provocative program has become, but also the less willing philosophers seem to have become to reflect on the presuppositions and the implications of doing philosophy in this way. Is anything left of the original utopian hopes of analytic philosophy? If these were connected with the use of a certain method, how do things stand with that method today? A method is generally a specified sequences of steps directed at allowing someone to attain a certain end or goal. What method is right will depend on what the goal is, and in the case of forms of cognition, that will mean what one wants to find out and the conditions under which one is investigating. If I want to find someone's telephone number and have an old-style telephone book, a good method will be to search alphabetically for the surname of the party whose number I am looking for. If I am speaking to information, a good method will be to pronounce the name and perhaps also the address very distinctly into the receiver. Sometimes internal evidence will make clear some of the conditions that need to be fulfilled before a method can be applied. If the first step is count the number of buttons and the coat does not have any buttons, the method will not apply, but there will be a limit to how far such internal evidence can lead. The more formalist the approach one takes to a method, the less the method will be able to comment on itself. In general, it seems reasonable to distinguish between what we might call the method itself, formulated in a relatively abstract way. Open the telephone book and look alphabetically at the surnames, a single, actual instance of applying that method, and the various general claims that might be made about the usefulness of the method, the conditions under which it can most usefully, or at all, be applied, and what kind of results one might expect from using it. So, for instance, in the early modern period, Newton formulated a series of laws with the help of which one could explain and predict the motion of bodies. When one could explain some natural phenomenon by reference to these laws, one spoke of a mechanical explanation. One might then become so impressed by the beauty, simplicity, and explanatory power of such mechanical explanations that one might try to 10. The domain of phenomena of which a mechanical explanation can be given. If one were in a particularly exalted mood, one might even claim that one could give such a mechanical explanation of virtually everything. How far does the realm of phenomena extend, for which one can give such an explanation? The mere concept of a mechanical explanation alone tells one nothing about this, rather a theoretical statement about the extent of mechanical explanation. About what sorts of phenomena will admit this kind of explanation, and what kind of phenomena will not, will be a statement of a completely different kind. Let's call that a program. Programs can be more or less theoretically ambitious, and they can be more or less detailed in what they purport to encompass. So, a program might be minimalist. In some cases, natural phenomena can be explained mechanically, so it is never a good idea to exclude from the start the possibility of giving a mechanical explanation, or somewhat more positively one could claim. It is always useful to start by seeing whether one can find a mechanical explanation, and only when that shows itself to be unavailable should one look for other ways of trying to make sense of whatever phenomenon it is one is investigating. Or even more positively, as far as forms of motion in this domain, for example, planetary motion in our solar system, are concerned, the best explanations will turn out finally to be mechanical. The strongest version of this would, of course, be that, finally, all explanations will be mechanical, that is, will be capable of being couched in terms of applications of the Newtonian laws to specific configurations of material elements. So, programs are more like what Kant calls regulative principles than sets of descriptive or theoretical assertions. That is, their use and intention is to point researchers in a certain direction and recommend a mode of proceeding, rather than making any kind of substantive claim. Of course, one can in one sense gather evidence for or against a program, but the way this evidence bears on evaluating the program will be different from the way a simple observation might confirm or refute a theory. If I say, in historical explanation always look for psychological explanations, or economic factors, or environmental causes or institutional reasons, I can marshal evidence in the form of acknowledged good explanations that have the required form, or I can fail to be able to find such explanation. This is different from what happens when I am trying to evaluate a specific historical claim, such as the incidence of Kuru fell in New Guinea in the 1970s. Because the authorities began strictly to enforce the prohibition on cannibalism, and Kuru is caused by eating human brains containing the pathogen, I wish to claim that a full-blown philosophy, in the traditional sense, is something different from a philosophical program. A program can be more or less modest in its claims, but a philosophy has to make something like what Hegel would have called a claim of reason, not just of the understanding, that is, a totalizing or maximalist claim. So a mechanistic program might merely say, it was in general a good idea to start by looking for mechanical explanations, but a mechanistic philosophy would be one that was committed to the universality, self-sufficiency, and exclusiveness of mechanical explanations. Mechanical explanations could always be given for any phenomenon that was at all significant and capable of explanation at all. They were always sufficient in themselves, and they needed nothing else to supplement them. So one can distinguish in principle four slightly different things. An analytical method, a relatively abstractly defined set of procedures about what to look for and how to proceed, based on dividing complex meaning structures into their elementary parts and specifying clearly the way those parts related to each other and to some purported source of authority, usually experience. 2. A specific application of that method to some concrete case, domain, or problem. 3. The analytic program in a more extensive or less extensive form. 4. analytic philosophy, which makes some kind of claim to totality for the analytic method, that is, it asserts that the method has virtually universal application and needs nothing else to support it. It also tells you why the universal application of the method is possible and important, why this is relevant, and why you will not be leaving anything else of importance out if you simply use the method. It does seem to be a deeply rooted feature of modern life that we sometimes feel the need to break down complex unities into their elements. We find that this gives us a sense of understanding and control, and perhaps there are also various other advantages sometimes associated with this way of proceeding. And what reason could one have to object I7 principle to the use of this method, where appropriate? However, the fact that we all do occasionally proceed by analyzing complex cases into their element or distinguishing between different meanings of the same words does not in the least indicate a commitment to analytic philosophy in any serious sense. Not, at any rate, if analytic philosophy retains any commitment to some of its earlier slogans, such as philosophy is analysis of language, or analysis of concepts, sotto voce, and nothing but analysis of language, or all philosophical problems are problems of language. Analytic philosophy in its original form was cognitively comfortable with the way science was actually organized. It was not fomenting anything like a revolution in science. Science was to be accepted as it was, to be sure formally tarted up a bit, cleaned and brushed, as it were, and put into the correct, logical form, but not questioned in any significant way. The fact that what philosophers called the logical form was not formally interesting enough to attract the attention of a serious mathematician for a moment did not seem to matter, nor did the fact that empirical science had seemed to get on perfectly well without philosophical analysis, and showed every sign of continuing to do so. The suspicion that despite the perfectly honest protests of some of its earlier, especially Viennese, devotees, analytical philosophy had a proselytizingly conformist streak seemed more and more difficult to suppress. To be more precise, each of the two subgroups into which the analytic movement divided had its own sacred cow. For one group, ideal language philosophers, or positivists of the stricter observance, this was science. For the second group, ordinary language was not in all its particular manifestations sacred and thus to be held absolutely inviolate. Still it was considered fundamentally sound and a source of healthy insight and, for some, potentially spiritual reinvigoration. Science and ordinary language are really in order in themselves and can take care of themselves. They need philosophy only at best as a form of minor therapy and prophylaxis to protect them from being misunderstood. Philosophical problems characteristically arose when language was on day release from its workaday task of ensuring smooth communication, or when the clear and austere structures of science were misinterpreted by being incorrectly recast in a medium that was foreign to them. The task of philosophy is to prevent these avoidable aberrations and to untangle them if they arise. Many of these misapprehensions in fact arise because people have become fixated on a historically superseded stage of philosophical inquiry. Either they continue using obsolete scientific categories that have passed into philosophical usage and become ossified their substances, essences, principles of natural teleology, or they fail to understand something about the way ordinary language works and they try to parse it in conceptually inappropriate ways, by, for instance, construing what are in fact performatives as if they were simple descriptive statements. Very often, then, philosophy is called on to clear up problems it has itself, in a previous incarnation, generated. Beyond cleaning up its own mess, it does not seem to have much of a point apart perhaps from giving second-hand overviews or superficial syntheses of the salient results of science or of some of their more interesting procedures. Much of this might be of some aesthetic, but little cognitive interest. So does analytic philosophy tend to foster a naive trust with respect to an excessive solicitude for certain kinds of facts, the facts of established sciences and the facts of everyday linguistic usage? Nothing, of course, against the facts, as long as one can be sure they are facts and not just artifacts. And as long as one does not appeal to one set of facts to distract attention from other facts. And as long as one does not falsely insinuate forms of relevance into certain kinds of facts that they do not possess. The naive trust in question is one about the status of facts, either the facts of some particular science or the fact of some form of ordinary linguistic usage. What we know as the facts are not in general irrefragable certain ties that cannot ever be problematized, and they certainly do not have the determinateness that we ascribe to simple pregiven objects of perception such as tables, chairs, clouds, or cats. Rather, they are more correctly defined through certain positions in the process of inquiry. When we speak of the facts, we generally simply mean either the set of those things that are presupposed in a given inquiry or, alternatively, what we treat at some point as the detachable result of an investigation. If I want to produce a useful map, it should for most purposes conform to the facts, such as that Edinburgh is north, and also west, of Bristol. I say, for most purposes, because, of course, there are possible purposes I might have to which the orientations north, south and east-west will be irrelevant. How these relations will be expressed will in any case be, as we say, a matter of convention. However, the initially rather counterintuitive fact that Edinburgh is farther west than Bristol is something that can be determined only as a result of a long series of previous investigations, all of which themselves are theory-driven and theory-dependent. In particular, they will make a very large number of assumptions. In more complicated cases than those of everyday cartography, many of these assumptions will be highly fallible. In any case, facts are not in general anything like the contents of the perceptions of untrained observers. To call facts in this sense constructs in no way implies that they are to be ignored or rejected, but it focuses attention on them as possible objects of investigation themselves, rather than as simply building bricks that can be taken as given and used unreflectively. Whatever one thinks of the plausibility of a trusting attitude toward facts in the world of science, everyday perception, and the manipulation of objects our own size in our immediate environment, it seems highly questionable that the lack of suspicion about the facts, which is characteristic of analytic approaches, is appropriate in the study of political philosophy. The reason for this is that political philosophy, at least in any of its more self-respecting and ambitious forms, will not simply accept the political world unquestioningly as it finds it and try analytically to clarify the concepts that political actors use in a given society, but will be at least open to the possibility that fundamental political changes are desirable. The political facts, however, are clearly partly constituted by the concepts and theories political agents themselves use. A process is not an election unless the people who are, as they would say, voting, have a certain conception about what it is they are doing. It is true that fundamental changes in politics can take place without the agents involved being aware of them, but if I am a theorist trying to understand a particular political configuration, without automatically endorsing it as good or necessary, why should I be prevented from adopting a critical attitude toward the concepts the agents involved themselves use or theories they would endorse? That they think they are electing a new overseer, and cannot imagine a society without an overseer or a different way of installing one, is in one sense a fact. I must take account of, but it does not follow from this that I ought not to keep my cognitive distance from their conception. I might think that it is especially important that I keep my distance for both, as it were, cognitive and for moral reasons. If I just use their terms and concepts, I may not actually get the best or at any rate the fullest possible understanding of what is going on, and I might not be in the best possible position for evaluating what is happening. Exam. Plus of the sort of thing I have in mind might be taken from various exclusionary practices. They think they are electing a new overseer by the traditional method, and that is not wrong, but an outsider can see that the traditional method is set up so as to exclude systematically the poor, women, those without certain kinds of social connections. One might find it difficult to see this, if one simply adopted the concepts and point of view of the agents. It is difficult to avow. You ate what one cannot see, so if political philosophy is to be even potentially critical, it will need to find a way of getting some distance from its subject matter, and that means, among other things, from the self-conceptions of the agents who are being studied. Analyzing the concepts they use will not be of no use, but it is unlikely to be enough. So where, then, might one find an appropriate kind of distance? One place might be a study of the historical and social origins of the concepts, theories, and arguments that partly structure the discursive space of a society. Another place would be a study of the function the holding of certain concepts and theories might have and the effects that result from acting on these conceptions. At this point, someone might be tempted again to appeal to the principle of division of labor. Philosophy can and should only be analytic. It cannot and should not be or attempt to be critical. A relatively simple observation scuppers this as a possibility. Formulating and propounding a philosophical view is itself a way of acting. Propounding a political philosophy is itself in fact intervening politically, one way or another, into the realm of politics, and as such it expresses a tacit evaluative judgment and can itself be evaluated politically. To fail to take account of this, when it has once been pointed out, is to adopt an attitude of willful ignorance about an important aspect of one's own theoretical activity. Some confusion can be avoided here, if one keeps in mind that critical does not mean negative. A critical attitude or theory is one that evaluates what it is studying. Whether that evaluation turns out finally to be negative or positive, or, for that matter, neither negative nor positive, but indifferent. If that turns out to be one of the evaluative positions available in a given case, to the extent to which it aspires to give a correct representation of the way in which politics in a given society is constituted, a political philosophy must of necessity be realistic. How TS realism to be understood if one holds that facts are constructed, and if every representation of the sphere of politics is a potential intervention, if new knowledge and new concepts do not leave the domain they purport to describe unchanged, but potentially constitute new political facts. This is a real process that anyone who has studied human societies historically will be likely to have come to recognize. Only by acknowledging this does it become possible to formulate certain kinds of criticisms. So, critical and realistic are not in any obvious sense incompatible. The idea that critical intervention is a part of political philosophy is something which makes many philosophers find uncomfortable. I suspect there is an element of this underlying the very thoughtful attempt by Richard Roch to turn some of my own arguments against me. My position, he thinks, is not realist at all. I try to criticize various analytic political philosophers by pointing out ways in which their theories are connected with various interests, or ways in which these theories fit into existing structures of power. For instance, Rawlsianism and a certain relatively well-off stratum of people, especially in the United States, who had an interest in legitimizing their own privileged position against a variety of possible objections that could be raised against it. However, as Roch no doubt completely correctly points out, it is not as if the pursuit of one's own interests were a kind of perverted and outrageous aberration. It is the very stuff of human life and part of the normal texture of politics. To criticize political philosophy, then, for being enmeshed in relations of power or contributing to fostering the interests of some group is like criticizing fish for swimming in the water. That is what they do. Any purported objection to this could only be based on applying completely unreasonable standards in judging a political philosophy. To put the same objection another way, I first criticize analytic political philosophy for not recognizing its own political dimension, for ignoring its potential connection with power relations, then criticize it for being political, for being enmeshed in the nexus of agents pursuing their interests. It does not seem to be very coherent to do both of these things. If I criticize political philosophy for being interest-bound, then that can only be against the background of a possible political philosophy that was thus interest-bound, and that is just what I seem to be denying. This line of argument depends, though, it seems to me, on a misunderstanding of the concept of criticism. Criticism can be used to mean reject, deny, negate, but it can also be used to mean subject to evaluation, whatever the result of that investigation is, as in critique of practical reason, which presumably does not mean that practical reason does not exist or is to be rejected. So it seems to me eminently coherent to start by criticizing political philosophy, meaning by that to subject it to investigation, and especially investigation with respect to its own relation to political interests. If the form of political philosophy in question itself explicitly or tacitly denies that it has any such connection to interests, then the investigation will reveal, I claim, that that assertion, even if it is only one made implicitly, is false. So a form of political philosophy is criticized in the sense of evaluated, and then also criticized in the sense that an objection is raised against it, that it acts as if it had no relation to political power and the pursuits of interests, whereas it actually does. So the negative criticism is not that a form of political philosophy TS political, connected to power and interests, but that it presents itself as if it were not political. One can deny these claims, but they do not seem to me to be obviously internally incoherent, or, for that matter, in any way incompatible with a non-dogmatic realism. Roch, however, has another fundamental reservation about my approach. There is an unresolved tension in it between two different attitudes or points of view. There is on the one side the standpoint of the anthropologist, or ethnologist, who is a theoretically inclined observer trying to give good descriptions of the concepts, beliefs, convictions, and the characteristic theoretical views of an odd tribe, the members of contemporary, liberal, societies. As such an ethnologist, I have special interest in the views of the medicine men, warlocks, archimandrites, faith healers, and shamans of this tribe. Among them the analytic philosophers. These philosophers, however, are both an object of study and also, to some extent, a pool of informants, for who would know better than they how the natives think? So if one can avoid being deafened by the rattling of their bottles of different kinds of snake oils, one can learn something from Rawls, Nozick, Dworkin, Nagel, Gautier, Waldron, and all the other more minor doctores miraculosi. These people are both party C. Pants in certain performances that are interesting objects of study. For me, many of them vote like anyone else, they sign petitions, or not, as the case may be, they demonstrate, or do not, they complain about certain policies pursued by the authorities. They use terms like iniquitous, injurious, progressive, decent, rights, unfair, or their equivalents in the local language, and they have articulated views about what they and their fellows are doing when they are engaged in these performances. Because political philosophers are likely to have specially articulated views, they may be particularly good at explaining what the people involved in these practices think is going on in them, and why they engage in them. It is not unlike the case of any ethnologist who observes the natives engaging in various ritual activities, including some that may have very extensive verbal components, chanting, formulaic recitation, and so on. Some of the native participants may, however, serve as informants to the ethnologist, trying to explain to him, or her, what is going on in the rituals. Roch, however, I believe, thinks it both inherently more appropriate and also more consistent with my own deepest intentions for me to adopt the purportedly strictly detached stance of the traditional, pure observer of the bizarre goings-on of the members of this outlandish tribe, but he sees me slipping from this position into one in which I actually take what they say seriously as a potential contribution to an understanding of society, or a serious proposal about how humans should act, rather than just a symptom. So I should really and consistently treat democratic theory, or the purported theory of human rights, as they occur in the existing philosophical literature like nymphs in Hesiod's Theogony, but I do not always do that. It sometimes looks as if I were arguing with, against, theorists of democracy, justice, rights, and so on, rather than just observing and explaining their behavior. It is true that my attitude toward witch doctors like Rawls and Nozick is characterized by the same ambiguity that sometimes infects the ethnologist's relation to an informant. On the one hand, Rawls was clearly an active member of and participant in the social formation I am trying to study, an important producer of an ideologically highly useful product, and in every sense an insider, just as the native witch doctor who conducts some ceremony is an absolute insider. On the other hand, to the extent to which I treat him, not as a mere object to be described, classified, but use him as a source of information, I am treating him not just as an object but in some sense as a co-worker, co-discussant, and collaborator, but also theoretical competitor. The witch doctor has his theory of what is going on, just as Rawls has his, but also just as have mine. Considered as an object of study who is going through certain motions, including bits of verbal behavior, it does not make much sense of say that his verbalization is wrong, gubujubu, gesundheit, sorry, fustus is fair, ness, hosanna, wombo jumbo is just what they say in this context. And the task is first to figure out what it could mean. However, as an informant, the witch doctor will not generally simply repeat the ritual performance, but will give some further account of it. This further account might not be at all like anything I would accept as a theory. It might contain and depend on mythic elements, merely associative narrations, wordplays, but one can also consider it as a kind of competitor to the account I shall finally give. In treating the informant's account in this way, I am not just treating it as an object to be studied, but as an account of the social practice which I am trying to evaluate and perhaps correct, as I might try to evaluate the account of a colleague engaged in the same normatively structured practice of inquiry as mine, trying to get the fullest and most accurate description and the best explanations of what is going on, that is, the best cognitive grasp on the society or practice in question. To be more exact, then, analytic philosophers have in my account not just two, but three slightly different standings. First as objects of study, second as native informants, and third as potential theoretical competitors, because they usually have their own theories about what is going on which will not be identical to the theories I will propound. If my own view is correct, that theorization is always intervention, then one might also add to this a fourth: they are practical competitors peddling different courses of action from those I favor. There should not be any doubt but that these positions can be distinguished only analytically. However, it is not absolutely straight forward to juggle them in a single inquiry, and it also seems clear that they are in fact always copresent in our everyday life to the extent to which that life involves interactions with others, that is, virtually always. It has been a commonplace of the ethological literature for a long time that there is no pure observation of a society with the members of which we are even minimally interacting. Even asking a simple question of an informant is a kind of minimal interaction. No matter how neutrally the question is phrased, one cannot be sure it will not, by virtue even of being asked, bring about a change in the informant's attitudes and thus potentially a change in the society, perhaps a minimal change but a change nonetheless. For this reason ethnologists have come increasingly to describe themselves in their traditional role as participant observers. So what Roch takes as a tension between observation, description and argumentative, practical engagement is a basic feature of all human social interaction and constitutive for it. In dealing with other people, we are always at the same time observers, inquirers, consulting informants, theorists, partners in quasi-theoretical argumentation and in action-oriented discussion. That my own work has this property is not something I can consider a deficiency. Roch sees correctly that am committed to defending two theses, a negative one and a positive one. The negative one, crudely speaking, is that there is no pure, and certainly no purely philosophical ethics in the traditional sense. That is, there are lots of things we ought to do. Ceteris paribus, we ought to brush our teeth every morning, we ought to be grateful to benefactors, we ought to try to help the weak, we ought to like to cook, because it is a necessity of human life. We ought not to promise to do what we expect not to be able to do. We ought to resist the further monopolization of the flow of information by Google, and so on. But are the cetera ever paria? These imperatives have a wide variety of different senses, sources, and strengths, or, to put it in a different idiom, there are different forms of normativity. However, the different oughts do not form a single rational system of the traditional type, and there is no interesting general concept of normativity from which any substantive conclusions about human action could be drawn. In particular, there is no fully autonomous, closed, fully rationally grounded doctrine that prescribes for us in all important cases how we ought to act. If one likes to put it this way, one could say that a certain normative dimension runs through all of human life, or that all human life has a number of normative aspects, but that you cannot isolate it, or them, and make it, or them, the objects of a coherent, unitary, separate rational study. This means, among other things, that the normative turn in political philosophy which started with Rawls is a mistake. It is a turn towards something that does not exist, the purely normative. The positive thesis I favor states that it does not matter that there is no unitary and separate, normative ethics, because political philosophy is always in itself already praxis-orienting and potentially interventive. Even political philosophy that takes itself to be simply descriptive and enjoins abstention from action is already intervening, because taking any position at all is intervening. There are, to be sure, situations in which not doing anything concrete or refusing to take sides or act is the best course, but it is a course of action. A political philosopher cannot, however, appeal to this fact to justify a general disinterest in the effects of his or her own theoretical activity. Roch is surely right to point out that the negative thesis is actually much less clear than it might at first glance appear to be. Traditional ethics is an ideal type referring to a number of calm, complex entities, each composed of a number of different elements. But which specific parts of this ideal type does one object to? Should one object to the claim made by such forms of ethics about themselves, that they are autonomous, that they are rational, against the very conception of reason they presuppose? Against some notion of completeness that could purportedly be instantiated by ethics, or could be an object of possible aspiration? Against the claim that ethics can be formulated as a doctrine, rather than, for instance, being a practical skill, a method, a form of critical or reflective activity, or what have you. An open-ended collection of different kinds of activities? Against the whole idea of guidance for life. So, for instance, if the criticism was directed against autonomy, this would be compatible with the existence of an ethics that were simply a part or independent on a larger political philosophy. Such an ethics might enjoin me always to act as a good member of a political community of this kind should act, or a philosophy of history, always act so as to foster historical progress. Roch focuses his objections to my view on the concept of justification, or grounding, Begründung, and, more precisely on the concept of a specifically philosophical grounding of ethical concepts, norms, or value judgments. If I understand him correctly, he wishes to follow the late Wittgenstein and deny that there can be any such thing as a final justification in ethics. Equally, there can be no justification that has a specifically philosophical character. Roch writes, Der Punkt auf den es ankommt, ist dass die Philosophie Begründungen oder Rechtfertigungen dessen, wie man Zusammenleben soll und was eine ideale Form des Zusammenlebens ist, nicht geben kann. S. 14. Since I, too, have no use for the Kantianizing concept of final justification, and also have no interest at all in distinguishing sharply between what is a part of philosophy and what is not, I do not feel myself at all affected by this line of critique. CISM. Philosophy is always finally oriented toward praxis, does not mean that there is a single well-defined area of human experience. Praxis, which has an invariant structure and can serve as a source of definitive ethical arguments that it is philosophy's task to find and elaborate. There is no reason to assume that unless one has an acceptable universal philosophical theory of ethics, there can be no non-arbitrary use of simple first-order ethical statements, such as do not lie, considered as crude rules of thumb, or for that matter that rational discuss scion about how to evaluate forms of human action is impossible. Even without an overarching theory, one can bring forward arguments for and against an assertion, an attitude, a particular value judgment, or an action, and sometimes one of these arguments will show itself to be superior to the others that can be marshaled. There is also no reason why someone who rejected universal theories giving a philosophical justification of ethical claims could not at any given time try to get an overview of the dialectically better supported positions, and even might try to articulate and systematize them for the purposes of easier surveyability. As long as one remained aware of the limitations of such a project, there could be no objection in principle to doing this. Of course, this would not yield anything like what the traditional kind of a philosophical ethics in the emphatic sense aspired to. A clarified overview is not a philosophical, final justification. Since there is not anything like a pure philosophical final justification, the traditional dichotomies between describing and giving a theory, justifying and giving a systematic overview, everyday use, and philosophical interpretation, even perhaps persuasion, preaching and arguing are not as sharp and as categorical as they are sometimes made out to be. They seem better understood as defined contextually. So one can, contrary to what Roch suggests, easily envisage a philosophy that would be oriented toward guiding praxis without needing to presuppose the whole traditional apparatus of final justification that the Wittgensteinian rightly rejects. Political philosophy is not a pure normative science, and it is ways at least potentially a form of intervention. To put the view I am propounding in an especially unsympathetic way, the members of the ruling party in Orwell's 1984 were right that thoughts and attitudes were already forms of action. Forms of action of a certain kind. Thinking murder is not the same as plotting murder, which is in turn not the same thing as actually attempting murder. None of these is the same as committing murder, but that does not mean they are not all actions in some sense. Entertaining a theory of murder is also an action, as is propounding that theory in speech or writing. There are reasons, and some good reasons, not to sanction certain forms of thought, and the literature of liberalism is so full of these that it would be tedious in the extreme to rehearse them, but none of these reasons seems to me a good reason for denying that thinking and imagining is acting, and that means acting politically. If all forms of political theorizing, including political philosophy, are at least potentially forms of intervention, then why not try to reflect on this fact? Why not try to become aware of what kind of intervention one is engaged in? This is my response to Roch's suggestion that I would do better to construe what I am doing as mere ethnology of a set of peculiar practices and outre conceptual constructs. Even attempting to give a pure description would be acting in a certain way. If my views about Rawls are correct, it is virtually impossible even to describe this position correctly without in fact discrediting it, because if non-mystifyingly presented, its deficiencies become unmistakably obvious. Is Roch suggesting I should ignore this, or try to mitigate it? Why? To say that this is not part of philosophy proper seems to return to exactly the idea of philosophy as something with an inherent essence that it was, I thought, one of the great glories of late Wittgenstein to have seen through. This brings me to another objection raised by Georg Schaub, which is to the effect that my own positive theoretical contribution to the understanding of politics and to providing some kind of orientation for political action is not really very large. So he writes, Eine Ausführung seiner realistischen Alternative, direkt vage und abstrakt, Ausfall, bleibt weitgehend schuldig. My question ts about what schuldig means in this statement. I have the strong suspicion that Schaub is applying to my texts a set of standards that I am precisely denying, that is, assuming that what is required is a kind of full-blown realist political philosophy which has the kind of ambition and that existing theories, like those of Rawls and his successors, are inadequate, although I am claiming that, too. Rather, I hold one an addition that their kind of political philosophy, a purportedly historical, sociologically uninformed, rational theory of politics that gives the kind of justification and guidance they claim for it, is not possible. The properties of closedness, universality, and invariability they seek are not attainable. The concepts of reason, justification, and so on they presuppose are not tenable. Rejecting this model and, thus the idea of a realistic alternative, political philosophy, does not, in my view, imply that variant, modified, or augmented forms of some of the sorts of thinking that have traditionally been associated with philosophy might not be fruitful in helping us think about action, and hence also in guiding our action. They will not, however, have the form of an alternative theory. Neither Socrates, nor Marx, nor Nietzsche, nor the late Wittgenstein, nor Adorno, nor Foucault had a political philosophy of the prescribed form, though retrospectively attempts have occasionally been made to torture their views into a form that mimicked, more or less, currently acceptable models. Their importance is none the less for their failure. to conform. I do appreciate Schaub's dissatisfaction. In the past it was usual for philosophy to aspire to some kind of totality or even some kind of transcendence. To express this aspiration in a slightly more sober form, philosophy aspired to give precisely what the original program of analytic philosophy wanted to eradicate, namely, the generation of a kind of surplus meaning. Although traditional philosophers usually understood themselves as people who discovered, described, and brought out meaningful structures that pre-existed in the world, God was out there and made a world full of meaning. It was man's task to recognize and express these meaning structures, and philosophy was the place where that occurred. In an odd way, one can see this traditional understanding of philosophy as having some similarity to what later came to be called analytic philosophy. In contrast to both traditional and analytic forms of philosophy, some have suggested that the philosopher should be seen not as a discoverer of what is already there but as someone who constructs, invents, or produces new forms of meaning or significance. Invent does not, of course, mean create from nothing, but rather to put together into a new conceptual unity some existing semantic elements. As when physicists were supposed to postulate the existence of a new particle on the basis of a series of observed effects. The effects have been observed before, but attributing them to the particle gives them a unity they did not have before, and, as the extensive discussion of the failure of various forms of reductionism from the 1930s through the late 1960s seems to have shown rather conclusively, saying particle X is present is not just saying effects A, B, and C have been observed. By postulating particle X, something is added. Something similar happened when Hobbes put together various observations about institutional developments in the realm of politics, some existing views about what it was rational to think, how it was rational to act, biblical reminiscences, projections about what might or could happen under what certain circumstances, and invented the concept of the state. Registered philosophical conceptualization is like this type of theoretical postulation but on steroids. The concepts philosophers used never merely described what is there, nor were they ever intended to do that. This is where their human significance and indispensability lies. A final echo of this is to be found in Adorno's thesis that exaggeration was an essential part of philosophy. In political philosophy, the element of exaggeration and excess of meaning often takes a utopian form. To be sure, an ethos of criticism is also an essential constituent of philosophy, and much of its history is devoted to developing techniques that will allow one to prune back any given set of theoretical excrescences and to destroy the surplus value in the realm of meaning that philosophy also, and necessarily, produces. Philosophy is a continual and unending sequence of production and destruction, breathing in and breathing out. It does not exist except where both of these processes, exaggerating creation of surplus meaning and ascetic pruning, criticism, exist in tandem. The idea that it can escape this cycle by getting rid of one of the two constituents is illusory. The full realization of the positivist ideal is impossible in itself, but even if per impossible it were to be effected, it would simply prevent us from saying anything interesting and informative about whole domains of the human world, and one can be rather sure that even more unreasonable theoretical offerings than traditional forms of philosophy, theosophy, Mormonism, speculative aromatherapy, Rosicrucianism, will queue up to fill the available void and will find lots of takers. On the other hand, generation of meaning without some associated critical activity will also just result in nonsense or, at best, warmed over versions of particularly dogmatic forms of the ology. Negativism, the need for mental hygiene, an inclination toward skeptical suspension of belief can all themselves take a hyperbolic form, as they do in different ways in Adorno, ancient and modern skepticism, and among some analytic philosophers. The process of positing and then cancelling excess meaning in philosophy is not one that leaves us at the end exactly back where we started from, which TS to say that the whole thing constitutes a history. Going through the whole process from beginning to end leaves a residue, which cannot be removed without cognitive loss. Post-monotheist agnosticism is not the same as pre-monotheist agnosticism. The history of Occidental theology has left a trace even on those who worked their way through to the other side of the monotheistic systems. There is no discernible state of equilibrium. Anyone who tries to stop the cycle of production and destruction of sense or to step outside it, either quickly exits from the discussion, or makes simply one more contribution to the turning of the great wheel. I have no intention of trying to stop this process, which is in any case probably impossible, but merely of diagnosing its mechanism and trying to begin to think about how one might locate it in its historical and sociological context. The kind of criticism I have been trying to develop is always uncomfortably settled between different attitudes and perspectives and different kinds of linguistic usage. This is partly because I need to use the language available to make myself understood, and yet part of my point is to reject exactly that existing language and the forms of conceptualization embedded, in my view, in it. So I constantly surprise myself just on the verge of using terms like essence, essential, a priori, foundations, natural, final justification, although I think that these terms make little sense and point in the wrong direction. Partly, this is just a matter almost of style or aesthetics. It is tedious in the extreme to have to keep repeating that if I mention rights, I do not think they have anything like the standing attributed to natural human rights, or that justice is a perfectly respectable concept to give rise to contradictions. Nevertheless, Roch seems to me, as usual, to be on to something exceedingly important. If humans have a natural tendency to absolutize their local environment, and to form and use purportedly fundamental concepts that presuppose that that environment is the only one possible, or the only one that can be finally justified, then this, too, is a fact that must be taken seriously and not simply ignored, on the general grounds that their local situation is merely local. Analysis that reveals vagueness, unclarity, or ambiguities in everyday usage, contradictions between different beliefs, and other deficiencies can have an important critical function, but criticism cannot be limited to analysis, or even a combination of analysis and empirical evaluation. Historical, functional, genealogical, and ideological forms of criticism are not merely forms of analysis, and without them we are more at the mercy of the particular local form of life we lead than we need be. The illusions propagated by the likes of Rawls, Dworkin, and others about the world we live in are not simply their own inventions. They arise as a natural response to the world of capitalism and liberal democracy in which we live. They do, in some sense, describe that world correctly. What is more important, they suit it. That is the problem. Simply leaving it at that, despite their differences, they share deep-seated features that seem plausible to us as ways of dealing cognitively with our society, is just what will reinforce the power that our local form of life exerts over us. Whatever its potential liberating effect might have been in the 1930s, analytic philosophy has become dystopian in its effects in that it now encourages us to make ourselves at home in our social world, imagining ourselves to be secure in the knowledge that analysis and empirical evaluation are sufficient forms of criticism. 2. Realism and the relativity of judgment. NCELBB Speco. Pow Ardhallety car. 7892-1982, has always struck me as one of the most interesting and imaginative thinkers about politics Britain produced in the 20th century, but he also seems to me rather underappreciated nowadays. One of the aspects of his work that is most fruitful is his attempt to make the Scudi of politics and history realistic. Chink that Carr was on to something of the utmost importance in his theory of realism, although I also think that some parts of this theory would benefit from being refachised. Lamb not for scholar of Carr or of the history or theory of international relations, but rather a philosopher, so I do not intend to try to give a close exegetical account of Carr's views, something I would not be competent to do in any case, but rather to use them opportunistically. I make no apology for this because while close textual study is a perfectly legitimate intellectual pursuit, so is the attempt at productive appropriation. So, would like to try to isolate and develop one strand in Carr's work, which seems to me important, and which is at least a close relative of his realism. I start by describing the two central theses I shall try to defend. First, the term realism like democracy, liberalism, freedom, reason, and a number of others, is used in such a variety of different ways that one might be forgiven for thinking that it was as useless as they are in giving any sharp contours to our understanding of politics. So it might be useful to adopt one of the strategies philosophers often use to get some initial clarity about the terms under discussion, namely, trying to get increased conceptual definition by contrast. Carr in his perhaps most influential work, The 20 Years' Crisis, sets out his theory of realism by contrasting it with what he calls utopianism. One of my theses TS that by appealing to this distinction, Carr actu ally makes it more difficult to see what he is really getting at and actively encourages potential objections that are finally not telling, but that do succeed in muddying the waters. Realism is not, I wish to claim, best understood in contrast to utopianism, as in Carr's construction, but in contrast to what I shall call moralism. I should make it clear to start that mean by moralism something very specific, and something I wish to distinguish very clearly from the simple employment of moral judgments. Moralism means, roughly speaking, a kind of moralized preaching and an associated assumption about the causal efficacy and cognitive significance of making moral judgments. One can, however, make moral judgments without thereby being committed to what I call moralism. Moralism, as I use it, is, however, also something like a Weberian ideal type. That TS an artificial construct of a number of elements chosen partly to illustrate a possible internal consistency or affinity these elements have. The construct will be useful if the elements of which it is composed are widely distributed in society, and do have the affinities the model tries to exhibit, even if no individual ever held precisely the views and attitudes I attribute to the moralist. I further wish to distinguish sharply, following Nietzsche and Bernard Williams, between making a, specifically, moral judgment, and making a value judgment. Not all value judgments are moral judgments. So this part of my chapter is structured around a three-fold distinction. The most general and all-encompassing category is that of assessment or value judgment, which includes things like judging that the point of this pen is too broad, or that some given proposed policy is too dangerous or a bad strategy. It is a universal phenomenon of human life that people make value judgments like this and act on them, and we would not know what a human society would look like which that was not the case. Within this very broad category of value assessments there is a much smaller one of specify cali moral judgments. Our contemporary conception of a moral judgment and of the existence of specifically moral values is obviously deeply influenced by Christianity, but by a Christianity that was already construed within a basically Platonic conceptual framework. This general framework finds what is perhaps its clearest and most coherent articulation in the works of Kant. For Plato, politics is essentially a matter of knowing the ethical truth about the world, or of tailing to know it, and to have this knowledge is to have a grasp of eternal verities, which, in order to be understood and appreciated at all, need to be stripped of their connection with the accidents of empirical existence and of history. Politics is action directed at, for instance, ideal justice, formulated in as general and abstract a way as possible. The main danger for the politician is to be so dazzled by the minutiae of the historical situation that he loses sight of this ideal. One must, in a sense, learn to ignore the context in order to focus on what is essential, and that is the realization of some very abstractly defined structural good. So if this peace treaty satisfies the ideal demands of abstractly formulated justice, and these are always and everywhere the same, that is all the politician really needs to know, and is the end of the matter. Further considerations about context or possible effects are strictly irrelevant. Kant takes over this basic framework and adds to it a strong dose of the Christian absolute. For Plato, the philosopher king does what he knows is ally just. If he fails to bring the good into existence, that is regret table, but no more. For Kant, the political actor is the individual, anxiety-ridden Christian citizen whose conscience is burdened by the terrible weight of what Kant calls the categorical imperative. In politics, this requires him to act with absolute consistency and in the spirit of a kind of universal republicanism, treating all others as autonomous potential citizens of the same cosmopolitan structure. If he fails to act as that imperative demands, he shows himself not merely to have fallen short of what is hest in a regrettable way, but to be evil, a concept unknown to Plato and the ancients. Degree the third, an even narrower category, is that of moralism. Moralism, in the sense in which I use the term, refers to a specific set of theses and attitudes that give particular practical prominence and explanatory power to moral judgment. My second thesis is that the contrast between realism and moralism is best understood as a difference in the understanding of the nature of human judgment and the possibilities we have to form, evaluate, revise, and apply the judgment we make. The moralist thinks it is possible to attain a kind of absoluteness, apodicticity, and definite determinateness of judgment that the realist denies is possible. In particular, realism ought to be committed to a certain kind of open-endedness, indeterminacy, and context dependence of judgment, or at any rate to agnosticism about absolute and categorical claims. Some versions of realism might properly be said to emphasize the relativity of judgment, but even this relativity is not at all like the relativism that traditional philosophers since Plato have analyzed and criticized. The specter of a toxic relativism is a bugbear created artificially by philosophers, and it depends on making a large number of assumptions, many of which were first formulated by Plato but nowadays are ociose, or, to put it more sharply, visibly outdated. Moralism depends on making these Platonic assumptions, and so part of my intention here is to show how much obscure, eccentric, complex, and, frankly, highly dubious philosophical speculation one has to accept in order to make anything like moralism at all coherent and plausible. Thus, in addition to its more strictly argumentative function, I hope that my treatment here may also have the rhetorical effect of shifting the onus probandi from realism to moralism. If moralism TS, on reflection, really is prima facie implausible as I claim it is, then realism should in the interim at any rate become at the very least the default position. One consequence of this, I think, is that realism and a certain kind of utopianism are in principle compatible in ways that Carr did not envisage. Moralism. I shall start the actual discussion with an attempt to approach realism ex negativo by describing the position with which it is to be most strongly contrasted, moralism, or the moralizing approach. Moralism is a quasi-technical term describing in the first instance a corpus consisting of a conception of morality, and a particular set of assumptions about the motivational force and the explanatory value of appeals to this morality. There are, L will claim, two slightly different but related dimensions to moralism, or contexts within which moralism needs to be located. First, it must be seen as a set of attitudes and views in a practical context, in a very general sense of practical, that is one of exhortation, advice, and the justification or legitimation of action. But second, it is associated with a set of beliefs and evidences in the theoretical context of understanding and explaining our human world. A lot of what makes this whole domain problematic is connected with our tendency to flip back and forth between the practical context of exhortation and the justification of action, on the one hand, and the theoretical context of trimeg, to understand and explain, on the other, and this discussion will unfortunately have to instantiate this complexity. To start, let us try to understand what moralizing as an approach is by looking first at its practical dimension, at a specific social practice in which its nature emerges particularly clearly. Consider the phenomenon of popular Christian preaching in set-led European societies. The Christian preacher operates in a particular, highly structured social context which is governed by a number of shared expectations. The context is an asymmetrical one. The preacher speaks in a quasi-public space, addressing a potentially varied crowd of people that Anvone in principle can join. All the rest of us constitute an audience and are saint-lent. We simply listen without interrupting, or contributing to the discussion, or indeed even applauding at the end. If the situation is asymmetrical, if anyone can contribute ad libitum, it can quickly stop being one in which preaching takes place and become a general discussion. Applause would be inappropriate because it would indicate that what the preacher said, or how he or she said it, had pleased us, but the point of the exercise is not to please us. Furthermore, to permit even expressions of approval might give rise to the idea that we were pedant judges of what we heard and entitled to make independent evaluation of it. Thus, only in certain highly demotic forms of religious observance is it even permitted for the audience to encourage the preacher by shouting out, "Hallelujah," or, "Hear, hear." This is the format of preaching in societies that are already Christian. There is, to be sure, a special category of missionary preaching that does not fit this ideal type because it is to peoples who have not yet been socialized into the standard forms of behavior and hence may depart from the ideal script, for instance, by stoning the preacher. But one would need a different ideal type for them. Registered. It is, of course, true that some deviant, or at any rate, minority Christians did in fact have doubts about the practice of preaching. There could be two distinct reasons for these doubts. First of all, there were moral reasons. Christianity was partly founded on an opposition to Pharisaism, which meant a form of self-satisfaction with one's own moral state, and preaching could be seen as encouraging this state, at any rate, in the preacher himself. It also seems that a certain minority strand of Egyptian monasticism took Christ's words, "Judge not that ye may not be judged," to heart, and consequently refrained from preaching and proselytizing. To be sure, what seems to have troubled them most was the moral and spiritual danger that preaching posed for the soul of the preacher, who by virtue of presenting himself as a kind of judge should himself expect to be judged. But views about the inefficacy of moral exhortation, as opposed to exemplary action, seem also to have played a role, and This is the second reason for having reservations about the institution of preaching. Some of these minority views may seem to us to have humanly attractive features, and we might even go so far as to consider them more in keeping with the original theological message of Christianity than what later became the Christian mainstream. But the point here is that they did not themselves, for whatever historical reason, become the dominant view. Rather, preaching became an accepted and recognized institution in settled Christian societies. Then, the preacher has over the ages had a variety of tasks, including the enunciation, explanation, and advocacy of a variety of supernatural and spiritual truths, the inculcation of approved modes of piety, consolation in time of trouble, and so forth. One important task, however, has often been moral exhortation. This practice can be thought to have two relevant preconditions. First, it seems incontrovertible that traditional Christian preachers held that they had access to absolute, universally valid, and universally applicable moral truths. Their task was to formulate and transmit them clearly and authoritatively, and not, for instance, to submit share for consideration and discussion, analysis, or argumentation. Again, if the preacher is not in some sense dogmatic, we have what may quickly turn into a seminar discussion. Second, it seems to be a pragmatically integral assumption of actual practice that the preacher believes that verbal exhortation, of the kind he is engaged in when preaching, can change both people's beliefs and their behavior. He does not think that preaching would change people's attitudes and beliefs. Why is he doing it? In the traditional, dominant Christian configuration, absolute moral truth stands on its own 2 feet, and presenting it in a clear and competent way will have a tendency to bring it about that people believe and act on it. If this does not happen, sither the presentation has not been competent or the audience is at fault. The failure of the audience to be persuaded is a form of resistance. The members of the audience then are perverse, benighted, backsliding, weak-willed, carnal, or what have you. Moralizing, then, is basically a set of views and attitudes about the importance, centrality, and efficacy of expressing judgments of morality. What, however, is this morality, or moral truth, which is the main content of preaching? The term morality and its associates are used in 2 distinct ways. First of all, recall that humans are capable of assessing or grading the objects in the world in a wide variety of different ways and of making a variety of different kinds of evaluative judgments. So we categorize apples as larger or smaller, more or less crisp in taste, green in color or red in color, or we can judge an international trade agreement meant to be more or less conducive to fostering further peaceful relations between the signatories, more or just by one or another conception of justice, more or less transparent in the operations it permits and prohibits, more or less likely to increase trade. We can sometimes give an abbreviated, cumulative judgment by describing them as better or worse. We do this overall assessment in a variety of different ways for different purposes. An apple good for cooking will not necessarily be good for eating. Good weather for the ducks or for the fields is not necessarily good weather for us if we are on holiday and looking to swim outdoors. Just as we can class books as good reads or bad reads, or the weather as good or bad, so we can classify humans, their intentions, or their characters, or their actions, or the habitual results of their actions. This is done relative to certain purposes of functions: a good military leader, a bad administrator, an indifferent negotiator. We can then abstract that form of classification from any highly specific form of function, and speak of a person as good, without adding any particular their qualification. We might say, a good egg. This means good, in general, that is, in a broad-gauged sense for a wide variety of the purposes for which we evaluate humans, whichever they may happen to be. So, morality may be used in an extremely broad and general way to refer to any even minimally organized and systematic way of evaluating or assessing individual people as good or bad, better or worse, on the understanding that that evaluation is taken to have the property of being a final or overall or definitive judgment. I merely note that the objects of moral evaluation are generally individual humans, and it will be an open question whether or not good and less good are used to refer to societies as a whole, social institutions, or political decisions or actions, in the same sense in which they are used to classify individual humans and their tions, intentions, and personality traits. Christians generally use the term morality not in the broad sense outlined above, but in a very much narrower sense. To say that a person is a good citizen or a good egg is not necessarily the same as saying he or she is a morally good person in the highly specific Christian sense of moral. Morality, that is, in the specific Christian sense, is not here a mere gesture at some vague distinction between good and bad, but has a much narrower and more specific meaning that is centered around a way of assigning value to individuals based on the quality of the exercise they make of their free will, where this exercise is construed on the model of a set of choices individuals make between the clear, but exhaustive, alternatives of good and evil. With this notion of morality and of a, specifically, moral, truth about the potential choice between that which is absolutely good and that which is absolutely evil, there comes a particular epistemology. Knowledge of the absolutely good and the absolutely evil must in some sense be potentially context-free and relatively easy to acquire. Of course, one can reject the good and choose evil, but the absoluteness of the good means that recognizing what it is, once it has been minimally pointed out, is not difficult. Featuring is not like learning to distinguish antecedently boys who will make good football players from those who will not, or a good scientific experiment from a poor one, or a good historical account of some series of events from a bad one. All of these require contextually based experience, perhaps complicated theoretical training, and nice judgment, but once you have understood what lying is, you know it is absolutely wrong, and will be wrong in a contexts, so you do not need to take account of the particular context. Judgment in any case is, in principle, simple, even a child can do it, and absolute. Furthermore, the moral knowledge which Christian preachers transmit is construed as in some sense, potentially, self-realizing. This does not mean that people always do what is good, but it does mean that the knowledge of good and evil in itself should be a sufficient motivation for acting so as to realize the good. To be more exact, traditional full-blown Christianity had a doctrine of divine grace to which appeal was made to explain human choice of the good. If you chose the good, it is because you have accepted or are ready to cooperate with divine grace, although the nature of this acceptance, and in general the relation between divine grace and human free will, was a sore spot and breeding ground for infectious and insalubrious theories for centuries. In any case, the story about divine grace and Haman free choice ended any interesting fair discussion of reasons why someone might have chosen the good. If, on the other hand, I choose evil, there was a similarly simple theological story about the sinfulness of the human will, original sin, and thus about intentional human resistance to the moral truth. Moralism, judgment, and explanation. Up to now I have spoken of moralism in practical contexts like those of preaching, namely, as an attitude which exhibits a particular optimism about the possible effects of enunciating moral truths of a certain kind. Now let me shift to the second aspect of moralism, not in an exhortatory but in a theoretical or explanatory context. We turn now from the preacher to the theoretician, trying to understand and explain what happens in the world. The first difficulty in applying the moralizing paradigm is that moralism is focused on individual decision-making, and it seems completely unclear how it can be used to understand and explain some large and important domains of politics, social action, and international relations, given that these are collective phenomena in sometimes highly institutional settings. Note, too, and this is a second difficulty, even if one does have something that can be made to seem like an individual decision, such as Saddam Hussein's decision to invade Kuwait, or to use chemical weapons against his own people, or Tony Blair's decision to invade Iraq, a moralizing approach will not be explanatorily useful and will not give one much real understanding. If the most important thing to say about Saddam's gassing of the Kurds is that his doing it was an evil act, that does not tell us much. Similarly, if Blair claims that the proper explanation for what he did was that, as he would put it, it was the right thing to do, as we might say it was an act of absolute goodness opposing absolute evil and thus self-transparent and self-motivating, even if you accept that it was a good thing to do, this is no explanation and gives no understanding. So moralism makes for a cognitively lazy approach to the world. Once you get the moral reading on some event, you have what is most important. The question of how they came to see what is good and what is evil is simple to answer, because this distinction is really elementary and drawing it context independent, so you do not need much further knowledge, and the question of why they acted as they did, doing good or evil, is also easy. If they did what was good, that was only what was to be expected, given that good is naturally attractive and, potentially, self-realizing, in that it requires no further external incentive to move someone to do it, although, depending on your theology, it may require God's grace, and if they did evil, that is just sinfulness, perversity. Just to draw out this point and make it unmistakable, if one thinks it is a difficult task requiring much cognitive effort, and therefore a potential object for study to understand why people thought it was good to do Z, that is, what factors made it possible for them to see that Z was a good thing to do, then one has already placed oneself outside the framework of moralism, and this is true even if one agrees that it was right to do Z. Similarly, if one thinks there are complex factors that explain why one did in fact act on Z, even after one saw that 4 was the moral thing to do, one has also already positioned oneself outside the paradigm of moralism. So, one initial expectation of realism is just that there is always a non-theological explanation for why people come to hold that X is the right thing to do. That is worth investigating and discovering, and further that there is always a non-theological explanation for why people do even what we or they take to be the morally right thing to do, and it is always worthwhile discovering this. If moralism is correctly understood in this way, it is easy to see that one can reject it most vigorously, without denying that some moral valuations might be true while others are false, without denying that moral predicaments play an important part in our lives and need to be taken seriously. Moralism in politics. Moralism then skews and biases the landscape in which real explanation has to take place and thus blocks understanding that might otherwise be accessible, and it short-circuits the political decision process. Thus, before the invasion of Iraq in 2003, a group of experts on the Middle East met with Tony Blair to urge caution because, as they told him, the situation in Iraq was very complex. Blair is said to have listened with evident lack of interest and increasing annoyance, and to have repeatedly interrupted the experts with the rhetorical question, "But Saddam is evil, isn't he?" This was obviously intended as a knockdown argument that would close discussion and also serve as an adequate justification for the policy of military intervention. This does not mean, of course, that the true explanation or a full understanding of Bayer's decision would run. He decided on this foolish and disastrous policy simply because he thought that Saddam was evil. The distinction made above between theoretical contexts in which one is looking for good explanations, and practical contexts, where one is concerned with justification of action, exhortation, and the like, is highly relevant here. Blair's assertion about Saddam belongs to the context of justifying action, and he thought he could use it effectively to close discussion and if not convince, at least disable his opponents. Moralistic forms of discourse were sufficiently well established in the society to permit him, correctly, to think he could appeal to them to silence critics. He might himself have believed some version of some of the things he said, but that is a separate point. Saying that the function of the assertion in this context is to put an end to further inquiry and putting an end to discussion is compatible with thinking that a full and correct explanation of what he did would require reference to all sorts of other factors. The very notion of a full explanation of a large-scale event like the invasion of Iraq might be problematic, and it might be better to work with a notion like an explanation adequate for the purposes at hand. This would make it clear that purposes at hand was an important variable that could not be simply factored out or ignored. Taking this into account, a contextually more adequate explanation would refer to geopolitical, structural, historical, conjunctural, strategic, and institutional factors, the presence of oil in Iraq, the history of UK and US relations with that country and the region, the powers and interests of the major actors, the institutional forms decision-making takes in the various state structures of the countries involved, and so on. Then within that framework one could move on trying to understand how the UK decision came about, and was implemented. In that process various decisions by Blair as Prime Minister would be seen to have played a role, and one could study as part of that process the factors that may have weighed in his decision. Some of these will have been considerations he consciously entertained and took account of. I do not myself think that I know exactly what those factors were, but I would submit that they were things such as an analysis of the configuration of power in the House of Commons, the certainty that the Conservative Party would support intervention and the correct calculation that the Labour Party would fail to mobilize itself against intervention, calculations about the expected electoral advantage to be gained from certain courses of action, the expected Baghdad bounce, a set of assumptions about the advisability of cultivating a positive, long-term relationship between the UK and the United States. Other factors may have been explanatorily relevant, but not because they were objects of his conscious attention. For instance, one might think that his desire to be in the spotlight was important for understanding what happened, because it meant that courses of action that would allow him to think he would be seen as central to what was happening would have special salience for him in making his decisions. He may have calculated that the Conservative Party could not resist a military adventure in the Near East, but it is unlikely that he saw down and consciously considered what he could do to put himself in the spotlight, or at any rate, he will November have considered this question in exactly these verses. Finally, part of the explanation of his decision might be this belief that Saddam Hussein was evil, and belief that that in itself was reason enough, or part of the explanation might be that he thought he could appeal to this moralistic attitude and use this vocabulary to make his point publicly in an easily comprehensible way and silence possible critics. The point here is not that Blair's moral pigment would be irrelevant in AFF contexts, or whether or not it is rhetorically effective. Blair's moral judgment might be all-important if one were to suppose pose that politics is essentially an eschatological exercise in the moral evaluation of leaders, but it presents itself as something more than that, namely, as a contribution to what most of the rest of the people who live in Britain take politics to be, the attempt to make for reasoned choice of policies based on as full an understanding of the existing situation as possible. It is not a useful contribution to that discussion, if only because IV actively devalues the pursuit of understanding, if that phrase is taken to refer to AVI non-moral aspect of a situation. Blair's moralizing vervention arbitrarily limited political vision and cut short inquiry in several respects. First of all, it actively derailed discussion of the real situation in LRAQ in all its complexity. Second, it diverted attention from, and was almost certainly intended to divert attention from, a discussion of what Blair's real motives would have been in adopting and pressing for a policy of military intervention. Finally, by focusing on the individual moral attributes of the leaders in question, the evil purportedly represented by Saddam Hussein and the moral rectitude purportedly exhibited by Blair, it strongly discouraged potential discussion of such further things as, for instance, the institutional arrangements and the international context that constrained British foreign policy science at that time. Bismarck gives a good instance of a position that is the opposite of moralization, which I have tentatively identified as realism. He replies in a letter, 1857, to a correspondent about policy toward France. I too accept as my own the principle that one must struggle against the revolution, but I do not think it possible to apply this principle in politics in such a way as to allow something which is only a potential further consequence one might draw from this principle, through an arbitrarily large number of further steps to override every other consideration. One should not, that is, allow this principle to constitute the only trump in the game, so that the weakest card of this suit simply trumps even the highest card of every other. Bismarck had his principles. One might argue about whether the principle he articulates here is a moral or a political principle, but I do not think that matters much. In any case, his political judgment here is contextual. Whether or not to act on the principle of opposing revolution, and if one is to act, how exactly, are matters that can be determined only in the concrete case, and one will get varying answers depending on the context in which the question is asked. If one takes this passage from Bismarck as the expression of an archetypically realist position, as Blair's reply to the experts was an archetypical expression of an anti-realist position, or what I have called moralism, then it seems clear that Bismarck at any rate sees no connection between rejecting moralism and rejecting the content of our post-Christian morality, although he does reject the absolutist framework within which this is usually presented. Bismarck, that is, can be construed as rejecting morality tout court only if one assumes that morality must be a set of absolute, contextless principles that automatically legitimate acting on them no matter what. I call this Plato's assumption. If morality is not absolute and contextless, it does not really exist. Why, however, should one assume this? Realism, relativity, and relativism. Realism can be said to have a negative and positive aspect. It is constituted by a rejection of moralism, that is, its negative aspect. Since moralism, as one have described it, is a complex conjunction of a number of positions, one can reject one component of it without necessarily rejecting the others. This will give rise to a spectrum of views, all of which have some claim to being called forms of realism. So to construe moralism as a narrow, if very powerful, sect, but realism is a very broad church indeed, encompassing a very wide swath of non-moralizing positions, i.e. do not at all think that even if realism was just an inherently critical or negative doctrine, this would be any serious objection to it, provided that the configuration of which it was critical was sufficiently well entrenched and sufficiently significant. Sewell, Carr does propose two positive view about the importance of couching satisfactory explanations in terms of powers and interests, and the practical analog would be advice in terms of powers and interests. The simplest formula one finds in Carr is that moral views and conceptions do not come from nowhere, but arise from specific constellations of powers and interests and always retain the property of being a reflection of such powers and interests. Even moral claims are to be analyzed in this way. You do not explain why X did Y by simply claiming that Y was rally the right thing to do, although you might explain why X did Y by showing that X feved Y to be morally right, and then explaining the origin of that belief in a nexus of powers and interests. The first thing to note here is that the term relativism can be used in two quite distinct ways. There is common or garden variety relativism, which is not in any way a toxic doctrine, but just a form of common sense. Reasonable answers to the question, should I take an umbrella, will depend on, that is, be relative to the present visible conditions, whether it is raining, looks menacing, or is set fair, and on the prognosis if any is available. This is what I have been calling contextualism. When philosophers and other theorists who stand under the influence of philosophers, however, use relativism as a term of opprobrium or abuse, they have in mind not this common-sense use of the term but a special philosophical sense. In cases of garden variety relativism, my contextualism, Lee can take away the appearance of some deep-seated relativity, and decontextualize the statement by simple rephrasing that gives it a categorical syntactic form. Thus instead of saying, whether or not you should take the umbrella depends on, that is relative to, the circumstances, I can bring the circumstances into the formula of what then will look like a categorical statement. In all cases categorically, take your umbrella when the weather is predicted to be rainy, otherwise not. Non-philosophers might suspect that this is some kind of trick. If such a simple device can work, there cannot have been much of a problem there to start with. I have great sympathy with this intuition that in the final accounting, the problem of relativism is a made-up one. Something, though, can be learned, I think, by seeing what is wrong with this simple maneuver. The sloughing off of the appearance of relativity depends on being able to locate the relative system in a wider system that is taken to be closed. To say that a system TS closed means to assert that nothing else outside it is relevant to judging it. What is and what is not relevant will depend on the purpose we have in making the judgment. Once you know that this action would be an instance of lying, the Kantian will claim, the situation can be considered a closed system. That is, this information in its CF is enough to allow you to make a definitive judgment about it. No further information, such as that the lie is told in order to save a human life, is relevant, and so using this maneuver allows one to preserve this misleading structure. The traditional view that goes back, at least to Plato, has it that if 9966 you cannot at least, in principle, resolve a relative or contextual statement into an absolute and categorical one, then the original statement could not be a reliable guide to action. So the existence of some final absolutist framework is necessary for there to be any form of valid knowledge or of practical orientation in life at all. This is what philosophers mean by relativism, and why they take it to be sure a danger. Relativism, for these philosophers, TS the denial that there is an absolute final framework for theoretical practical knowledge, the failure to provide such a framework, or simply agnosticism, the view that the existence of such a framework is an open question. They take such relativism to be tantamount to the undermining and destruction of all of our ability to orient ourselves in the world. Perhaps it would be a good thing for us to have such a final frame work into which all our contextually specific statements could he unequivocally slotted. Alro, if this very idea is incoherent, it would be neither a good nor a bad thing to lack such a framework, but to claim that the validity and usefulness of avi contextual claim depends on the existence of such a final framework seems to be a non sequitur. Suppose lamb in the desert and suffering from thirst. You tell me that if I go to my left 100 meters I shall find 2 liters of water. Does the usefulness and validity of this informa tion actually depend on your or my or anyone's ability to provide a categorical framework? I can go left even if cannot locate myself on any kind of Cartesian grid that would give me an absolute position. Similarly, even if now get the water and drink it, know that I shall get thirsty again tomorrow. The water's ability to quench my thirst is limited because there are only 2 liters. To say that this piece of advice or guidance is not real guidance because it is only relative to my situation is to miss the point, which is that, am in this situation and all end is guidance in it. Lf the guidance is sufficient. For thy context, one might think. It is sufficient, period. To say that this directive does not give me valid knowledge and an orientation at all is like saying that because 2 liters of water will not quench my thirst forever, it will not quench my thirst now. But unless one has a very peculiar and highly dubious quasi-religious view to the effect that when I seem to want a drink of water now, really want che waters of eternal life, or a kind of water that will not quench my thirst for 2 days but forever, this is utterly implausible, alchow. It has a kind of tempting plausibility that is especially important to resist. Plato's own example is that the pilot does not really have no edge or skill because although he can get me from one side of the river to the other, he does not know whether it's finally better for me to cross the river or not. But this is to make the same mistake of assuming that unless you have everything you might want, water that quenches thirst forever or knowledge both of how to cross the river and whether that would, in the final analysis, be good for you. You have nothing to fear the toxic effects of relativism. You need to make this implausible assumption. The traditional absolutist model of thinking about morality that is common to Plato, most forms of Christianity, and Kant is that we do not simply treat certain contexts as closed, or even that we are sometimes virtually forced to treat them as closed, but that their ally is a context, or a God's eye view as it comes to be in Christianity, in which or from which or for which everything sent is really closed. The realist denies that such a God's eye view, even if it exists, is accessible to us and fears for the consequences of pretending that it is. 2. Claim that morality is contextually embedded in configurations of power and interests, then this must imply some kind of toxic moral relativism, or even must imply that there can be no guidance for AC tion at all, is to make a highly controversial theoretical claim. This claim would seem plausible only if one also thought that there was no way to evaluate complexes of powers and interests apart from reference to some absolute standards of the Platonic kind. How inherently plausible is that? After all, it is a restatement of Plato's claim, rather than a defense of it, and to appeal to it in the context of a discussion about contextualism would seem to be a case of petitio principiale, utopianism and the impossible. One might say in conclusion that the concept of realism, which I have been discussing in this chapter, deviates rather noticeably from one of the things people sometimes mean by realism. When the students of Paris in 1968 wrote on the walls, "Soyez realiste," Mandes l'impossible degree. This slogan got its point from the assumption that there is an apparent or prima facie contradiction between the first demand and the second, which the person who invented the slogan and who stenciled it on the wall recognizes, but is exhorting the reader to struggle to overcome. The assumption that being realistic means not asking for what is impossible. This is a position, like the one Carr suggests when he contrasts realism with utopianism. The utopian asks for that which is impossible. Realism, as the theoretical position I favor, and being realistic, in the sense in which this expression is being used above, are two different things. The second is not a theoretical position, but a policy, attitude, or disposition to behave in a certain way. The realist is someone who denies that a certain kind of morality has a special status. The person who is realistic accepts the existing framework for defining what is possible and impossible, and tries to cut his desires to fit the cloth that his particular society has made available. Rejection of the special status of morality, however, is a theoretical position which is compatible with being realistic or unrealistic in one's particular demands. Indeed, on some accounts one might think that theoretical realism should start with a recognition that the process by which a society sorts certain potential courses of action and certain outcomes in two groups, possible and impossible, is itself highly variable, and that it to some extent always reflects the given distribution of powers and interests. The distinction between what is possible and what is impossible is itself in most political contexts to some extent a social construct. A realist who understands this will refuse to take this distinction as it is socially defined at any given moment to be the foul and unquestioned framework for thought or action. When we are told that it is pointless to strive for what is impossible, this is often associated with the assumption that impossible is used here in something like the sense in which we speak of physical impossibility, that is, something that is incompatible with basic laws of physics, or rather with our everyday conceptions of how the physics of large-scale objects in our world operates, namely, according to strictly exceptionless laws. So, a body cannot really be in two places at once, might be one such law. Most of the things we call impossible in politics do not have a standing that is anything like that. They are context-dependent in at least two senses. First of all, the sorts of things we say are possible or impossible are generally things that depend on laws that are themselves descriptions of the ways in which highly changeable social configurations operate. Thus, in the modern world, many people have tried to claim that it is a law that democracies do not go to war with each other, so trying to get Ireland to go to war with Iceland over any issue or sequence of issues is out of the question. Regardless of the plausibility of this particular example, the purported general law would not seem to be of much use until one gave some further content to the concept of democracy, and that means providing much more information about the concrete context. The second kind of context dependence results from the fact that in politics most of the discussion about what is practically possible or impossible partly depends on what price the people involved are and will continue to be willing to pay to attain various ends, and this is a variable. What counts as possible is defined by society, and what society means in the relevant sense is also something that must be contextually determined. Sometimes it can mean a local community, sometimes a large institutionally structured sector, sometimes something like a nation or nation-state, and sometimes one or another of the systems of states that have existed from time to time. Here, too, choosing the right context is of great importance, and there are probably no hard and fast rules that will remove from us the need to exercise our judgment. While we must take this construct, the socially impossible, in Some sense is given in that we must recognize it and start from it. We can learn to treat it as a construct, not as a simple fact of nature. And we need not limit ourselves aspirationally to what it prescribes. After all, in the human world much of what we might desire is not antecedently given as possible or impossible. Many options are not available until someone has made a play for them, perhaps an unconditioned and cognitively thinly grounded play. Wishing does not make things so, but there are things that can become possible only if enough people want them, and pursue them, in the right way, and that otherwise are impossible. This set of facts about the human situation is the continuing soil in which utopianism rightly flourishes. Carr tends to assume, and I think this is an assumption that has often been made, that utopianism must be absolutist, in the sense that the values that are instantiated in a utopian society are held to have a status like that of the traditional Christian, Platonic, or Kantian moral values, and there are plenty of examples of this. Certainly, in their descriptions of the ideal societies, Plato himself and Thomas More do seem to be appealing to what they take to be absolute values. Carr himself, after all, had written a book on Dostoevsky, whom he interpreted as a utopian author. However, there are also instances of utopianism that do not seem obviously to have this structure, such as the description of the Abbey of Thelema in Rabelais. In any case unclear why the attempt to demand what is impossible under the circumstances in which we joppen to tind ourselves need imply any kind of context-free absolutism. It is impossible to provide all the members of our population with adequate medical care because of certain existing social institutions. I can demand the impossible healthcare for all, without being committed to the view that health care has any kind of absolute, categorical, or transcendental value. I just think it, on balance and in the situation that now exists, more important than the maintenance of the social institutions which now make its universal provision impossible. Why did Carr identify utopianism as the thing with which realism was to be contrasted, rather than, as wish to claim, seeing that the appropriate contrasting configuration is what I call more-alism? I suspect that he was influenced by Marx's criticism of utopian thinking. There are any number of different ways in which a particular utopian project can be criticized. L can say that even as explicitly presented, the utopian society or state of affairs is not really attractive, or that although the way it is presented makes it seem attractive, it would have other consequences that are not mentioned, but are inevitable, and that would make it on the whole significantly less attractive than it initially seems to be. I can also criticize utopian constructions to the extent to which assume they must be ages of closed societies that are construed to be perfect and thus immune to further historical change. I might, in contrast to this, think that any such thing as the human good has no possible closed and perfect realization, that the human good is something historically open and always developing. By far, though, the most usual criticism concerns the lack of specification of any mechanism for attaining the utopia starting from where we are, from our present. The main focus of Marx's objection to utopianism is on this final point. The utopians thought that presenting their suggestions and showing why they were attractive was enough. But to think that presenting a state of affairs as attractive is enough in politics means tacitly to make a very substantial farther assumption, namely, that it is enough for a certain state of affairs to be seen to be good, for people to aspire to realize it, and then that this was enough to expect that it would eventually be realized. This, though, looks very much like one of the basic structures I analyzed earlier in this chapter when discussing moralism. It looks, that is, as if the utopian thinks his or her utopia is, to some extent, self-realizing, just as the moralist thinks that showing that something is morally right or wrong is self-motivating. It is enough to point out clearly what the morally right thing to do is. Further thought about why and how one then does the right thing is not terribly important, although Marx's criticism of what he calls utopianism is focused on the lack of specification of a mechanism for realizing the utopian state. There is a further strand in his work that would cause him also to object to another aspect of one kind of utopianism. This is the utopian idea that the human good could potentially be exhaustively embodied in any kind of steady state or closed and perfect social form. Many utopian thinkers have subscribed to this done and dusted ideal of a perfect society not subject to further change, and we are familiar with the criticisms of this by thinkers who point to the potentially totalitarian uses to which such utopian conceptions can be put. However, not all utopians were committed to some positive image of unchanging perfection. Thus, for instance, Gustav Landauer construed the task of utopian speculation as mot de construct of the image of a possible perfect world, but as a focused study of those human desires and needs that continue to torment us, but are incapable of being satisfied under present social circumstances. These desires, needs, and aspirations are not absolute, but historically constituted and changing, and so this view is perfectly compatible with the idea that there can be no complete and final state of absolute perfect in which any change could only be a falling off from the ideal. For a variety of reasons, low-level and relatively unsophisticated, simple empirical methods will not be sufficient for studying impossible aspirations and needs. You cannot perhaps directly observe them or read them off from responses to questionnaires, rather determining what they are and how in changed circumstances it might become possible to satisfy them will require using a variety of interpretative techniques and perhaps a complex theoretical apparatus of assumptions. It is probably also the case that making any headway in coming to see what these desires are will require a form of experimentation that will have a rather different relation to political action than that envisaged in simpler kinds of social inquiry. That need not imply that there is nothing cognitive about the Adern PTS to discover what these unsatisfiable, utopian needs and desires are. There is no reason to assume that we can find and circumscribe a definitive set of them that we can satisfy once and for all in an ideal state. We may rather assume that they change over time. And trying to find and satisfy them is a historically open-ended task. Degree. For a number of reasons, it seems a good idea to shift the focus of utopian thinking from images of purported future unchanging perfection to a more historically informed analysis of existing, but changing, dissatisfactions and needs, and possible, contextually and historically specific, ways of satisfying them. Utopianism is used in, at least, two ways, with reference to content, and with reference to form. The content-based usage refers to the fact that the utopian project is outside the bounds of what is conventionally thought to be politically or morally possible, or that it focuses on human needs and desires that cannot be satisfied in the basic structure of society as it now exists. The more form-based use describes utopian thinking as presenting the advantages of a final state to be attained without giving an account of how we are to get there. It is this second form-based usage that brings utopianism close to moralism as I have described it, and that is the main object of Mary's criticism. Note that Marx's own suggestions come close to having a utopian content if you think that he focused on desires gore a decent life on the part of the proletariat chat were, he thought, possible to satisfy under the then prevailing socio-economic conditions. This distinction between utopianism with regard to content and with regard to form is not the same as the other important distinction between the Platonic variant of utopianism, realization of absolute values in an ideally unchanging, and Landauer-style utopianism, focused on articulating deeply rooted, but historically constituted, human desires and aspirations that are in fact impossible of realization in current society, with no commitment to any kind of closure. While my main aim is to defend realism, an aspiration to the impossible, and the conjunction of the two, I wish to propose that the distinction between Plato and Landauer may throw some light on things Carr says that might otherwise seem peculiar. Carr sometimes seems to think of realism and utopianism as opposite and incompatible ****, as if one had to choose between the two, but sometimes as if they were opposite but complementary, so that it was not only possible but desirable to combine the two. I suggest that this is a result of a slight shift between two senses of utopianism. Or, perhaps one might prefer to say, two different major accents one can place differentially on different parts of the utopian tradition. The utopianism that is incompatible with realism is Plato's absolutist version, and, I have already suggested, what is wrong with this is its commitment to something structurally very similar to what I called moralism. The utopianism that should be a part of a sensible realist project is one of wishful vision, registered, rather than wish dreams, judgment and the importance of context. Realism then is about the importance and centrality to politics of a form of judgment that is context-dependent, although not relativistic in the traditional philosopher's sense. Avoiding moralism is perfectly compatible with making evaluations of a more contextually-specific kind. In fact, international relations cannot be any more value-free than most other parts of the human sciences, but it can be, as Nietzsche puts it, Moralinfrei, tree of that highly idealized, colorless, odorless value of pure morality, surprised by traditional philosophers. The moralist wishes to construe politics as basically a way of taking a rather primitive and limited absolutist scheme for judging the morality of individual actions and applying this scheme to complex social phenomena. The realist rejects this, partly because of the various important differences that exist between individual moments and social institutions. Politics is not applied individual morality, although there is a politics of individual moral behavior and judgment. One misses something in Carr if one does not see that he himself had some strongly held value judgments, and consistency with Biss' own theoretical reflections in no way required him to deny this. He did think, I assume, that these views were not absolute but were founded in hard empirical study and the exercise of context-dependent judgments. He also perhaps had a disinclination to trumpet them magisterially in what he thought were inappropriate contexts, such as that in which his primary task was to understand as clearly as possible what had happened in history and politics. To say that moral systems arise from and have to be understood in the context of conjunctions of power and interests is not to say that local might is always right, and what we mean by local is capable of indefinite extension. To say it is capable of indefinite extension is not to say that it is capable of arbitrary or infinite extension, or that the case of its extension, of how far it can appropriately be extended, is rationally unanswerable. It is pust that there will be different answers, depending on the context in question, and that one cannot antly say what the reasonable limits will be. So Carr's realism there condemns him to silence when the practical question, what is to be done, is asked, nor does it force him, even tacitly, to endorse the status quo or prevent him from speaking the truth to local power. He thought the Treaty of Versailles was a very bad idea, although the Allies did have the power to impose it. They had the might, if one wanes to put it that way, and expressed his opposition unmistakably enough. it is important to get as clear an account as one cart of the grounds and reasons for his opposition to the treaty, but the idea that these will fall out into neat, separate boxes, labeled moral reasons and non-moral reasons, or into a set of pigeonholes labeled 3366, moral reasons, political reasons, other reasons, is highly plausible, and the insistence that they must conform to one or another of such system of categories is a sign of an obstinate temperament, not of special insight or a particularly high level of human, moral or political development. Judgment has to be more flexible than this. Systems of categories are invented for a variety of different reasons, and it is unlikely that the categories in any system, apart perhaps from mathematical ones, will be absolutely clearly definable, or that the system will be able to accommodate neatly everything in a changeable human world. Judgment requires us not merely to use given categories but to modify and amend them as circumstances change, as they are doing continually, and that the categories themselves are subject to historical change is an insight that is one of Hegel's abiding contributions to our understanding of politics, society, and history. Anyone who studies Carr's life carefully will see that it conformed to this pattern of engaged, theoretically reflective commitment that was no respecter of persons or institutions. Such a commitment, which should be considered an integral part of the wider realist project, can still serve as a model to us all. The rejection of the narrow sect of moralism in favor of one of the many variants within the broad church of realism will not, of course, in itself ensure that the political judgments any one person or group of people makes at any given time will be wise, humane, and enlightened. Indeed, it will not even guarantee that judgment will be careful, informed, and well-grounded, and how could it? The fact that realism does not offer a simple formula or recipe for success, and the fact that it is not and is not intended to be a panacea are both strengths of it as an approach rather than weaknesses. Part of the point is precisely that judgment is a kind of contextual activity for which any such guarantees are lacking, and that nothing is gained by pretending they could exist when they patently do not. So I would like to leave you with 3 thoughts. First of all, 1 can make evaluative judgments, even if one wishes to use this terminology, moral or ethical judgments, without engaging in what I have called moralism. Second, realism is not incompatible with all forms of utopianism. In particular, it is difficult, but not obviously impossible, to envisage a realistic engagement with forms of human desire that cannot be satisfied by present society. Finally, human judgment is context-dependent, and thus, if one wishes to call it that, relative, but from that it does not follow that it has the toxic form of the philosopher's bet nor relativism. 3. Chaos and Ethics. T. Wolpe liked to start by describing a deeply rooted human dream or aspiration that lies, behind much traditional philosophizing. We find ourselves as human beings in an uncertain, potentially dangerous, and confusing world. Even in the highly regulated and artificial environments provided by modern urban spaces, we do not know what to expect around the next corner, and are often surprised in ways that are potentially unpleasant. So it is perfectly comprehensible that we would like to find some means of reducing unpleasant surprises, and some way of dealing with those that remain. Some way, in short, of attaining peace, tranquillité, compo, sure, placidity, and quietude in a world that does not seem set up to foster, or even permit, these attitudes. This is a recurrent human ambition. A first question arises because we in the above statements can be read in 2 distinct ways. In the first way, we refers singulatum to each individual in some notional group. We need water means T need water, you need water, he needs water, and the same is true of each member of the group to whom the we refers. A second way of reading we takes it to apply cunctio, that is, to a collective subject of some kind. We won the election does not mean in a sense that is at all parallel to the first case. I won the election, you won the election, he won the election, and the same is true of each of the members of the group to whom we refers, just as we, the members of this orchestra, make a better overall sound than they, the members of that orchestra, do, does not mean I make a better sound. You make a better sound, he makes a better sound, and so on. Or we, the members of this collective, owe them, the members of that collective £100,000, does not mean I owe them £100,000, you owe them £100,000, and so on. If we each need water, I can in principle get it without your also getting it, whereas if we win in a collective enterprise as a kind of team, group, or collective subject, I cannot be part of a winning configuration without it also being the case that you are part of that winning configuration. The use of we cunctum is characteristic of politics, we singulatum of ethics. The exact understanding of each and the relation between them is unclear and highly controversial. Much of human life can be seen as devoted to a kind of compulsive ordering activity that is our response to the perceived conjunction of disorder, surprise, and danger in our world. Order, we assume, will make it easier to orient ourselves and cope with the world and will thus contribute to allow us to attain the peace and tranquility which we seek. Since human life is constituted by an almost inextricable complex of collective and individual projects, and disorder threatens both kinds of undertaking, it is not surprising that there is an important place both for the we cunctum and the we singulatum. The terms I have used in describing this human aspiration, knowing how to deal with, cope with, orient one self, and so on, are both vague and ambiguous, and, as we shall, I hope, see, a certain amount of enlightenment can be generated simply by coming to a clearer and fuller understanding of the various different things they can mean. In the 1920s, John Dewey suggested that the various ways in which we attempt to cope with the uncertainties of our environment can be construed as lying on a spectrum between two poles. At the one end are the arts of control, that is, we have collectively developed the various techniques for changing our surroundings so as to make them more predictable, less threatening, and more conformable to our interests and preferences. Dewey thinks that the modern natural sciences are archetypical arts of control, but it seems to me to make sense to include in this group not just rules and principles for acting vis-a-vis nature, but also ways for controlling our modes of acting with each other, and to some extent also with ourselves. What to do when faced not with rising water but with aggressive neighbors, unruly children, depressed partners, the need for a cellist to play a string quartet, or when each of us tries to deal with his or her own apathy, deviant impulses, unwanted obsessions, failures, or unwelcome successes. A society, that is to say, can be seen as a kind of we that does various things such as organizing production and controlling nature, but also setting up rules for interaction among its members. Also, societies have codes referring to who can eat what with whom, who can sleep with whom, how people are to greet each other, how much and what kind of help these in need can expect. You can see the sets of such codes in any society as a way in which the we constituted by the members of that society are trying to introduce some regularity into the world by making their interactions with each other more predictable. These include things like rules of politeness. If fam invited to meet you for dinner, let you know whether or not accept the invitation, and I also make some attern pt to arrive on time, though what counts as on time will vary in different places, and how important following this rule is will also vary. As Trotsky pointed out, some of these rules will be highly partic Alar and variabi. Not all societies hold that one ought not to hear, one ought not to kill other nmmons. The ancient Greek notoriously admired skillful liars like Odysseus and his grandfather, and a duty to blood vengeance is still recognized in many places. Even when some of these rules are capable of being given a form that looks universal, this appearance may be attained only at the price of depleting them of so much of their specific content that they will have exceedingly limited value as potential guides to action. Thou shalt not kill may look universal, but in fact it becomes a real guide for action only if one also formulates the tacit addenda that accompany it, and these will be very different in different societies, in same AC. Tion in a just war or as part of a legally mandated execution does not count as killing, in the relevant sense, in many societies wide discretion is allowed in cases of visible and immediate emergency. Societies differ in their views about the relation between killing and letting die, and so on. Anthropological studies are full of discussions of situations in various societies in which, for instance, the rule about trying to tell the truth conflicts with a rule never to tell a person directly something unpleasant. Social rules may be seen as ways of introducing order, but they will not help me as an individual to attain tranquility unless I have mastered them. Otherwise they may actually contribute to my uncertainty. If I am invited to dinner, I will not wish to come at an unintended or inconvenient hour, so we may regulate that by having the host specifically name an hour, for example, 8 p.m. This rule is presumably intended to contribute to preventing misunderstanding, embarrassment, and confusion. However, the existence of this rule can make that contribution only if I know 8 p.m. means 8 p.m., as it does in some places, 8:10 p.m., as it does in other places, anytime between 8:05 and 8:20 p.m., as it does in yet others, anytime between 7:55 and 8:15, as it does in yet others. If this convention is not clear, and not mastered, by both the host and guest, the existence of the rule instead of contributing to reducing unexpected surprises, making social interaction more predictable and reducing fear, can have the opposite effect. That, then, is one end of Dewey's spectrum, the end in which we try to mold our world, control it, or at least predict what will happen, so as actively to prepare what measures to take. At the other end of the spectrum, there are systematic ways of coming to terms with our world that consist not of trying to change it, but of learning to conform ourselves, our desires, and our expectations to the way things are, that is, learning to accept what is unavoidable, and tolerate pain and uncertainty. Traditionally it has been one of the tasks of religions to preach this kind of acceptance. Dewey also thought that for most of human history it made sense to give priority to learning to tolerate what is disturbing, but that with the growth of modern science, the arts of control have come to loom larger in our lives. Since control and acceptance represent extreme poles, most of our efforts to deal with the world will lie between these extremes or represent a kind of mixture with elements of both approaches. The situation is made more complicated by the fact that the mix of control and acceptance must be attained in concrete cases by individuals who are acting either on their own or as parts of a number of different groups and groups who are composed of different, sometimes overlapping, sometimes mutually exclusive groups. Which groups are the relevant ones to pick are? Who are the relevant we? And is the we who try to control and or try to accept the disorder of the world to be taken single latens or cunctum? To illustrate the mixture of control and acceptance, consider a case that is clearly one of an individual, not a group, trying to learn to deal with or cope with a confusing and potentially unpleasant world. Freud famously says that the point of psychoanalysis is not to allow us to attain happiness, which is an inherently unattainable goal, but merely to help the patient overcome neurotic conflicts and come to be able to face the true misery and horror of normal human existence. Freud's statement is in two parts. The first, to help the patient overcome neurotic conflicts, seems to refer to something like a program of control, and Freud certainly took his psychoanalysis to be a scientific, or at any rate a wissenschaftlich, project, although the control, which the analyst and patient jointly learn to exercise, is in its internal structure perhaps very different from the control an engineer has over a natural process. The second phrase in Freud's formulation of the goal of psychoanalysis, about facing the misery of life, presumably means something like helping the patient learn how to tolerate the necessary remaining insecurity, pain, and disappointment. This second part, then, seems to be closer to an art of acceptance. The full program would seem to be, then, control what we can, learn to bear what we must. As our control increases, we shall have less uncertainty to bear and so come closer to composure and tranquility. That seems commonsensical enough, provided, of course, that our actual state of distress at the unpredictability of the world automatically decreased with our increasing control over natural processes. There seems reason, however, to doubt that this is universally the case. What if the human condition is more like that of the princess and the pea? The thicker the mattress, the more irritating the remaining pea-size irregularity in the surface? In any given case, then, should we, or one, try to control our, or my, environment, and if so how and to what extent, or should we, or should I, try to accept it? How is one to know which to do? Can this be decided case by case, or is a general policy needed? Might we need, not merely a general policy, which is something that could be adapted, modified, or even given up over time, but a set of once and for all fixed life plans to give us guidance? Where, however, could we get guidance for life? There have been a number of different ways of trying to answer this question, and I will mention just a few of the historically more important answers. First of all, we can try to get guidance from appeals to existing, or invented, custom, tradition. Or we can try simply to follow what the local authorities, political, legal, religious, tell us to do. Finally, we can have recourse to a variety of what are sometimes called charismatic sources. These may include forms of faith or inspiration, or what philosophers sometimes call intuitions, or the attempt to follow the example of particular people who have no formal standing, but whose action is considered paradigmatic. There are difficulties with each of these forms of orientation. Traditions and customs are usually too indeterminate to give guidance in unpredictable situations. Local authorities are potentially too arbitrary and may be idiosyncratic, and charismatic sources are too contradictory. These deficiencies are too well known to require detailed review. Most philosophers have tried to elaborate what they take to be a more reliable way of obtaining guidance for life than any of the ones just mentioned. They did this through appeal to reason, that is, to some kind of ratiocination, discursive argument, or rational inquiry. Originally, reason seems to have been a method, a form of organized and self-reflective public discussion of the kind one finds in Plato's dialogues. It then gradually developed into the internalized analog of this discussion that could take place as a psychological process in the mind of an individual. The question is whether such ratiocination is even a single unified thing, whether there is actu ally anything one could call a single method here, or whether it does not on closer inspection dissolve into a mere collection of diverse and rather ad hoc techniques and procedures. It is certainly unclear whether it constitutes a single method that could be formulated definitively once and for all. In addition, even assuming it is some one coherent, specifiable thing, why assume, as most traditional philosophers did, that reasoning can be completely freestanding or autonomous, that is, that it follows only its own rules, or even gives itself its own reals? Perhaps it eventually needs to appeal in a substantive way to observation about the way the world is, to tradition, or to one or another of the charismatic sources of authority mentioned above. Finally, one can wonder whether rational discussion will ever actually result in any determinate outcome, rather than simply running on forever, or as many of the early Platonic dialogues do, ending in even more helpless confusion than one started with. The search of the historical Socrates was open-ended, but the traditional ethics that started with Plato's development of Socratic themes ideally took the form, not so enrich of a method but of what I shall call a doctrine, that is, an elaborate, interconnected set of theoretical propositions that was supposed to give one complete guidance for action, and that was legitimized by virtue of being the uniquely specified outcome of a correctly conducted process of ratiocination. To put that another way, traditional ethics holds that the world has a discernible structure, there is a way in which it predictably is, Ivis not chaos. It further assumes that if we discuss or reflect rationally on how we should act in view of the way the world is, the result will be a doctrine, a kind of ethical knowledge that can be for RMNU-lated in a set of interconnected propositions, and that will be a guide to appropriate action in the world. The knowledge, which traditional forms of ethics claim to provide, since it is supposed to be a form of true knowledge, is also supposed to have the property of being certain. The final purported upshot of all of this is that we have no real reason to fear the unpredictability of the world. That is in some deep sense a mere illusion, and our ethical doctrine, Itis claimed, will always enable us to cope while remaining unperturbed. Traditional ethics in this form would be the realization of the Platonist's dream. We can know the good through rational investigation and formulate the results of these investigations in a definitive doctrine. Anyone who knows this doctrine will always know how to act and will have no reason to lose composure. Originally, in the work of Plato and Aristotle, ethics, theory about the good life for each individual, was developed in tandem with politics, the theory of the good life for social groups. However, by the latest in the Hellenistic period this connection tended to be broken, and ethics tended increasingly to establish itself independently as a theory of how individuals should act, and the focus on individual action came even to be projected back onto earlier figures. Christianity helped to break the connection of individual ethics with politics. If the world was about to end anyway, as most early Christians firmly believed, what was the point of politics? If one follows for the sake of discussion this development of a free-standing ethics as theory of the good life for us, ingulatum, that is, for each of us considered individually, it comes to be basically a view about how J can cope. Being able to cope does not mean that the world is fully amenable to my will to think that TS to be seriously deluded, but it does require that there be at least a minimal degree of predictability. If the point of the whole exercise is to put me in a position to manage my fear of uncertainty by making me able to know in every situation what to do, then an ethical doctrine will be doing its job only if it can convincingly demonstrate to me that acting on it will at least not lead me into visible catastrophe. An ethical doctrine will need then to rest very firmly on assumptions about how the world TS constituted. There is, to be sure, one highly popular version of an ethical doctrine that does depend very obviously on a set of assumptions about the way the world is constituted, although it does depend very heavily on a full set of assumptions about rationality and its motivational power. Kant thought that because you could not know everything about the world, there was no divine viewpoint, you could not ever know what the final consequences of your action would be. The only way to get the certainty we crave in ethics, he argued, is by adopting a form of ethics that detaches it completely from what actually happens. In fact, Kant not only thinks that we cannot know everything, he thinks we cannot know, in the strict sense of know anything about the relation of our own decisions to what happens in the world. I have no secure knowledge that when I decide to raise my hand will rise. This does not just mean, trivially, that I may find that I lack the power to make my hand rise, or that my action has unintended consequences at a great causal distance. Rather, it means that I may decide to raise my hand and that decision may have a perfectly random immediate effect, that is, some thing that seems completely unconnected with my decision may. Oh sure, my deciding to raise my hand, for instance, may cause an increase in sunspots, or a decrease in the number of fleas on dogs in Budapest. But for Kant this is not supposed to matter, because the actual effects of my action are for him completely irrelevant to its status. In fact, even the intended effects of every decision I might make to act are beside the point. So it is true to say that the Kantian doctrine, that is a rationally based mechanism for always getting a decision about what to do. However, he or she pays a high price for this, the complete detachment of his or her mechanism of decision from what will actually happen. What I originally wanted, though, was freedom from fear about what will happen. At this point, Kant moves his ethics very much in the direction of the arts of acceptance. He offers the agent not guidance for action but what he himself calls consolation. The consolation is supposed to reside in the fact that I can derive an enhanced sense of self from the fact that I have done my duty. This is supposed to serve as a replacement for my desire not to be unpleasantly surprised by the world and the randomness of the distribution of pleasure and pain in human life. Plato's Socrates, a model of philosophical honesty, admits that he cannot prove one of the propositions that formulate what ultimately motivates him. He is driven on, he says repeatedly, by the hope that no evil can befall a good man, and that means a man we knows and acts on the correct ethical doctrine. Anything like traditional ethics seems to rest on such a hope that the world is structured so as to be amenable to our rationality, and thus that acting on our rational doctrine will not lead us anywhere genuinely dangerous or fearsome. This hope might in the short run be self-validating. To hold on to the hope firmly enough, that will perhaps calm my fears. However, this is a trick, and it shares the property of all such errors that they work only if you do not see through them, and this one is particularly easy to see through. To put it slightly differently, if Plato's Socrates tells us to question every being and look for the final reasons one could give for any belief or any action, he cannot expect his own hope to escape that scrutiny, and any kind of at all close scrutiny will reveal that its calming effect is based on a violation of the basic Socratic demand that one clearly know oneself and what one is doing. Any post-Socratic should be able easily to diagnose simple forms of self-validating beliefs and should be intensely suspicious of them. Platonists have one further card up their very ample sleeves. I spoke above of their dream of a form of ethical knowledge that would be certain and universally orienting. Now one must add to their arsenal of arguments what I will call the Platonists' blackmail. If you do not have a guide to action that is absolute certain and absolute universal, you have nothing at all. If you do not have Platonic style ethical knowledge, you have no alternative but to live at random, meaning doing whatever you please, pursuing what happens to seem best at the time, and following your momentary impulse, without trying to make systematic sense of the world at all. If this were the case, Plato's dream would not merely be a hope, but it would be, as it were, the only hope we could have. That still would not demonstrate that an ethical doctrine is possible, but it would present us with a clear alternative, either Plato or chaos. I need not expatiate at any great length about the obvious authoritarian overtones of this. Why should Plato think that this is the choice? His own example is that of a person trying to cross a body of water. How ought I to proceed? I might think that I can orient myself by asking a pilot. The pilot does have the knowledge and skill to get me safely from one side of the river to the other. Plato, however, denies that this means that the pilot can give me proper guidance for action in the sense in which I am looking for guidance, and the reason, he claims, is that the pilot does not know whether it is better for me to cross the river or not. Suppose, however, I am looking for my cat and you tell me you saw her go upstairs half an hour ago. Is this information completely useless because it is not absolutely certain and because it refers only to my present situation, and does not give me universal orientation? To say that this piece of advice or guidance is not real guidance because it is relative only to my situation is to miss the point, which is that am 7 meters this situation and all I need is guidance in it. If the guidance is sufficient for my context, one might think it is sufficient, period. To say that this directive does not give me valid knowledge and an orientation at A, is like saying that because the cat is not always WP stairs, sometimes she is in the garden, your observation of her going upstairs half an hour ago is useless as a guide. 66 To action. If I act on this observation, though I'm not acting at random, there is, suggest, no reason to assume that orientation in life or guidance need necessarily mean having a single systematic theory that provides us, either individually or collectively, with a toin way of proceeding in A situations. Even if such a theory is unavailable to us, or even incoherent, we need not live at random, and there is no reason to believe that observation, theorization, and rational argumentation may not well satisfy our need for orientation, especially if this need is construed as something that arises piecemeal and thus can be adequately satisfied in case in its given context. Traditional, post-Hellenistic ethics try to put together three things that simply will not fic. First, the idea of having a guide to acting in all possible situations. Second, the idea of compiete and outgoing rationality. And third, the idea of the rational calming of the anxiety of existence in a chaotic world. It is not difficult to jeer the first and third of these 7 meters isolation. All you really want is a universal guide to action, then just adopt one and stick to it. Become a Kantian or utilitarian, a Mormon or a libertarian, dig in your heels, be bloody-minded, and do not let yourself be talked out of your chosen position by even the most convincing arguments. Similarly, it is also not difficult to get a calming of the feelings of anxiety and fear of the unknown and the unpredictable. Alcohol used to be used here, but modern pharmacology has given us even more effective forms of sedation that will generally do the trick. But philosophical ethics was not supposed to be a sedative or a form of obsessive clinging to a pre-given set of formulae. The further and the more consistently, though, that one follows the call of rationality, the less it will give one reason to think it can in itself provide satisfaction of our need for composure in the face of uncertainty. The philosopher Antisthenes is reported to have said that virtue was sufficient for happiness, provided one added to it, en pudicitate, the strength of Socrates. Interpreting this wildly, one might take this as saying that ethical inquiry could yield an appropriate tranquility, but not by itself alone, only if you had the strength of Socrates, something that unfortunately, not everyone has and that cannot be attained by ratiocination alone. I started this by saying that I would discuss a dream or aspiration. But now I must revise that and admit that there are at least 4 different versions of that dream. First is a fantasy of omnipotence or complete control over the external world, of being able to bend it fully to our own will and interests. In its most extreme form, this is a pathological God fantasy, but one can also see it at work residually, even in relatively sophisticated philosophical positions like certain forms of positivism. The second dream is that of complete and utter acceptance of what is, which, in the paradoxical way of such things, often seems to turn into its opposite, the nirvana promised by Bud. Dhism, which is a full acceptance of everything, is not a form of human life but a state of non-being. A third dream that obsesses humanity is that of a completely well-oiled society, or rather a society so without inherent friction that it needs no oil, in which the social rules would cover everything and work without conflict. Everyone would know their place and act as prescribed, so that serious individual initiative would have no place. In this dream world, anything like ethical thought would be superfluous. The fourth dream is only slightly less fantastic. It is the illusion that any human could come to have a rationally well-grounded, fully fledged ethical doctrine in the traditional sense, that is, one that will give universal guidance for action and guarantee tranquility of soul. None of these dreams is realizable, but that does not mean there is no place for ethical inquiry in human life, only that ethical doctrines, in the sense I have defined, must be treated with extreme caution and not taken on the terms they prescribe for themselves, as absolutes. Now you might all be disappointed by the results of this set of comments, because you might feel that the results are wholly negative. Understand this reaction, but I do not actually share it, because I think that getting rid of pernicious illusions is not nothing, and also that it is particularly important in the world we live in to resist the pressure simply to sign up to one or another of the prefabricated views on offer, just because one had, it was claimed, to subscribe to some global view. Humans have some powers of suspension of commitment, and these are not always to be despised. Finally, then, would like to leave you with 3 thoughts. First, there is no such thing as a doctrine of ethics in the sense traditional philosophers thought there could be, something like a theory or a structured method for telling you authoritatively what to do in most circumstances. Second, one should resist Plato's blackmail, the idea that if you do not have such a doctrine, you can have no orientation in life at all. You are forced to act simply on impulse, and the use of intelligence is pointless. Third, if you still feel what you take to be a deep-seated desire or even a need for a traditional style ethical doctrine, ask yourself why. That is, ask yourself what the origin of this perceived desire is and why you think it even conceivable that it be satisfied. We are left, then, with the Socratic method bet without the Socratic hope. That is not a completely comfortable situation to be in, but no one is born with the promise of a comfortable light. A. Russell Brand, Lady T. Pisher Bob, and Preacher John. Russet Brandby's new book Revolution is an impressive contribution to political philosophy, a field that during the past 30 years or so has not been overly populated with interesting work. Brand's argument can be summarized in 10 steps. 1. Our lives are to a large extent given structure by a set of economic practices and institutions that have enough determinacy and continuity to be singled out as an object of systematic study. Call these collectively C. 2. The operation of C has brought about a state of affairs in which the richest 85 persons, of a world population of more than 3 billion, control more economic assets than the poorest 1.5 billion. Page 13. 3. The continued normal operation of C will in a very short time render the earth completely uninhabitable for humans. pp. 14-17, 86 ff. 316. 4. Therefore, by 2 and 3, C must be radically changed, that is, revolution is necessary. For example, page 97, we have no choice. page 250. G. If 4 is impossible, then excessive drug use is as understand able a way to live one's life as many others. pp. 9, 10, 34, and the same is true of apolitical rioting, page 88. 6. Drug use in 5 above includes both the ingestion of chemical substances and such things as consumerism, pp. 7 to 9, celebrity obsession, sports, pp. 39 to 43, 96 to 97, or religious beliefs and rituals, pp. 45 to 60. 7. Brand has tried most of the drugs and can reliably report that consumerism, page 29, and celebrity obsession, pages G1, 113, are not satisfying even in the short term to persons of relatively undemanding and indiscriminate taste, and that, notwithstanding 5 above, ingestion of chemical substances is fraught with its own dangers and has highly unpiquant associated effects, pp. 35, 5d. 8. What are left as possible ways of structuring a meaningful life or revolution? Certain forms of collective experience like that of the ardent sports fan at a football match, and religion. G. Lay revolutionary abolition of C is not only compatible with, but is a necessary precondition of a full revival of the spiritual dimension of human life. This dimension is so important that the need to reconstitute it is a third powerful reason, pp. 170 to 180. In addition to Z and 3 above, to abolish C in addition, some form of at least incipient spiritual renewal must also be an integral part of the process of revolutionary change, pp. 259 to 260. R.O. Serious further philosophical discussion, to which Brandt's book is a kind of prolegomena, should begin from 8 and go on to discuss the 3 modes of meaningful life, and their relations to each other, and to other features of our human and natura world. Whatever one might finally think of this argument, it is hard to deny that IC deserves to be taken seriously. It raises a number of issues of pressing human concern. It attempts to be clear in what it assumes. It marshals some purported personal experiences, observations, theories, and other considerations and brings them to bear in support of a conclusion. Now, what might 2 philosophers say about the argument, as outlined above? Let me now introduce 3 interlocutors whom I shall call Lady T, Pisher Bob, and Preacher John. Lady T would, I think, find Brandt's observations at propos, and would, refreshingly, try to meet them head-on. She would fully admit that 3, if true, would be of great importance, but since she would hate to have to confront the implications of this, she would have to deny that it was true. She might try to do this by denying straightforwardly the seriousness of the degradation of our environment, or she might appeal to the species of hope that is actively cultivated in our society by claiming that further technical and scientific advances will in ways now unimaginable provide a solution to these problems within the framework of C. Or finally, she might try to deny that C was in any way causally responsible for them. Perhaps the true cause, she might argue, is not in any interesting sense our socio-economic system itself, but a form of individual moral irresponsibility, having nothing inherently to do with C, which caused people to reproduce at too high a rate. Having disposed of 3 to her own satisfaction, Lady T would be able to consider 2. Here, she could embrace the empirical finding wholeheartedly, but instead of seeing 2 as in any sense something that ought to give us pause, she would encourage us to glory in it. Think of it this way: I do not find value, certainly not a valuable life, or value in my life, in the way I might discover gold or oil, or even something like a cure for a certain kind of viral infection. Value is not found, it is created. My life is valuable if I can make it valuable, and I do that by, as we say, making some thing of myself. This, Lady T might argue, is mostly a matter of self-discipline, focus of will, and determination. Exercise of will is meritorious. This, of course, in itself will not give one reason to value inequality positively, because perhaps we are all gifted, disciplined, meritorious agents, collectively engaged in creating ourselves. So where does the positive valuation of inequality per se, or of economic inequality, to the exclusion of virtually everything else, come from? Why should there be something good, or even especially good, about comparative, or even specifically competitive, achievement? There are two kinds of reasons one can give for this emphasis on differential rewards and unequal valuation. The first is that this is part of a highly individualist view. Value must always be located in human individuals. Human individuals are the ones who experience Vahak, and their experiences must be the final valued objects. Value must be finally connected with giving me an enhanced sense of myself as a opposed to others. Collective achievement is to be denigrated, because it dilutes this sense of individual accomplishment. One could in principle ask why one should make this assumption, but since everyone in this discussion does make it, and a proper discussion would be a very lengthy matter, I will pass over it in silence for the moment. However, I'll merely point out how genuinely weird this view is if you think about it in a sustained way. The solo playing of a pianist is more valuable than a string quartet, the achievement of an individual sprinter more valuable than that of a football team. I'll also point out that this assumption is not obviously compatible with the hyper-nationalism Lady T also preached. The second kind of reason would be to think that differential rewards were not just good in themselves, they mapped individual merit attained through achievement, but they had good effects for everyone, for society. But who could actually believe that everyone in the United States, or even the world, was better off because the half a dozen heirs to the Walmart fortune owned more than the poorest 30% of the inhabitants of the United States? Brand, pp. 13-14. This claim is so palpably false that to preserve any plausibility at all it is necessary to shift ground completely and move from the realm of actual outcomes to that of motivation, or what is sometimes called incentives. The argument would be that this concentration of wealth and economic control does not actually improve the life of the large majority of the population, but that it is important to defend the possibility of accumulating so much wealth and power, because the continued existence of this possibility has overall positive motivational effects on the members of the society. Seeing the success of the successful does not, however, automatically improve the quality of my life, and is not necessarily a positive experience. Whether or not it is will depend on the context. Watching one set of cyber's success tully subdue another set may not please me or make my own life more valuable at all. Equally, the claim that seeing the success of the successful always increases my motivation to work harder is unfounded. The very idea that people work, or work harder, because of any kind of independently identifiable external incentives is itself highly problematic, and the tacit assumption that recognized success, or at any rate great success, in the economic world is connected in any but a random way to effort is hard to sustain. Brand, page 242. Lots of perfectly hard-working people fail, and any number of layabouts who happen to be at the right place at the right time succeed. One might speculate that the popularity of gambling has something to do with a realization on the part of a large section of the population of the essentially aleatory nature of the connection between endowments, hard work, and economic success. What sort of person would I have to be motivated to work harder by seeing the prosperity of 6 individuals whose claim to merit is that they are the children of one particular person rather than another? For that matter, why should the knowledge that the founder of Walmart, was able to accumulate a huge fortune motivate me to work harder? Is it rational for me to work to acquire more money than I could possibly spend and would have no use for? 2. Be sure there are social pressures to admire those who, through a combination of luck, happy accident, fortunate conjunction, craftiness, and ruthless self-assertion, ended up at the top of the economic hierarchy. But these social pressures do not always work. They have not succeeded in getting me to admire someone who was, in Russell Brand's phrase, good at supermarkets, page 14. What is supposed to be so great about building a lot of supermarkets, even if they were places where the workers were treated well? In particular, what is so great about building an empire of supermarkets where the work force is treated badly? In addition, I know, as I suppose every reflective persons also knows, that different societies have put pressure on their members to admire and, if possible, emulate very different types. Fine gentlemen in the 19th century, ladies who were the presiding presences in fancy salons in the 18th century, self-abnegating ascetics in 4th century Egypt. Sometimes these models are more individualist, such as the Egyptian ascetics, sometimes more collectivist, like unflinching hoplites in ancient Greece, whose overwhelming virtue consisted not in heroic individual exploits, but simply in staying in a line that, if unbroken, was difficult to defeat. Where there are discernible incentives, however, these derive their specific shape and power from social pressure and are not necessarily the direct results of any inherent, acontextual tendency to admire this particular kind of person, life, or form of achievement. The particular configuration of motives and incentives that is said to be most dominant in our society is first of all not nearly as universally shared here as common sense would have us believe, and, second, to the extent to which is it present, it is produced at least in large part by C itself, and hence as part of C it does not give one any kind of independent standpoint to evaluate C. Note that saying this incentive structure is, in part, produced by our society need not imply that it is made up whole cloth and implanted on passive subjects from the outside. Any reasonable social formation will take impulses, fancies, pp. 32-33, section 4-55, and form them into something socially specific and concrete. Although Lady T was not keen on the very idea of society, probably not even she could, with any consistency, deny the importance of the question of the possible effect on society of great economic inequality. She presumably thinks that on the whole the effect is positive. Stool, someone has to have lost the race, even if only a small group, of what François Hollande calls les sans dents. It is in principle possible, like the economist Hayek, to take a radically non-moralizing view about the economy, but this is difficult for a politician really to maintain, and there can be little doubt but Chatlady T's attitude did take a deeply moralizing turn. Not only should people be inspired, rather than being left cold or even revolted, by the Walmart example, but it is always up to them to work hard, because social circumstances play no role in endowing them with this ability or allowing them to cultivate it. This is a matter of their individual responsibility, and hard work will always be, more or less, appropriately rewarded, because a society structured around C rewards people, more or less, according to their real worth. So, if you look at the Walmart example and fail to be inspired, you are obtuse or perverse and deserve what you get. 766 notions like individual responsibility, external incentive, the 5 yen need for individual hard work, and merit may well be present and play some role or other in a very wide range of human societies. Brand, as a recovered drug addict from a modest background, Tates the qualities of determination and focus that those who have views like those of Lady T say they value most highly, so his testimony ought not to be completely without moral force for them. Yet, the specific theoretical construction of incentive, merit, and economic success and failure described in the last two paragraphs, if considered as a general theory or a good description of our society and our politics, is just preposterous. Still, it is rooted in deep ideological needs our society has and in prejudices without which our economy could not so easily operate, so it is not surprising that few can free themselves of these conceptions completely. Lady T does not even try. Compared with the refreshingly robust and engaged, albeit loose, ignorant, and vindictive approach of Lady T, both Pisher Bob and Preacher John cut very poor figures indeed. They have in common that they would reject most of Brand's argument not as false, but as irrelevant. For them he is addressing completely the wrong question. Political philosophy for Pisher Bob and Preacher John has a clear central focus: distributional justice. Justice is the basic virtue of a society, so that is what a proper philosopher must focus on. Brand, however, has nothing to say about justice. In fact, Brand does not ever use the term justice. It could, however, be claimed that although he does not use the word, he clearly is appealing to the concept, because the only way in which two could, in fact, be a relevant contribution to discussion would be if one assumed that it was supposed to have an addendum. 2. The operation of C has brought about a state of affairs in which the richest 85 persons, of a world population of more than 3 billion, control more economic assets than the poorest 1.5 billion, and this is unjust. Although Brand does not say this, he just actually mean it, because he is obviously citing this as a reason for distancing oneself from C. But if he did not think it unjust, what he says would hang free, utterly unconnected to our structures of argumentation, motivation, and the justification for action. This philosophical use of "must" in highly suspicious, "You gust use the concept we prefer," or "You must tell us why not," and the claim as a whole seems implausible. CB shall return to it, but for the moment let us suspend disbelief and follow where Pisher Bob and Preacher John wish to lead us. Pisher Bob points out that in a complex society there is a constant recirculation of goods, assets, and resources, so that if one ever once attained perfect equality, that point would be perpetually lost, or at any rate threatened, by various free transactions between the members, voluntary gifts, temporary loans, or pooling of resources. There one would have to ban such transactions altogether on the grounds that they disturbed equality, or one would need to have an all-powerful, but also utterly unwieldy, centralized apparatus of redistribution of resources and assets that would operate constantly. This would have manifold inconveniences, and, if you thought about it hard, might even be thought to constitute some kind of logical refutation of absolute egalitarianism about resources. Resources, it might be argued, are inherently things to be used, but things that were continually being redistributed would never actually be used. This is a good, interesting, and relevant argument, but Pisher Bob thinks it cuts against Marx and Brand. It is not at all relevant to Marx because Marx was not an egalitarian. He did not think a good society was an equal one, but one that was, in contrast to our society, so satisfactory in so many ways to its members that existing inequalities did not matter. Avenue all. Pisher Bob's argument cuts against Brand only if one makes two further assumptions. First, Chatbrand accepts Pisher Bob's and Preacher John's addendum to his two, that the state of the world in which 85 people own more than the poorest half of the world population is unjust, and second, that this state of affairs is unjust because it violates absolute equality. There is, however, no reason to make either of these assumptions. Brand might think that equality was neither here nor there, but that having 85 people control all these resources was imprudent, ruinous, dysfunctional, visibly deleterious to the well-being of humans and of the natural environment, contrary to Christ's commandments. pp. 66-69, A Contribution to Human Alienation, pp. 167-169, 242. An affront to decency, contrary to what most humans would want. Page 154, and so forth. Several of these seem very good reasons, and none of them has anything much directly to do with equality or justice. Are none of these in any sense relevant considerations? In short, then, there may be any number of possible ways in which two might be connected with guiding rational action. To say that Brand must be appealing to a concept of justice in this context is like arguing for God's existence by pointing to a star and claiming that this is proof, because God put it there. For that matter, why could Brand not just appeal to an intuition? For instance, an intuition that ruining one's environment is bad? Pisher appeals to an intuition when he says that I can acquire, own, ownership rights over objects, places, even some sentient beings, horses, cows, by satisfying various conditions, and that if I have satisfied those conditions, I can use or abuse these objects as I see fit and you can do nothing about it, without violating my rights. These rights are also called entitlements. This is rather complex for an intuition, because an intuition was supposed to be a punchy immediate emotional and normative reaction. Pisher's little trick is to insist that all genuinely philosophical questions have to be couched in terms of entitlements. So, Pisher might continue to cite two does not begin to constitute part of a philosophic discussion until one specifies what kinds of entitlements the 85 people mentioned in two have to the assets they control. This ownership distribution is just if, but only if, one can trace their entitlements back through a series of voluntary and legitimate transfers to an initial act of legitimate acquisition. Taking this seriously means that virtually no one now has any legitimate title to anything, because historically, the chain of legitimate voluntary transferences is bound to have been broken at some point, and so almost all ownership fails to be just. One might think this is a reductio ad absurdum of the initial set of assumptions about rights, ownership, and entitlements, and thus that particular set of conceptions is useless for any significant political purpose. Pisher's entitlements are as self-contradictory as his argument showed the concept of resources in a society devoted to absolute equality was. It is Pisher who is asking completely the wrong questions. Preacher John, too, thinks that 2 is underspecified. His pet view is that in order for Z to be politically informative and significant, we need to know not about the historically accumulated entitlements the 85 people actually bathe, but whether if there had been other economic arrangements in place, the welfare of the worst off would have been enhanced. Furthermore, Preacher John holds, roughly, that in evaluating societies, and thus in thinking about politics, i.g. ignorance is bliss. The right way, in his view, to get a really profound insight into the most important issue in politics in his view, Pustus, is to imagine a situation in which a large swath of our knowledge is blotted out as irrelevant. Imagining that you do not know what your particular position in society is will nullify the cognitive and evaluational effects that standing in that position might have on your mode of judgment. If you grow up a slaveholder, then first imagine a social state in which you do not know whether you will be a master or a slave, and any cognitive prejudices you might have will drop away, and your judgment will be unclouded. Only if we imagine what we would think under conditions of controlled but extensive ignorance, will we get genuinely valuable insight into politics. Preacher Jolin has no account of how we might non-arbitrarily control the appropriate ignorance in question. Brand represents the opposite trajectory, advocacy of increasing awareness of and sensitivity to oneself and one's environment. pp. 40, 254-259. There are dangers associated with this. If one lives in a society like ours, it is easy to find one's surroundings objectively intolerable and to try to deal with the pain of this by escape into the world of intoxicating or narcotizing chemical substances, which, as we have seen above in 7, is a self-destructive cul-de-sac. Still he thinks it better to see and try to deal with our world rather than close one's eyes and admire the beautiful internal spectacle of a congress of the ignorant. Followers of the preacher sometimes claim he changed his mind in his later years and realized he was producing not a universal theory of politics and society but only a set of suggestions directed to the members of pacified, highly organized, liberal societies in non-emergency situations. Unlike Plato, St. Paul, or Kant, he was preaching only to the members of his own tribe and then only telling them how to proceed in normal times. It is a theory of routinized politics, as usual in states of a certain kind, where there is an established state structure, there are regular elections the results of which are not contested, an effective judiciary, and so on. So not even intended to be relevant to Eritrea, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Southern Sudan, Ukraine, Crimea. If Ukraine were more like France, Britain, or the United States, it would not have the problems it does, but could direct its attention to the serious issue of the just distribution of goods and services. Well, thanks for that information. How exactly are we to change the situation in the Ukraine so that it becomes more like the Netherlands or Sweden? And who is we here? Is this not a political question? If Preacher John recognizes this as part of the proper domain of political philosophy, he gives no sign of that. Maybe he thinks that listening to his preaching, that is, reading his books, will do the trick. If so, that would not be much of a theory but would at least be a gesture in the direction of politics, but not even that much is made the object of a theoretical reflection. If John's preaching is not addressed to situations of urgent emergency either, then it does not apply in the Czech Republic when the River Moldau floods, in France if there is an accident at a nuclear power plant, or in London if there is a strike of paramedics or a demonstration so big that it overwhelms the available security services. This would also mean that if there was any chance that 3 above, or anything remotely like 3, were true, the preacher would have nothing to say, tacit predicator. Given that 3 describes a global state of affairs, if the diagnosis is correct, Preacher John has no message for political thought or action at all. One might reasonably wonder about the exact meaning of revolution for Brand. Revolutions come in different forms, the revolution as extension of popular riot, the Bastille, as coup d'état, the Bolsheviks in Petrograd, as Saturnalia, the Anabaptists in Münster, as call for abolition of debt, Tabulae Novae, pp. 92-98. There are some apocalyptic conceptions that demand the complete destruction of the present as a preliminary, Bakunin in some of his moods, and utopian views that require the building up of a completely new set of institutions ab ovo. There is, however, also in Marx the metaphor of revolution as a process in which a new society that is already present and growing within the current state emerges fully. Iris like a fruit or embryo surrounded by a membrane, shell, or chrysalis. This is beach-end forms of speech such as the Industrial Revolution, Brand, page 204, which was not like a riot or Saturnalia at all. When the time is ripe, the shell pops open to reveal the new form that was within. This society waiting to emerge is being held back by some obstruction. Revolution, for Brand, then, can be like a removal of obstructions. We do not have to construct a whole new society from nothing. We already have the infrastructure, state schools, an NHS, functioning harbors, a system of rail tracks. We do not have to create a completely new alternative kind of rail transport. So it is not a huge task to abolish C.L.Ch structures. That would be needed for a proper and decent Inmanife without it are already there in place. All we need to do is get rid of the shell, the formal set of entitlements and structures that siphon off benefits to the very rich. Since the continued existence of this shell is in the interests of no one but the tiny elite of owners of the world, although some have been deluded into aspiring to identify with this group or even dream of becoming one of these, an aspiration that does not have the slightest chance of ever being fulfilled. What exactly is stopping us? Each must answer that question, him or herself, with as much clarity and respective honesty as Brand shows in this book. Even if the new social structures are in some sense already there, enter the membrane, it does not follow that some pushing or cutting might not be required to allow them fully to emerge. Forceful intervention to facilitate the birth of a fully formed infant is not the same kind of thing as using violence indiscriminately, and it is also clearly less difficult to envisage than creating a whole new human ove from basic components. On the question of violence, Brand seems to have the greatest admiration for and feel the greatest affinity to the views of Gandhi and of certain anarchists, pp. or 277, 322.5. All political movements, Brand holds, must begin as they intend to go, and the process of acting must prefigure the outcome. If the goal ally is a society without organized violence, this must be mirrored in a non-violent approach. Violence as a means to a more humane society is always unsuccessful. P.G.C. This, however, is not the end of the story, because Brand also wishes to make three further points. First, the issue of violence. Non-violence is of subordinate importance compared with the overwhelming necessity, in view of of getting rid of C. Some might think that this is in a certain tension with the Gandhian claims above. But there is nothing inconsistent about holding that non-violence is always better than violence, but that if C really is ruining the earth as a possible human habitation, the goal of preserving the viability of our planet should reasonably take priority over the avoidance of violence. Second, one must also recognize different kinds of violence. Organized, systemic forms of violence, armies shooting phosphorus shells that have been produced with great care in order to inflict maximal damage and targeting refugees, should be distinguished from spontaneous, momentary reactions of outrage. Third, as has been repeated continually since Sartre wrote his preface to Fanon's Les Dames de la Terre in 1965, the only reasonable way of judging the violence associated with the abolition of C is not absolutely or in isolation, but in the context of, that is, in comparison with, the violence that is needed to maintain C, much of which is indirect and hard to see or intentionally hidden from us, and much of which we have become so used to that we no longer register it. This does not mean that it is a foregone conclusion that every act of violence that actually leads to the abolition of C is justified. What exactly is justified supposed to mean here? And it certainly does not mean that every act of violence that an agent claims will advance the abolition of C is justified, but it does mean that when discussing violence one cannot, as it were, reckon up with exactitude every rock thrown through the window of a bank, while failing to note at all every act of violence or destruction that is a systemic result of the normal operations of the banking system. This does not in itself settle the question of violence, but does set out the terms on which it ought to be discussed. Lady T had, if not exactly theories, at any rate contoured and differentiated attitudes toward these issues about violence. These were, more or less, the exact opposite of those attributed to Brand in the previous paragraph. The organized and official forces of order, primarily police, prison guards, military, should be assumed, as the default position, to be acting in a legitimate and justified way, unless there is really overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Demonstrators, obstreperous individuals, informal groups, and especially combinations of workers, that is, unions, we act in ways that are to any degree disruptive, have only themselves to blame for any violence visited upon them. She did have same views about a common good that was to be protected and about the use of force in foreign affairs and in the pursuit of collective goals. Whatever one might think of her attitudes and views, she did at least make an attempt to engage with a wide range of political issues, including the possible use of violence in a serious way. Pisher Bob is concerned about self-defense and, of course, defense of my own property, but the possible use of force for collective goals or ideals plays no role for him, because the very idea of collective goals or ideals has little meaning for him. Apart from some platitudes of his time and place, Preacher John has little to say on any of these subjects. What views he does express about the structure of meaningful work, gender relations, history, issues of war and peace, and international relations are so excruciatingly IFF considered that even many of his most devoted followers are embarrassed and wish he had held his peace completely about them. Religion is a topic of extensive discussion in this book, and Brand's own religious views are very prominently on display. pp. 45-75, 137. 258, 175-189. These are doctrinally eclectic, but held together by a single great emphasis on the sense of a feeling of oneness with nature and all other sentient beings. Brand presents them as the natural concomitants of his rejection of the individualism and materialism of contemporary society. Page 69. We can get access to this sense of oneness through certain techniques of meditation that can have a calming effect on the individual, give access to a complex inner landscape, and even have some political effects in the form of moving us toward the possibility of harmonious living with others. Acts of individual kindness to others play an important role in the overall process of spiritual development. pp. 146-147. Some of the possible effects, pp. 127-128, of meditation seem to be overstated, but Brand also seems aware of this. pp. 148, 151-152, and this honesty of perception is one of the most striking and attractive features of the book. In contrast to most books about political philosophy, Brand's Actu Ally engages with facts that we can recognize as part of our everyday lives, and in that it resembles the most interesting other book on political philosophy of the past 2 decades or so, L'Insurrection qui vient degree, although the latter has a slightly more apocalyptic tone and gives slightly more hard-edged advice. Brand gives a remarkable number of concrete political suggestions, such as dismantling any corporation with a revenue larger than the GNP of the smallest state in the world. Page 81. Limiting the lifespans of corporations. pp. 225. 239. Relocalizing food production. Page 86. Prohibiting private security arrangements. pp. 113-116. Canceling private debt. pp. 92-97. I-7 I-173. Creating co-ops. pp. 240-250. Decriminalizing drug use. And so on. I must confess that I do not find Brand or his book at all funny. amusing, droll, or entertaining, but there is no accounting for differences in sense of humor. Mine runs rather to something coarser, more obscene, and more fantastic than Brand, like Aristophanes or Rabelais, so I find revolution a bit too genteel, restrained, and decorous, but this is, I know, an idiosyncratic taste. But then I do not find Leviathan, Le Contrat Social, or De Legibus that droll either. I had not really registered Brand's existence until his book came out, but when I read it, I was surprised to find it an absolute treasure trove of keen observations and good sense. We know that the dismantling and privatization of the NHS is not for the benefit of us, the people who use it. It benefits the government that proposed it and the companies that are purchasing it. Nobody voted for it because nobody would be stupid enough to give us the option. Page 124. 5. The idea of a critical Iberi, 40 years on, Ains G. Y. B. Parm. In the Meodle of the 19th century, Hegel wrote that every philosopher is a child of his tomb and none can jump over his own shadow. Every philosophy, then, is its time grasped in a concept. In the 20th century, Adorno took up this idea again when he spoke of the irreducible kernel of time embedded in the center of any philosophical view, and of the temporal index of truth. Whatever these rather difficult doctrines mean, they clearly are not intended to imply that at any given time all opinions are equally true. I started this small book in Heidelberg, Germany, in 1973 and F. Nally finished it in 80 at the University of Chicago. It appeared with Cambridge University Press in late 1981. Looking back at the text from the present, from 2013 and my home on this small island off the northwest coast of Europe, I think I can begin to see rather more clearly than could then some of the relevant features of the historical context within which it was conceived and executed. To return for a moment to Hegel, who is the major spiritual presence, understanding what was trying to do for not being mentioned at all in the main text, the reader will recall that he also held that philosophy is essentially retrospective, a reflection of a historical moment or movement that when it finally takes philosophical form, is essentially already over. This doctrine marks a distinction between what is really happening in the political, social, and economic world, and the subsequent reflection of this in philosophy, religion, art, law, and so on. As far as what was really happening is concerned, we can now see that the period of unprecedented economic growth and political and social progress that took place in the West after the end of the Second World War began to plateau in the 1970s, when productivity began to stagnate. By the early 1970s, though, the assumption that economic growth would continue, levels of prosperity continue to rise, and the social and political structures continue to evolve in the direction of greater flexibility, realism, and humanity, had become very firmly entrenched in Western populations. The period during which anything like that assumption was at all reasonable was ending just as I was beginning work on my book, although I, of course, did not know that at the time, any more than anyone else did. It would have been political suicide for any major figure in the West to face up to this situation courageously and to try to make it clear to the population that the possibilities of relatively easy real growth were exhausted, and the era of ever-increasing prosperity was gone for good. This would have raised intolerable questions about the very foundations of the existing socio-economic and political order. What the 1980s and R.G. Geuss had in store for us, then, was the successive implementation of a series of financial gimmicks that created financial bubbles and allowed the illusion of increasing growth for a significant minority of the population to be maintained for a while. This was accompanied by a massive change in our socio-economic system and culture that made possible and in fact actively encouraged aged individuals and institutions to incur increasingly significant amounts of debt. This in turn was attended by a massive shift in resources and economic power away from the population, further concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few superlatively rich individuals and families, and a great increase in social inequality. Needless to say, the proliferation of debt ad libitum could not under existing conditions continue for long, and the system began to collapse in 2007-2008. Catastrophe was averted only by a bizarre, not to say perverse, set of political interventions in the Western economies, interventions that have correctly been described as socialism for the rich. Defaulting banks and failing industries were propped up by huge public subsidies. Private debts were taken over by the state, while any profits continued to be allowed to private investors. This structure certainly bears no similarity whatever to the ways in which proponents of capitalism have described their favored arrangements. At the latest, by the end of the 19,708, it was visible that a huge counter movement was in progress, that it would be incorrect exactly to call a counter-revolution, because the immediately antecedent period, although one of a certain relative progress, was hardly a revolution. The forms of economic regulation that had been introduced during the Great Depression of the 19,308 and had stood the West in good stead for more than 40 years were gradually relaxed or abolished during the RG8OS. Systems for providing social welfare that had gradually been developed came under pressure and began to be dismantled. Public services were reduced or privatized, the infrastructure began to crumble, and inequality increased, as did poverty and homelessness. The academic reflection of the massive social and economic changes that took place between 1970 and 1981 could be seen in the gradual marginalization of serious social theory and political philosophy, and particularly of leftist thought. The usual story that is told about Che's history of political philosophy since World War I holds that political philosophy was dead until it was revived by Rawls. Wace's theory of Fustus appeared in 1971. This seems to me seriously misleading. Rather than the publication of Theory of Justice being a renewal of political philosophy, it seems to me more fruitful to see it as part of a failure of nerve, and a turning away from the real world of institutions, politics and history toward the never-never land of purely normative theory. The 1940s, 19,508, and 1960s, after all, were not lacking in political philosophy. They saw the elaboration of major work by the Frankfurt School, including Marcuse's One-Dimensional Many, a rediscovery of Gramsci, various essays and books by Sartre, Camus, de Beauvoir, Fanon, and Merleau-Ponty, Carrie Debord's La Société du Spectacle, early pieces by Foucault, all works roughly speaking on the left. All of these were works of political philosophy that tried to take some account of real history, the real state of Western societies, and real politics. If Anglophones took no notice of this material, that was not because serious work in political philosophy failed to exist, but for some other reason. Simi, Lurly, on the right, Popper, Hayek, Leo Strauss, and Oakeshott, to name only a few, were active. Rawls's theory of justice seemed an irrelevance to those engaged, in 1971, in the various and diverse forms of intense political activity that now collectively go under the title of the 1960s. I completed and defended my doctoral dissertation in the spring of 1971, and recall my doctoral supervisor, who was a man of the left, but also an established figure and full professor at Columbia University in New York, mentioning to me that there was a new book out by Rawls, but telling me that no one would need to read it because it was of merely academic interest, an exercise in trying to mobilize some half-understood fragments of Kant to give a better foundation to American ideology than utilitarianism had been able to provide. Many people will perhaps think that that was a misjudgment, but I think it was prescient. I cite it in any case to give contemporary readers a sense of the tenor of the 1970s. Rawls in fact eventually, in the 1980s, the era of Thatcher and Reagan, established a very well-functioning academic industry that was quickly routinized and which preempted much of the space that might have been used for original political thinking. He was one of the forerunners of the great counter-movement, outlining prolepta, a philosophical version of what came to be known as the trickle-down theory. Crudely speaking, this theory eventually takes this form. Value is overwhelmingly produced by especially gifted individuals, and the creation of such value benefits society as a whole. Those who are now rich are well off because they have contributed to the creation of value in the past. For the well-off to continue to benefit society, however, they need to be motivated to be given an incentive to create. Full egalitarianism will destroy the necessary incentive structure and thus turn off the taps from which prosperity flows. So inequality can actually be in the interest of the poor, because only if the rich are differentially better off than others will they create value at all, some of which will trickle down to, or be redistributed to the less well-off. Rawls allows people who observe great inequality in their societies to continue to feel good about themselves, provided that they support some cosmetic forms of redistribution of the crumbs that fall from the tables of the rich and powerful. The Rawlsian system is argumentatively extremely bilely elaborated, but the intense focus on specific details of argumentation that is, justifiably, considered one of the glories of analytic philosophy can have the effect of allowing one to lose sight of the larger context. The apparent gap many people think exists between the views of Rawls and, say, Ayn Rand is less important than the deep similarity in their basic views and the similarity of the société niches into which they fit. Fee warden of a prison may put on a benevolent smile, Rawls, or a grim scowl, Rand, but that is a mere result of temperament, mood, calculation, and the demands of the immediate situation, and will have only marginal effect. The prison may have a resident chaplain will console the inmates with comforting words, Rawls, or a fire-breathing pulpit thumper, Rand. There may be an associated staff of social workers or not. The fact remains that the warden is the warden of a prison, the chaplain of a prison, and, more importantly, that the prison is a prison. To shift attention from the reality the prison to the morality, the ideals, and the beliefs of the warden, the nature of rations provided to the inmates, or the exact nature of the comforting doctrine preached by the prison chaplain is an archetypical instance of an ideological effect, in counterpoint to Hegel's view about the philosopher as a child of his time. One might note the views of some other 19th-century German thinkers. Nietzsche, for example, held that philosophy is not its time grasped in concept, but is by its very nature 9. Unzeitig out of sync with the present time. The ideal is to be not behind the time but ahead of it, to write a work that would be a philosophy of the future, as Feuerbach tried to do. It is the great hope of many philosophers, particularly political philosophers, to accomplish something like this. If Lamb right, Rawls did succeed in this aspiration. His project of 1971 came to fruition really only after Reagan, Thatcher, and their neoliberal allies had destroyed much of the existing legal, cultural, social, political, and economic framework. That patient struggle had built up for several generations in the interests of at least minimally regulating the worst excesses of capitalism. The tabula rasa they aspired to create, a prefiguration of The totally flat world of later neoliberal thought would be a field on which the cognitive activity of agents behind a Rawlsian veil of ignorance could appropriately be deployed. For the reasons I cited above, the idea of a critical theory was unzeitgemäß when it appeared in 1981, espousing views that were about to lose philosophical and political traction in a very serious way. With the current visible collapse of the neoliberal order, though, perhaps it has a chance that was denied it on its original publication. That, of course, does not depend on me. István Hunt, 1947–2013. Isrvan Hun was born in Budapest in 1947, emigrated to the UK in 49–74, and was from 1978 to his death in 2013 a Fellow at King's College, Cambridge, with the exception of a very brief stint at Columbia University in the 1980s. He was one of the leading intellectual historians of his generation with a special interest in Adam Smith, as a figure who contributed to forming one of Che's dominant ideologies of incipient capitalism. Hunt's combination of overwhelming erudition, extreme intellectual fertility, originality, sharpness of perception, and argumentative rigor bade to be experienced in the flesh, to be appreciated fully. His book Jealousy of Trade, Harvard, 2005, is a recognized masterpiece, but gives only a pale reflection of the monumental intelligence that lay behind it. And so in a way the real István was the one encountered in supervisions and seminars, especially in the so-called Monday Seminar on Intellectual History and Political Thought. In an ideal world, any discussion ot his intellectual significance would be most appropriately centered on his interpretation of the period he made his own, the Scottish Enlightenment. Since I do not have the competence to do this, my remarks will focus, even at the risk of a certain eccentricity of treatment, on some more general features of his approach that are visible even to those of us who are not trained historians. In a relatively little-known early remark, Nietzsche describes his own project as that of trying to look at the world with the eyes of a cold angel, who sees through the whole miserable spectacle, l'homme paré, yet neither bears reality any ill will nor finds the world in the least bit cozy. Omnibus zu sein Aberrach ohne Gemeth. This, of course, is a modern variant of Tacitus's famous declaration of non-partisanship when he asserts that he decided to write the history of the recent past, sine ira et studio, without anger or favoritism. It would be perfectly understandable if a member of the senatorial aristocracy like Tacitus were to write a history that was motivated by hatred or resentment of those emperors who took over prestigious functions previously exercised by the Senate. Or his account might be deformed because he was keen to glorify the achievements of his particular faction, to present their motives in the best possible light, to promote their cause. Eva and studium stand for negative and positive forms of bias, actively favoring or discriminating against one side or the other in the struggle for dominance. Tacitus clearly saw both of these as pitfalls to avoid. Nietzsche's view is an existential and metaphysical intensification of this basic Tacitian tack. If members of the Roman Senate tended to resent the emperor because he thwarted their plans and reduced their dignity, and they allowed this to bleed into their account of politics, this was as nothing compared to the deep-seated general human resentment against reality itself, which continually frustrates us and imposes limits on our action and against the course of human history, and which can disrupt us in ways even an emperor might potently envy. If an individual senator sought a sense of security and moral comfort in an exaggerated view of the power, the accomplishments, and the virtue of his own faction, how much stronger is the temptation for humans in general to believe that the world is basically a benign place, or, at any rate, that history is on one side. This impulse can take a very wide variety of forms covering a broad spectrum of attitudes. At one end of this spectrum lies a grudging resignation to participation in what is recognized as being the only game on offer, and at the other end one finds active triumphalism or the warm embracing of the status quo as a place in which one can feel completely at home. Finally, if history gives one a nasty surprise, what would be stronger than the temptation to become bitter and go sour on reality itself? Nietzsche's image of the cold angel is, wish to suggest, sent good foil to use in thinking about Istvan's work. Istvan was impervious to the siren songs of coziness, to the studium of explicit or tacit theody, sighs, to naive belief in progress, and to the self-congratulatory forms of wishful thinking about itself and TTS own institutions that are particularly characteristic of modern liberal democracies. Equally, and perhaps more surprisingly, he seemed theoretically remarkably resistant to the raw that can be one of the usual effects of the historical disappointment of deeply rooted hopes, although, given his background and the events of the historical period in which he lived, he bad immediate experience of more than Biss' share of these. Although this discussion is couched in a vocabulary of individual psychology, Tacitus's ira, Nietzsche's base sign, MVY use of Racine meant, and going sour on reality above. This is actually a distortion because what is at issue are structural features of the interaction between concepts, theories, forms of action, and human agents. If we fall back on what look very much like simple psychological terms, it is because we lack an appropriate and distinctive idiom for speaking about this whole domain. To look at the world through the lens of a theory that has the structure of a theodicy is what necessarily to be of a cheerful disposition, but rather to be theoretically committed to a number of assumptions about the world that will affect what else one will be likely to notice, how one will be likely to process what one perceives, and what courses of action one finds it case or particularly difficult to envisage. This reflection might help to dispel pair of the air of paradox that surrounds the application of the image of a cold angel to Istvan. Cold is certainly not the adjective one would think of using about Istvan as a person, about his attitude toward his subject matter, or about his treatment of it. He was as personally enthusiastic about his interests as anyone could be and as capable as anyone of being vexed by those who proposed or perpetuated what he took to be untenable views. Personal passion, though, just to repeat, is not the same as structural affirmation of, or metaphysical resentment against, the course of history itself. Equally, resistance to the temptation of coziness is not a form of skepticism, if one construes skepticism as a strictly epistemological category. Of course, a healthy tendency toward suspension of belief, argumentative counter-suggestibility, and bloody-minded insistence of seeing evidence is just part of the ethos of the scholarly life, but Istvan did not really think he was justified in claiming to know, for certain, fewer things than most people did, as would be the case for a classic skeptic. If anything, the reverse. To return to the quotation from Nietzsche, he wanted to see through things. Seeing through comforting or resentment-based illusions does not mean imitating knowledge claims. To use an example that is mine rather than Istvan's, I do not think I know about the contemporary liberal ideology of rights and democracy than its confused and naive advocates do, but Zavor. A second difficulty one might have with the idea of Istvan as a cold angel is that angels are primarily observers, avid participants, in the messy human process of acting. Degree one of the most characteristic features of Istvan's thought, however, was the view that human praxis had its own dignity, its own standpoint on the world, and its own logic, and was not a mere weak sister of theory. The world confronting a political actor is not really much like that confronting an engineer trying to use a pregiven theory to build a bridge, a judge attempting to apply the law in judging a defendant, or a scientist testing a hypothesis. One salient difference is surely that engineering, law, and science are limited and rule-governed activities directed at well-defined situations in a way in which politics need not be. I can argue with the engineer about which is the best way to calculate stress, and that can be a question within the competence of engineering. If, however, I begin to ask whether we should build the bridge over this river at all, maybe we do not have the money or do not actually wish to encourage fraternization with our obnoxious neighbors, we may quickly exit from the realm of engineering altogether. Politics is not internally bounded in this way or so strictly rule-bound. There is the phenomenon of routine politics, electoral strategy in times of peace and stability, but it is also clear that this routine politics can at any time turn into something else. At some point the Cossacks may turn their weapons not on the ants in the square but on their own officers. The political actor must always take this possibility into account in a way in which the engineer qua engineer need not take account of the possibility people might decide they do not want a bridge at all. From this idea that there is a distinctive standpoint of practical agents, it is but a step to the further claim that the study of political thought ought to be from the standpoint of the relevant agents who are facing uncertain and antecedently defined situations that call for action, and thus are not like lawyers or engineers. From this one may move to the even further thought that the study of the history of political thought must somehow take account of this specific viewpoint of the political actor, the viewpoint of praxis. The angel, as archetypical non-agent, seems out of place here. Istvan's view was praxis-centered, but the argument given in the previous paragraph can and must also be run the other way around. Although to understand past political thought, we newest understand their politics, it is also the case that our relation to past politics cannot be the deeply practical relation we have to contemporary politics. Registered. My relation to the expansion of the Roman Republic in the 2nd century BC cannot be the same kind of thing as my opposition to the creeping, and not so creeping, privatization of the NHS that is being implemented by the current government. We have no alternative but to have something more like an angelic relation to the Roman Republic than we do to the coalition government. This does not mean we cannot in some sense change the past by what we do now. What we do now does affect, no matter how infinitesimally, how relevant certain features of the past will be and in what way they will be effectively available to us. Appeals to relevance are potentially subject to serious misuse, most often because they can foster highly disagreeable and often ideologically motivated forms of myopia. The possibility of such misuse should not blind us to the fact that relevance is not a mere epiphenomenon but is rather a constitutive characteristic of history. Past thought is differentially close to us for a number of different reasons. Of course, Istvan thought, one studied the history of political thought in order to understand, and thus presumably improve, our own politics. Why else would you do it? He once remarked to me, he did not have a theoretically elaborated general view on the relation of present and past praxis. No one has, and it is possible that it is even a mistake to think that one should or could have a theory of this. Perhaps contemporary political action, contemporary theories, and historical reflection form something like a singular and shifting force field within which we must move. If so, Istvan moved in it with great skill. To be asked to speak here today is to be thrust into a formalized situation that I find extremely uncomfortable because I must act as if Lamb the recording angel about my dear friend, summing him up. There is nothing I can do about this apart from pointing out that it is an artifact of the situation of grievous loss in which we find ourselves. It is customary in such cases to reflect that we have István's works. That is true, but no consolation, because no replacement for the presence of his living voice, the moral legacy of Marxism. EIFRM. A legacy. To speak of legacy of something is to consider it as bemeg, dead, although, of course, one can do this proleptically. A theory is dead if it is no longer entertained and discussed, no longer thought about, and no longer moves anyone to action. To speak of the legacy of Marxism, then, is to consider it as in this sense dead. By calling Marxism a theory, I do not mean that IR can be summed up in a single general statement, such as that peptic ulcers are caused by a bacterial infection, not by stress, that the earth moves about the sun, rather than vice versa, or that bad money drives out good. Individual theories in this sense are, of course, of extreme importance in guiding our action, but they are not the only kinds of structures that are important in our cognitive and practical life. We also use and are dependent on more complicated sets of interconnected concepts, assumptions, methods, directives about how to go about trying to come to an understanding of the world, claims about which things are important and which less important, and so on. Examples of large-scale theories in this sense might be Christianity, liberalism, positivism, tiers-mondisme, the economic approach to behavior, or Marxism. None of these can be easily reduced to a single 9966 claim. If one wished, one might also call them programs, approaches, frameworks, or even, if sufficiently general and all-encompassing, worldviews. In any case, theories in this wider sense do not usually stand and fall with the confirmation or refutation of any of the individual theoretical items with which they are associated at any particular time. They usually have a sufficiently open texture and are sufficiently robust to be able to accommodate significant changes, even the refutation of some of their original component parts, while maintaining their identity. At one point in time, a geocentric view of the universe was an important component of Christianity, but, contrary to the fears and expectations of many thinking Christians of the early modern period, adopting heliocentrism did not actually make that much difference to the hold Christianity continued to exercise on large numbers of people in Europe and its dependencies. Large-scale theories, or world views, then, are often surprisingly robust. How, then, does such a large-scale theory die? Putting aside what one might call accidental and exiguous factors, for example, an epidemic wiping out the population in all the towns where monophysitism was strong, death can happen for, roughly speaking, two kinds of reasons. First, powerful groups who have vested interests in preventing people from acting on a given large-scale theory may engage in specific acts or adopt policies that attempt to censor, marginalize, suppress, or discredit it, using whatever means the society provides for doing that. Thus, the Catholic Church was able to have Giordano Bruno burned at the stake for holding and propagating views it thought seditious, and many societies have had official governmental censors who decide what may be published, what plays may be produced, and what visual material circulated and displayed. The attempt at marginalization may, however, be more subtle. Thus, during the Cold War, the CIA massively subsidized abstract art, hoping that this would have the effect of making the Soviet doctrine of socialist realism seem culturally irrelevant, and thus of reducing the appeal of Marxism. The variety of ploys and strategies that can be adopted along these lines is very large, and not all strategies will work equally well, or indeed at all. Thus, it is sometimes claimed that the Nazi exhibition of degenerate art in Munich in the 1930s, which was intended to generate massive public disgust, backfired because many who saw it came away liking what they saw. the ability of large organizations with fixed interests to direct public attention and influence public attitudes and beliefs by specific interventions is considerable, but probably not unlimited. If one wishes to understand the depth of a large-scale theoretical approach, such intervention will not usually be the whole story. A second factor will be more important. A theory in this sense dies when its general view of the world or some important constituent of it comes to seem deeply implausible or irrelevant to a sufficiently large number of me-vabbers of the society. Why discuss or even entertain a view that does not at all seem to ring true to our experiences of the world in which we live? Thus, in a society in which public authorities are few, inefficient, deeply corrupt, or simply far away, he 6 OSBI Coxo, Hap. Onexo, claims that all disputes should, or even could, be settled by appeals to the constituted authorities, will seem significantly less plausible than they will to inhabitants of the densely policed and administered societies of contemporary Western Europe. The different factors cited above are not mutually exclusive. Part, however, in general only a part, of the reason why certain ways of looking at the world seem natural and commonsensical to people is that institutions operate to reinforce that belief. However, even in that case, it is not always anything like a conscious POFC that is at work. The really effective reinforcement takes place through action that people and institutions may well engage in good faith. People believe that, in society, it is dog eat dog, partly because it is something they are told is true, as the existence of the saying itself shows, but partly because in our society this observation seems correct. The operation of our institutions reinforces the view that the world is a place where every man is for himself and the only values are financial values. Is not that the bankers at Chase or Barclays sit down and intentionally plan to reinforce these beliefs. That would mean that they in some sense really knew that they were false or fragile and needed conscious support, but that, I think, is not always the case. Many of the relevant people actually bold then. So this TS the opposite of a conspiracy theory. I further note that a legacy is something of continuing relevance, importance, or value, but not necessarily of positive value. In many societies I can inherit not only assets but also debts or obligations. Just as I can be said to inherit a genetic malformation, or the legacy of a badly spent youth can be a chronic disease or a vicious dispossession. On the negative elements of the legacy of Marxism have been canvassed ad nauseum and no one is in danger of overlooking them. In the context of this essay, I shall be interested mainly in what we can consider positive elements in a legacy. So to speak of the legacy of Marxism is to consider it as a complex movement which is in some sense over, past, superseded, or dead, but which contained elements which deserve to be carried forward and cultivated. A moral legacy? But what is a moral legacy? It is particularly tricky to discuss this, partly because moral and its derivatives are in general used in such a variety of ways, most of which are not very clear or well defined, even by the standards of terms that apply to human phenomena. In addition, what morality is and how it is to be understood is exactly what is at issue between Marxism and various of its competitors. I should like to begin by making three distinctions which seem to me useful in discussing the possible moral legacy of Marxism. First, there is a difference between morality, considered as a potential quality of certain human actions, practices, institutions, and this is to be distinguished from morality, as a kind of thinking about or theorizing about these actions, practices, forms of individual and collective activity, and institutions. So, on the one hand, there are things we recognize as on the whole and usually good practices or good ways of conducting ourselves and structuring our practices. For Example, diversifying our agricultural production, training doctors and nurses to a high standard, making sure the systems of sewers and drains in our towns and cities are kept in good repair, regulating the flow of heavy vehicular traffic by formulating clear rules, and so on. And things we recognize as on the whole and usually bad practices, or bad ways of behaving: dueling, public executions, female genital mutilation, filling offices of real public power with people whose only qualification is heredity. Recognize here is related to actual behavior. We recognize it as good means we tend to promote and cultivate it, praise it, express concern when the practice seems to be threatened, and so forth, and analogously for what we recognize as bad. However, in addition to holding that certain practices may be good or bad as it were in themselves, we often also recognize that there are particularly good and particularly bad ways of organizing and conducting these practices, participating in them, and integrating them into one another. Even if there is wide agreement in our societies about these practices and about which ways of organizing them are better and which worse, there may be significant theoretical disagreement about how to understand the practices, furrows of action, or institutions in question, and about why structuring them in one way rather than another is especially good or bad. So, there is actually existing morality as embodied in recognized practices and ways in which practices are cultivated, and then there is morality as a theorization of practice. For obvious reasons, these two will not be completely separate, because, for instance, there is usually some connection between how people think in general terms they should act, and how they actually do behave in valuing, pursuing, and avoiding types of activities in their lives. On the other hand, they will not simply be the same, because people very often do not actually avoid or work to abolish practices that in some sense their theoretical views suggest ought better not to exist. They are often deluded about what they actually value. They often systematically do things they think they ought not to, and they very often do not hold themselves to very high standards of self-awareness or consistency, and so on. Registered. The second distinction is that between morality in a broad sense and morality in a narrow sense. In the broad sense, morality encompasses any kind of systematic distinction between better and worse in the human world, particularly if better and worse can be connected to human action. That is, it concerns morality if it is possible to say in the widest sense that you should or ought to do it, or act in a certain way. Brushing one's teeth in the morning is a case of morality in the widest sense of that term, in that we all should. So, it is better to do so than not, because if we do not, we run the risk of allowing our teeth to decay. So in this broad sense, moral can be thought to contrast with merely descriptive, such as the accounts in dental textbooks about the progress of tooth decay and gum disease. The narrower sense of morality is, in the West, one that stands very much more firmly and strongly under the influence of residual Christian or post-Christian conceptions. Here, moral is construed as definitely distinct from, if not actually opposed to, the merely prudential, instrumental, or tactical. It is assumed that there is a special, moral ought, different from the prudential ought. You ought not to antagonize that mastiff, because he is free to attack you, or the instrumental ought one finds in statements like, you ought to go to the right here, rather than to the left, because the place you want to get to lies in that direction. Morally good is often construed as meaning something like good in itself, in purported contrast to good relative to some assumed contingent purposes, such as avoiding a struggle with a dog in order to avoid injury or to get to a certain place quickly. The archetypical case of morality for some is one in which the Christian or Kantian would give advice like the following: although it would be convenient for you, do no harm to others, and even benefit others, still you ought not to lie in this situation. This narrow sense of morality, in turn, is sometimes connected with a whole further apparatus of ideas about human motivation, choice, intention, guilt, perhaps also conscience, and, sometimes, the virtual irrelevance of real consequences to the evaluation of action. The third distinction is that between making a moral judgment and moralizing. To make a moral judgment is to judge that some institution, practice, or course of action is morally valuable and good, or acceptable, or unacceptable, in the wider sense of moral, or that it is permitted or absolutely prohibited by morality, in the more limited sense. To engage in moralizing is to make a moral judgment in an inappropriate context, that is, to propound it in a context or in a way which seems to ascribe to it too much or the wrong kind of weight or effectiveness. So 1am making a moral judgment, in the wider sense, if I say that you ought to brush your teeth in the morning, making a moral judgment in the narrow sense if I say that you ought never to tell a lie, regardless of the consequences, am moralizing. If Farn, a criminologist who, when asked to explain the rise of a certain kind of crime in a certain area, replies, i.e. is because the people who live there are wicked, because even if this were to be true, it is not an appropriate or relevant answer to the question. The head master of a school who believes that by preaching to the students that smoking, drinking, taking drugs, and adolescent sexual activity are evil in themselves, he will actually effectively prevent the pills from engaging in any of these activities is moralizing. Marx himself gives the example when discussing the views of a certain Herr Heinzen, who glaubt das Fürstentum zu Erkeldren, in dem sich für Semnen Gegner erklärt. Hat, die Entstehung des Piersten Tums Vermiltilst Moratischer Gemeinplatz begreyendet. However, you do not give an explanation of the origin at ND function of an institution by declaring that you disapprove of it on moral grounds. See me. Lurly to state that the Jacobins were, us mention, to use another one of Marx's examples, is not to make a contribution to the understanding of the French Revolution. This is moralizing, because moral judgments are inappropriate, irrelevant, pointless in the context of looking for an explanation. Obviously there are any number of different kinds of moralizing behavior, depending on the various different ways in which something can be inappropriate, or irrelevant, or the various different ways in which a person might, tacitly or explicitly, give too much weight to the enunciation of a statement about the morality or morality of some institution, action, or person. Obviously, too, to say that giving too weight to making statements with a moral content is not to say that making such statements has no weight or influence at all, rvach less to say that such statements would not have any weight at all in any context. So clearly, L can reject moralizing without in any way being committed to, for instance, the falsity or vacuousness of all moral theories, and without thinking that moral judgments are always useless or ungrounded. Similarly, I can reject morality in the narrow sense in that F can think there is no separate and distinctive moral ought, and yet still engage in a wide range of everyday discussions about what it would be good, better, bad, or worse to do, how the government should address certain problems, how you ought to behave toward your colleagues, your cat, your children, and so on. Finally, I may continue to behave as most people do, evaluating things in my environment, including using what may look to be morally loaded terms, without actually endorsing any of the various theories that have been proposed about the status of such terms. Thus one might say that the following was part of the moral legacy of Marxism, as a result of participating in various activities that took The specific form they did only because those who organized and participated in them were committed to some of the characteristic theses of Marxism. Certain social classes acquired habits of solidarity that they had not had before and would otherwise not have been likely to acquire in such a highly developed form. This solidarity, one might argue, deserves to continue to be cultivated and perhaps expanded. This development was a legacy in the form of a change in actual recognition of some ways of acting as being good, and perhaps also of others, scabbing, as being bad. Furthermore, one might think that a healthy suspicion of moralizing was one of the positive legacies of Marxism. Since, however, the focus of this essay is academic, I concentrate on ways in which Marxism conceptualized morality. In the widest sense, Marxism is thought to have died because it seemed to have been given a quasi-experimental run. The Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, and Eastern Europe, and to have failed. Failure for large-scale theories of the type to which Marxism belongs is itself an interpretive category. Sometimes when experiments fail, there is simply a general sense of disorientation and confusion, but, given theoretical positions, as has already been suggested, need not be completely abandoned just because they fail in one of their concrete incarnations. The perceived failure of Soviet-style economies to provide what they promised, greater economic growth than capitalist economies, and the way in which vested interests in capitalist countries played up these failures in Soviet-style systems were important factors in the demise of Marxism. However, it is usually easier for people to give something up if they think they have some potentially viable alternative they can adopt, and at the end of the 1980s, there was an alternative that had come to seem more plausible than Marxism. This is the Western combination of political liberalism, with a capitalist economy that is just sufficiently controlled to avoid, at least up to the present, an utterly lethal crisis, thaw not to avoid crises altogether. Was there then a way of presenting a political philosophy appropriate to Western forms of capitalist democracy, ideally one that would easily integrate the political and the ethical? Best of all, because people were not so stupid as to believe that these Western societies were flawless, would be a view that encouraged minor reformist activity while overwhelmingly endorsing the basic socio-economic framework. This would allow its adherents to bask in a warm and comforting glow of self-righteousness while remaining firmly within the limits set for the self-reproduction of the basic economic framework, and indeed strengthening this framework. One popular liberal alternative toward the end of the 1970s, John Rawls's theory of Fustus, began to establish itself as a point of reference for political philosophy. The reasons for this were many and varied, some of them having to do with the content of the theory he presented, others with his way of going about presenting and arguing for his views. Thus, although his original view is to position on political philosophy, its connection with a certain kind of Kantianism in ethics is also clear. Also, many of the assumptions Rawls made were ones that were widely shared by members of his target audience in the United States, assumptions such as those about the centrality of the individual moral subject in thinking about politics and society. As the theory was developed over the years, revised, reformulated, and extended, this Kantian perspective with its focus on the moral powers of individuals became even more prominent. These powers were considered to be not historical acquisitions, whose form and activities were shaped by the particular historically specific society in which they occurred and which possessed varying degrees of importance in different contexts and different societies. But as historically invariant and fundamental, their exercise was tacitly assumed to be always more important than all else. Many of the conclusions Rawls came to were also familiar and unthreatening to the inhabitants of Western-style, liberal democracies. Society needed to be reformed in various ways, primarily some ways having to do with the distribution of goods, services, and other benefits, but fundamentally it could be considered to be in order. Reform, of course, has always been with us, and even those who wish things to stay the same can be intelligent enough to see that they can only remain the same if they change. So calls for reform, as I mentioned above, can be comforting. There is little point in trying to reform something one thinks is fundamentally hopeless, like, for instance, systems of slavery. We think they need to be abolished. Rawls fits into the reassuring, reformist mode. No revolution was needed to install a godly elite who would subject a recalcitrant population to divine discipline, no abolition of all forms of government, no prohibition on extraction of surplus value through wage labor, no reintroduction of slavery or child labor, no compulsory military mobilization for all 18-year-olds, male and female, in the interests of the higher purposes of the state or religious or ethnic group. In addition to this, Rawls's highly abstract way of going about political philosophy was deeply reassuring. The message was clear. No need to engage in complicated, sticky, ambiguous interpretations of historical institutions, for example, slavery, or events, the extermination of indigenous populations. No need to know anything about other societies, cultures, polities, and their values, beliefs, practices. Just see if they are reasonable by our standards, and that can be done in a decontextualized way. No need to think about the actual social origins, function, or consequences of concepts, theories, or belief systems. That is irrelevant to evaluating them. So the historian, the anthropologist, and the sociologist have nothing to say in political philosophy. It is a matter just for the philosopher, and perhaps, because of the centrality of claims about distribution, for the economist. The philosopher is to look for a form of reasonableness, and a corresponding unreasonableness in a set of basic principles that govern institutions, and these principles are to be easily detachable from all the mess of real history and real politics. When they are thus detached, they are to be evaluated by our ethical intuitions, as normalized, perhaps, by the application of some simple universal principles of reason and empirical experience. No wonder academic economists loved Rawls from the start. For present purposes, the most important aspect of the kind of political philosophy that Rawls made popular is the role played by an antecedent normative evaluation of institutional principles. Because of the centrality assigned to our moral evaluations, it has come to be called the normative turn. Methodologically, Rawls's work and that of those who followed him represented a counter-revolution, ramping backward over about a century of political and social thought to reconnect with the late 18th century, and particularly with Kant. Cradley speaking, during the period between Kant and Rawls, social and political philosophers were not as obsessed with the purity and distinctiveness of the normative, and keen on separating it as clearly as possible from the empirical, historical, sociological, the useful, and so on, as Kantians would have them be. Furthermore, they did not in general make a point of proceeding by starting with a normative theory of a good, praiseworthy, reasonable, ideal, or nest society, and then are in a second step moving on to apply this theory to the world as iris. The questions of where and how one starts and of the order in which one proceeds are not irrelevant in political and social philosophy any more than they are in actual politics. Marx represents in a particularly striking way a completely different approach to defining the issues and proceeding. He was deeply committed to a way of secking which is very different from the Kantian or the Rawlsian way. One does not stare with the individual and his neural powers, any more than from the individual and his cognitive powers. Leuctes adds that one could reject every single claim the historical Mars made, including presumably the labor theory of Bahuk, the analysis of primitive accumulation, the laws about the falling rate of profit, the various claims about the role of the proletariat in history, and so forth, and still be an orthodox Marxist, provided one thought it was necessary to approach society using the right method, and to use the right method was to construe society as a totality, in the above specified sense. To reject the abstract individual starting point is not to deny that there are individuals, to assert that they and their claims are unimportant, or even necessarily to deny that they have the powers the Kantian ascribes to them, at least to some extent and in some contexts. It is to deny that abstract and isolated individuals have a certain foundational status that is sometimes attributed to them. Equally, one might well reject the claim that ethics should start from man is a strawberry-eating animal, and that this provides a fundamental criterion for the evaluation of human institutions and actions. One can reject this view while allowing that it might be a perfectly good starting point for reflections about human society by someone in the soft fruit business. Rejecting the status of the general claim need not imply denying that strawberries existed, that men, women, and children occasionally ate them, and that for some people this was an important and relevant fact. Marx, of course, thinks that individuals do have any number of cognitive powers in the following sense. If you take an individual who has grown up in a functioning society, you can theoretically isolate that individual and try to investigate what he or she can or could do. Marx himself puts emphasis on the ability of humans to execute plans, which they have elaborated in their imaginations before acting. This does not, of course, mean that the powers thus discovered, and which it is perfectly proper 77 sense to locate in the individual, are not also inherently social in their origin and in their nature. It makes sense if you enter a room to say that she, over there, speaks French, whereas he, over here, speaks Russian, and they, over in the corner, each speak Turkish. It is correct that each has a different power and ability, although what you are doing is merely, as it were, distributing possible social roles to individuals, the role of Russian speaker, French speaker, and so on. It is also true that you can get some idea of the grammar, syntax, lexis of Turkish by investigating what this individual Turkish speaker says, what he or she recognizes as comprehensible Turkish. None of this is false, but it does not follow from this that Turkish, or any language, is not also and inherently a social phenomenon that can be fully understood only as a way in which different speakers interact with each other. Language, and hence thought of any degree of sophistication, exists only as a collective social practice activated by individuals. It is true that English would not exist if there had never been individual speakers who made use of it. But it is also true that the language pre-exists any individual speaker. Every speaker finds it always already there. It extends beyond the grasp of any individual speaker at any given time. There are English words I do not know and do not use, although I could acquire them, and, in most cases, the language will continue to exist after I cease to speak it, indeed after I cease to exist. There is, however, no royal path either from universal structures of rationality or from my individual consciousness or action to language as a social phenomenon, a point which Herder and Hegel saw clearly, which Kant signally failed to grasp with catastrophic consequences for his philosophical views, and which the late Wittgenstein rediscovered in the RO3 Zoes and 1940s. Iris for this reason that neither psychology nor the pseudo of the proposition can be philosophically fundamental for Marx. For Marx, it is a mistake to start with abstract individuals because Individuals always grow up as members of a social group and cannot be understood independently of that fact. This does not mean that individuals are nothing more than indifferentiated social units or that they can be reduced to their social context. To say that society is to be treated as a historical totality is not to say that any given theory we may have of it at any particular time is infallible, or actu ally objectively exhaustive. When Marx speaks of society as a totality, he is met endorsing the existence of what has now come to be 16 called a "we from nowhere." Registered to make this mistake is, in some sense, to drop back to the position of Hegel. We thought that in his philosophy, absolute knowledge was realized. History and system came to coincide, so that his view was at the same time the comprehensible result of human history and a fully self-grasping way in which the absolute realized itself. Individuals as members of human groups have perceptual and ratiocinative powers, but these are not infallible or without historical location, and as a result their views are always perspectival. Marx agrees with Nietzsche that there is no disembodied, absolute knowledge. Wherever there is knowledge, it is a knowledge located in some human individuals or groups, including institutional groups. To say that society is a totality is to say that someone, individual or group, must so consider it. Such a person or persons will never be seeing it from no point of view at all, or from God's eye view, or from the purported standpoint of pure reason. I can see my own views as a part of our views, and as an expression of a general way of looking at the world characteristic of someone living in southeast Britain at the beginning of the 21st century and as integrated into our forms of social reproduction in various ways. Even if I am on some issues individually deviant, I am not deluded enough or self-centered enough to overlook the ways in which I have no more jumped over my own shadow than anyone else has, and my views, attitudes, and desires are one variant of those of my time and place, and they will be found to be reflected in what I, and others, take to be society in itself totality. This reflective knowledge changes the way I think and act in various ways, but need not utterly undermine my use of our available moral language. I may still make judgments, I just fail to make Cer. Toyn claims about these judgments and the status they have, and fail to regiment my moral judgments according to one or another of the philosophical projects that claims on the basis, for instance, of reason alone, or reasonableness, or considerations of reflective equilibrium, to be able to justify the priority of one set of them over others. I know that important parts of this language will come to be historically superseded, but do not know which parts, in what way. Totality. This approach via totality means, then, that the Heyman individual, his or her perceptions, values, intuitions, situation are neither the absolute starting point nor the absolute ending point of thinking about the human good to the extent to which it is attainable through action. In particular, I need to call into question my own intuitions, perceptions, and forms of valuation by reflecting on their origin, the context in which they arose historically, the way in which he acquired them, who is benefited and who disadvantaged by looking at the world in this way. The only way to conduct this reflection is through the study of society as a whole in its history, and this is best done as a member of a group. In some sense it can only ever be done as a member of a group, because even an interior monologue is a discus scion conducted in a natural language which is an inherently social medium. This is not to deny that sometimes I find myself as an individual in an emergency situation which looks to me like the one the Kantian takes to be paradigmatic, in which I must perhaps act immediately and do not have the luxury of reflecting in common with others and forming my beliefs carefully. Such cases are, however, ever, precisely emergencies. Post-Christian moral philosophy commonly ba three characteristics. First of all, it, at least tacitly, presupposes the priority of the first-person individual perspective and the relation of that individual to a specific action. So it tries paradigmatically to answer the case, Tion, what ought I to do here? Second, it assumes, with an optimism which originates perhaps in the view that the Christian God is the omnipotent creator of the whole world, that there is a morally acceptable action that can be performed in all circumstances. Third, it assumes that ethics is a fully autonomous philosophical discipline, with conclusive results that can be expressed in some kind of doctrine. The injunctions and or prohibitions it provides are certain, fully grounded, and universally valid. They give me a full, definitive warrant for acting. A philosopher, by virtue of his or her special training, can consult the doctrine and on that basis provide guide 3 ants for action and orientation in the world. Kierkegaard brings out the first feature of traditional ethics in the course of arguing against Hegel. One can take Kierkegaard as arguing roughly that Hegel assures me that monogamous marriage is part of the structure of a fully rational society, but this does not answer the real question, which is, should I, S6 Ren Kierkegaard, marry Regina Olsen? In trying to frame the question in this way, is Kierkegaard being profound or narcissistic? Hegel, and following him, Marx, would have denied that Kierkegaard's tiny problem had the kind of philosophical priority Kierkegaard wished to attribute to it. This does not mean that Kierkegaard's question and his problem do not exist, that there is nothing anyone could say to him to help him. He may have experienced friends, wise colleagues, a sympathetic pastor, or a mom, a concerned uncle, or godfather who could give him what turns out to be excellent advice. It is not even the case that there is nothing helpful that a philosopher, by virtue of having the kind of training philosophers have customarily had in Europe in the past 200 years, could say to him. Many philosophers were not merely highly intelligent but also strikingly charismatic figures, registered, and perhaps their specific study of philosophy contributed in various ways to making them good at giving advice. However, to say that a philosopher can also sometimes help with practical advice, and that his training has something to do with this, is not to say that the way he helps is by consulting his doctrine, nor that the legitimate question of how Mr. SK, or anyone in SK's situation, should act in this situation is the central one in practical philosophy. Why should not "what shall we do" take priority? And who then exactly is we? The people who live, like me, on Tennyson Road, my neighbours in the Petersfield ward of Cambridge, other retired university lecturers in the UK, other supporters of the UK's membership in the EU. Alla betreffenen, is this a very well-defined category? All rational agents, why should they be of special interest to me, and do they include my cat? Even in the philosophical tradition itself there are more than merely traces of approaches that do not give priority to the first-person perspective. If the question is, tiva todmov xp civ, in what way is it necessary to live? Quid agendum? Or for that matter, Lenin's Wymo darame, also usually rendered, what is to be done? These are all in an impersonal form, and the first refers to a whole mode of light rather than any specific action. The relation in which any of these questions, or the answer to any of these questions, stands to something that ought to be done by ibis-specific human agent is not direct. To look at the world of human practice systematically from the Christian and Kantian point of view, or to start from this question and give it universal priority, is to distort ethical and political thinking significantly, and Marx rejects this distortion. This does not, of course, imply that one must, or ought, always to give priority to the collective or a more impersonal perspective, rather than my own individual one. Nor does it imply that there is a universal view from nowhere, which we can adopt. It is perfectly consistent to deny that the L perspective always has systematic priority, without asserting that I may never permissibly suit myself. To move, then, to the second of the three characteristics, some of the problems of individuals have no moral solution. If Lama's slave in 1st century BC Rome, should I love or hate my master? It is not clear what it would mean to say that either answer to this question is morally the right one. Of course, this question only arises in a society in which the institution of slavery exists. Abolish slavery and the question disappears. This does not mean, either, that we can say that the slave in 1st century Rome ought to struggle to abolish slavery. This would be a pointless thing to try to do. Marx bolds that it is just as useless to tell a slave in a society at a low level of development of the forces of production that he ought to struggle for the abolition of slavery as it is to tell him he ought to jump over the moon, because Marx thinks whether or not slavery can be abolished at any given time and in any place depends on factors massively outside the control of any individual or indeed any organized group. It is perhaps not an accident, but rather something that is grist for Marx's mill, that as far as we can tell was slave in the ancient world. Not even Spartacus proposed to abolish slavery. This never occurred to Geuss of them as a possibility as far as we know, and if it had, it would have been an empty thought such as, what would I do if I could, now, that is, ca. 80 BC, fly, or, how about if my goats could do the cooking around the hut for me? None of the above means that it might not be good in our society to oppose the continued existence of slavery or its reintroduction, or indeed to impose this, should circumstances permit, on other contemporary societies who do not already accept it. This does not mean that it is never under any circumstances possible to abstract some part of the whole, and study or even teach that by itself. Without this possibility human cognition would be possible. This abstraction is possible and harmless, provided you do not falsely think that by undertaking it, you isolate some special property, the normative, which can be the object of a distinct, self-contained, and fully autonomous discipline, and have thus grounded an ethics that speaks with complete authority to people about how they must always act. To be more exact, if I try to abstract the normative in my society degree, I shall generally end up with a highly complex system of principles, habits, and modes of behavior. Roughly speaking, this system will have two parts, vide supra, pp. 94-98. One will contain a set, or various sets, of rules, principles, maxims, and values that will be those that people will publicly profess, with more or less prompting, as describing how their lives ought to be organized, or that philosophers can formulate in rational reconstructions, and get people to affirm. I will call this the high morality, or the Überbau morality of the society. The other part will be the really existing morality, which will be what people actually live by. In one characteristic configuration, the high morality will be absolutist. One must absolutely never lie, but the really existing form will interpret, qualify, and bend these absolutist principles, introduce exceptions, and singularities. One must never lie, but equally one may not betray a confidence. So when these two principles conflict, it is permissible to be economical with the truth, or the older, one must never lie except to protect a lady's honor. The reason for the discrepancy between the two, high, and really existing morality, that will be given by people in the society is that the high morality is literally unlivable. Perhaps the occasional saint or hero may make a stab at really living according to its precepts, but no one can expect everyone to be a hero. So when loss a theorist, try to abstract in such a way as to formulate the rules of morality in effect in my society, will in the best of cases end up with an unwieldy and lopsided two-part structure dyed with tensions and contradictions. If have done my job correctly, most agents in my society will at least recognize my reconstruction for what it is, godulo a certain amount of the usual kind of boomin, cantankerousness and countersuggestibility. They might, of course, nevertheless have different attitudes toward it. Some might think the high morality was based on a set of direct divine commands, or the injunctions of a substitute for God, such as reason. Others might have other theories about that. Knowing that my local morality is essentially connected to specific forms of social reproduction will probably change my attitude toward it in various ways, but it does neither constitutes a refutation of morality, nor does it tell me I am puritatively how exactly ill should act toward this system of rules. Veer. Tuesday, habits and forms of evaluation. The more enlightened will be likely to think that the rules of morality look very much like a set of principles that prescribe what is general we need to do for society to maintain itself in existence. A society in which murder, deceit, and envy, coveting were really uncontrolled would be unlikely, one moot think, to be able to maintain itself in existence for long. For Mars, the divine command view is palpably false. When enlightened people say morality is necessary for society to maintain itself, Chi's statement is too ambiguous to be straightforwardly either true or false. By morality, do they mean high morality, ally existing morality, or their particular two-part structural of amalgam of both? Does society can maintain itself mean our present society? How is this to be individuated exactly? Or does it mean any Harmon society, or any Boomin society above a certain level of complexity? What level? If enlightened people mean by morality is necessary for society to maintain itself, that our really existing habits of moral action are necessary for the kind of society we now inhabit to maintain itself, that is perhaps slightly exaggerated, in that it suggests that our actually existing habits are strictly the only ones compatible with this form of society, and that is probably not correct. Of course, there is, and always will be, room for small variations, and even for reforms. Japanese ethical dispositions and habits in the 1970s were not exactly the same as those in Italy, West Germany, as it then was, or the United States. Nevertheless, these societies were, according to the Marxist analysis, all instances of the same socio-economic formation, which some Marxists at the time called late capitalism. The exaggeration, however, contained an important grain of insight in that it put the focus on the role that really existing morality played in fostering and facilitating the reproduction of our specific type of society. This, Marx holds, is a society essentially divided into classes, and its really existing morality is a class moral, much of the actual content of which has the function of maintaining these class divisions and furthering the interests of those who have control over capital. One can assume that Marx would have a certain sympathy with the claim that the reason for the discrepancy between the Überbau morality and the really existing morality had something to do with the unlivability of the former. Under existing economic conditions, proponents of the enlightened view, however, tend to confuse the true claim that our actually existing morality contributes to helping this kind of society to reproduce itself, with one or the other of two completely different views, both of which Marx thinks are clearly false. The first of these incorrect views claims that our actually existing morality would be needed, or would contribute, to the main tenets of any human society, perhaps any at a sufficiently high level of organization. The second mistaken view is that our Überbau, morality would be appropriate for any society, either, AP 999 appropriate as a high morality, or even, amazingly, realizable and appropriate as a really existing morality. For Marx, however, the high morality is essentially a compensatory fantasy generated by and responsive to the failings of the social formation in which it arises. As such, it is a deeply distorted expression of human aspirations at a particular time and place. One cannot simply lift it from that context and expect to get anything determinate which could function as a really existing morality in any society. Furthermore, these high moralities derive their binding power precisely from the particular social dissatisfactions or characteristic forms of misery that generate them, and if those dissatisfactions are abolished, the components of the high morality lose their relevance, or change their status and function in unpredictable ways. Perhaps some of the content of the Überhin can be reinterpreted, but then the process of reinterpretation will not be any kind of routine transposition, but will actually provide most of the significant concrete content. To be sure, we can survey human societies and by a process of abstraction and generalization discover and formulate some general rise and principles that, in one form or another, are endorsed by members of most human societies. Do not kill without provocation. Be kind to children. However, these will be what Marx calls Germetten Plitz. They will be not especially profound and foundational, but particularly shallow and, as it were, sub-alethic, too indeterminate actually to have any truth value on their own, and certainly too unspecific to be a guide to any real human life. What does without provocation actually mean? What does kind mean? So there seem to be three results of this discussion. First, in order to understand anything about the morality of any society, we need to be able to give the kind of ideological account I have just given of the role forms of morality play in social reproduction. Second, if we understand that society is a totality and that anything we might say about morality will be the result of a complex process of abstraction, or of a series of such processes, we will realize that the traditional conception of an ethical theory, which can be free, self-standing, cognitively autonomous, and yet give determinate, authoritative, fully well-grounded advice on how to live, is fundamentally mistaken. Third, none of the above means that, apart from the usual fallibility of all Heyman judgment, there is any special problem with the use of evaluative language. The absence of a separate and completely distinct realm of the normative, which is an object of study in ethics, in no way means we cannot say it is better to drink this glass of clean water than that glass of effluence from downstream of the huge petrocharmical complex, or that we would be better advised to support the development of solar power than to permit fracking, or finally, that Mr. Wader Palmer, the Minnesota dentist, ought not to have been permitted to shoot Cecil, the lion, with his bow and arrow, and so that whatever the technicalities of the law, he ought not to have shot him. The fact that none of these can be connected to any set of absolute, invariant, general prohibitions, injunctions, principes, or values is a problem if we think such principles exist, or could exist, as foundations for ethics, but not if we do not make that assumption. Is there then no morality? If one wishes to put it this way, one can say that Marx did have a substantive theory of morality, although one with a very different structure from those usually discussed in philosophy seminars. People are not Cartesian res cogitantes or Kantian rational agents, but rather they live in social groups and have complex desires and needs, and the power and disposition to be active in such a way as to satisfy these desires and needs. In this context they develop sets of social rules to govern their interactions with each other. These we call forms or systems of morality. The needs humans have include not only a need to be able to transform the environment in certain ways. For example, by making water in a river drinkable, by building shelters for protection from the rain and cold, if appropriate, or by acquiring and preparing substances that can be used as food, but also and, equally importantly, needs for sociability, that is, for having certain emotionally shaded relations with other members of the group, including relations of intimacy, mutual concern and affirmation, positive dependency, and a large number of other things. Furthermore, and this is a point Marx emphasizes again and again, the needs are not static but are constantly changing because the process of satisfying needs, in one way rather than another because they can usually be satisfied in more than one way, is at the same time the process of generating new needs. People can satisfy their hunger, depending on circumstances, by hunting, fishing, collecting nuts and berries, herding reindeer, camels, goats, sheep, or cattle, cultivating rice, manioc, potatoes, wheat, or other foodstuffs. If people cultivate rice to satisfy their hunger, they eventually generate a need for something like chopsticks. If they bake bread, they can use their hands to eat. If they eat porridge, they may come to need spoons. If they hunt with a net as individuals, they will probably eventually also need a knife to clean the game they catch. If they hunt with nets in a group, they will need enhanced cooperative skills. Fishermen may core to need boats. Which particular historical path the development of needs, of ways of satisfying them, and of thereby generating new ones will take is to some extent dependent on the micro-environment in question. What social rules we develop depend on the needs, desires, and beliefs which we have. The basic mistake of his opponents, Marx often says, and never stops repeating, is to think that current arrangements are not just a passing historical phase, but are eternal, at work, and that the concepts suitable for describing current arrangements have eternal application and validity. Perhaps the period during which they were useful and relevant seems long by the lifespan of an individual Böhmen, 600 years or so for feudalism, but still historically it is a transitory moment. Nietzsche says about philosophers that their original sin, he ironically calls it their idiosin. Crazy is their Egyptianism, their denial of history and refusal to accept that even categories, or concepts of reason, are transient, registered. They have a historical origin, develop over time, and eventually lose their identity, become invalid and irrelevant, and pass away. Marx would agree, although B would put more emphasis on the Egyptianism of economists. There is not anything invariant and universal about any set of needs or any way of trying to satisfy them. Or rather, one can say, there is an invariant structure here. Human groups socially transform and control nature to satisfy their interests. Their morality is part of this process, but this is a completely empty statement. Use less for traditional ethics because there is no path from it to any kind of universal injunction or decision procedure for any individual. 2. Know that my local morality is part of the process of the self. Reproduction of society, or even chatitis a strictly necessary part of the process of self-reproduction, does not tell me what to do. Kierkegaard was right about chat. Moral system are an integral part of the social structure, but nothing excludes my judging that, on the whole, any given society does not deserve to survive, that it would, on the whole, not be good for it to reproduce itself. T can make this judgment even about my own society. I do make it, that shall be on the basis of various other considerations, to be sure, and none of them will be apodictic, categorical, or infallible. Also, even if I judge that it would be a good thing for my society to reproduce itself, it does not follow that I must think I have to give priority to satisfying its needs over following my own desires. Whether or not this is the case depends on the circumstances, and there is no final absolute framework, not even that of human needs, to which one can refer, which will make it unnecessary to consult the circumstances. After all, it is a Gemeinplatz that people wish to live, and that to live they must eat, but it does not follow from that hunger strikes are impossible or immoral, or always a bad idea. As Montaigne, Kierkegaard, and Dostoevsky all try to argue, it is not even necessary that I be consistent. Need, then, cannot play anything like the same role in Marx that, for instance, reason does in Kant and many other traditional philosophers. For Kant, one can discover what one ought to do, or at any rate, what one ought not to do, by consulting reason, which is the same, essentially, for everyone in all societies at all times, and will give everyone in every society and time the same advice. For Marx, no one can consult universal needs, because although in one sense it is possible to affirm some simple, empirical generalization such as that all humans need to eat, the purported universal need to eat has cognitive content only when its specific historical form is specified, and people can in some circumstances decide to starve themselves to death for perfectly understandable reasons that we have no way of. 9966 disqualifying a priori as foolish, useless, self-defeating, or I am moral, despite the absolutely central role of needs in human life. You can no more strictly delimit and close off a purported ethical domain by reference to an absolute conception of needs than you can in any other way. One might wonder whether the above account, whatever its coherency and force against Christian and Kantian-style views of ethics, was at all relevant to the normative turn in political philosophy. If, however, the whole project of isolating and studying the normative does not make sense, then it seems odd that political philosophy should be expected to turn to and orient itself on what would then be the non-discipline of normative ethics. To be sure, to return to my 3 points about post-Christian ethics above, it does not seem obviously the case that Rawls gives special priority to first-person questions about what individuals should do, although he does give great weight to individuals' moral powers. However, starting from our own moral intuitions, and imposing the veil of ignorance means that there will be no possibility of, say, riotous ideological criticism. It will not be possible to mobilize historical and sociological knowledge to criticize these initial beliefs. The reflective equilibrium, eventually attained, then, will must be a veer scion of our own original prejudices right large and surrounded by a normative ballow. Finally, if one does give up the clear intention of the early work, which was to give a theory with the traditional Kantian kind claiming normative authority based on universal reason, and if one represents Rawls's position, as he comes close to doing himself in the later work, merely as just an expression of the worldview of Rawls's fellow citizens in the United States, the scope of the theory contracts more considerably than I think Rawlsians would be willing to admit. The actual success of the Rawlsian counter-revision shows, however, that it would be a mistake to underestimate the rhetorical attractiveness of appeals to moral intuitions and fair distribution as against, for instance, a theory of B&M man needs and their cultiform modes of satisfaction. Even for people we seem to have little to gain from it and mock to lose. I said at the beginning of this essay that would concentrate on what seemed to me to be positive aspects of the legacy of Marx. These included an emphasis on the historical and concrete nature of claims about what was good and what people should or ought or must do, a rejection of moralization, the idea that society was to be seen as a totality, without assuming that this implied the existence of a view from nowhere, and the theory about abstraction, its virtues and Linwi. In conclusion, I would like just to mention one important negative aspect, the emphasis on ever-increasing industrial production. Action to satisfy human needs is tacitly assumed by Marx to require ever-expanding production. If we are to survive as a species, however, we will have to break with this obsessive pursuit of cancerous forms of exploitation of nature. Presumably, we might be able to detach human activity directed at satisfying needs as much as possible from the cycle of ever-expanded industrial production, since we do not actually need significant further expansion of industrial activity to give a reduced human population a highly attractive life. How such a detachment might be possible, and what exact form it could take, is anyone's guess. Perhaps the way forward is the cultivation of human needs for increased and increasingly sophisticated forms of sociability and of self-expression that do not require increased material production. This clearly will not be possible under capitalist conditions, which is just to say, what is news to no one except the especially benighted, that although our future is unsure if we rid ourselves of capitalism, it is only too sure that without radical change in our present economic arrangements our prospects are bleak indeed. Wem angesichts der Vergiftung unserer Erde nichts einfall als die Frage nach dem Bruttosozialprodukt, dem Beitrag nichts zu sagen. Economies. Good, bad, indifferent. EIFRM. Tris White known that the term economy comes from two Greek words meaning household (ofexok) and regulation, organization, or management. View equals vivuus, so it seems that the repeated appeals by Angela Merkel to the virtues of the proverbial Swabian housewife as a guide to how to run the German economy is not simply a rhetorical flourish which she pulled out of the air or her own fertile Mecklenburgian imagination, but has some historical root. Presumably the Norma Swabian housewife has some kind of view about what kind of life she and her family must live, what they require, or what they need, as we may say about the necessities of life, and she feels it to be her responsibility to try to satisfy these needs with the resources available to her. This way of thinking about her situation, that there are imperative necessities that impose themselves on her, objectively, that is, as if from the outside, and to which she has no alternative but to respond, seems perfectly understandable. Nev. A 368 Earthless, the notions of need, necessity, or requirement, are plus ta. I. 5.4. Are problematic in a number of ways. Roughly speaking, needs, CERN, to cover requirements in at least three different dimensions. One can distinguish, at least, natural or biological, moral, and socio-cultural needs. So they must have food in sufficient quantity and of sufficient nutritional value to allow them to survive for the foreseeable future. This is a kind of natural or biological necessity. They must also have sufficient space in their domicile so that members of different gender groups and generations are not promiscuously forced into what are considered to be immoral forms of intimacy, a moral necessity. Finally, they must be able to clothe themselves in what they and their neighbors will consider an acceptable way. At some historical periods, such as in the High Victorian era, it was socially imposed for a man or woman to appear in public without headgear of any kind. It is said that at certain periods a man who went out in the streets of London without some kind of head covering, a hat or cap of some kind, would have been assaulted. In addition to these things which she and the other members of her family must have, food, clothing, shelter, and that they must be able to get medical services when ill, there will probably be some things that, although not strictly part of what the Swabian housewife, or anyone else, takes to be necessities, are nevertheless positively desirable or are objects of aspiration. They are not needs, but things people want or desire or wish to have. The walls of the rooms in the house do not need to be repainted regularly, but a new coat of paint every decade or so is highly desirable. A bottle of Trollinger every day is a very good thing, although no one thinks it an absolute necessity. Similarly, for a dish of meat on Sundays rather than just Spatzel, a new hat or new car or new television every 5 or 6 years, starting then from the way the Swabian housewife sees her world and her tasks, we notice that she makes a conceptual distinction between two broad categories or families of things. One, the things she needs, or requires or must have or thinks are essential, and the other, the things she wants, or wishes or desires to have, might like to have, or would prefer to have, rather than not to have. Within these two broad categories, there will be further differences that will be relevant for some of the various decisions she might make. Thus there may be things she actively wants and has pursued for a long time, although she does not, perhaps, think it is essential or necessary to have them. Then there may be cases in which she has a momentary whim. In yet other cases she might clearly and always pick A over B if she were forced to choose between the two, but the choice itself is not one she is either forced or keen to make, so the preference for A over B is clear but generally irrelevant or motivationally inert. Despite any number of differences within each of these two categories, it is extremely important to see that there are important structural differences between the members of the first category and those of the second. To ascribe needs and to ascribe wants are conceptually very different things, and each of these concepts oper atesh according to a completely different logic. A want or desire is primarily some kind of positive subjective intuition toward an object or an action, that is, it is an incipient movement that comes from within me. To speak of wanting G in my case, is to speak of what want, as if were the initiator hurrying to do something. The notion of a need, JS, in contrast, construed as in principle objective, rather than merely subjective. There TS some kind of external necessity, reposing itself on my nolens volens from without. A need has the structure of a conditia sine gua nen. May want or desire to drink a cup of tea either because I like the taste of tea or because one think it is good for my health, or in order to ingratiate myself with a teamer, chant from whom I arm a Bennett to solicit a favor, or for Amy Mumber of other reasons either individually or altogether. May, of course, form the idea of an unconscious wish, which presumably is a wish that is in some way postulated to account for some of my actions, alchow. Lam not aware of having it. Sulche ascription ts, and must be subjective, or perhaps subject-centered, in that it must finally be based on and refer to an impulsion or inclination or tendency that fxb Rience or that exhibit t in a certain direction, even if lam not consciously aware of it. Answer is obvious. Y is pust the continued exis tense of the entity in question, in this case me. So, Jerome needs water means, if Jerome does not get water, B shall not survive. This is a preverbal, non-subjective structure that exists in the world, and is rooted in the nature of things, specifically in human biology. Whether lore anyone knows about it or is able to formulate it in thought or language. In principle I can be said to need some recherche protein or vitamin, or to need a surgical procedure of some kind, on the basis of some scientific account of human physiology, without that ascription being at all based on any impulse I myself have to seek out that protein or to cajole a surgeon into performing the operation. If I happen to experience a tendency to eat fruits that contain the necessary vitamins, this will be an accident, an idiosyncrasy, or the result of a complicated and objective evolutionary history of the species, but the description of the case as one in which I need the vitamin certainly does not depend on the fact that I actually happen to want to eat food containing the vitamin. I may desire to eat oranges without needing to eat them, and my actually eating them, or even seeking them out with great effort and eating them greedily, is not by itself evidence that I need them. My desire for something may be more or less strong, but no amount of strength of desire one turns a desire into a need. To say it is a need is not to say that it is of some given strength, but to make a completely different kind of claim about it, that without it I shall seriously malfunction. It might well be that if certain kinds of desires establish themselves very firmly and centrally in me, and I structure much of my action around them, it is sore likely that unless they are satisfied I shall fail to survive, and this will often make it difficult for me to distinguish in my own case what is a desire and what a need. But this epistemic difficulty in no way implies that desire and need are the same thing. In the above discussion, need, ts used in the strictest possible sense of the word, but usually the term is used in a very much looser sense, where the why means not life, sheer continued survival itself, but something more like flourishing or healthy functioning. Still, the ascription will have the same objectivizing candidata sine qua non structure, that is, Jerome needs Y, will still mean, Jerome cannot fully flourish without Y, whether he knows that or not. Thus, all humans need air to breathe and that they will die within a few minutes if they do not have it, but one can also perfectly reasonably say that humans need a certain minimal caloric intake each day. If I fail to get 1,000 calories a day, to be sure, I shall not immediately die, but if the deprivation continues, I shall gradually become more lethargic, more susceptible to diseases, less able to discharge the usual activities of a human being suaces tully. In what follows I see will turn out to be rather importante that need designates a sine qua non rather than some thing which, or anyone else, positively want, desire, or pursue for its own sake. If previous discussion is avenue all correct, what or we, really need and what or we, think we need can be two quite different things. In the case of biological needs this is clear. A woman in one of the few surviving tribal societies in our world may think which perfect sincerity and complete conviction that her infant needs to wear an amulet in order not to be struck down by malaria or some other serious disease. Equally, a child may actually need something the chief carer does not know it needs, in which case the child will most likely die. Fear might, of course, be evolutionary reasons why what humans need in order to survive biologically cannot depart to greater fora what they think they need, but that is a separate case. To understand the decision situation in which an individual finds him or herself as defined in the narrowest way possible, that is, the micro-situation, it is probably enough to focus on what that individual believes he or she needs because that is what will have a decisive influence on how the person in question decides to act. Real needs will assert themselves to the extent to which those whose real needs are not satisfied will in fact malfunction, whatever, in the given context, malfunction exactly is taken to mean. So, if one, to some extent even, natural, or biological, needs may differ from one society to another, protection against cold will be more imperative the farther north one goes, whereas protection against certain diseases that are transmitted by insects may become less necessary. Obviously, the moral and social needs will also differ from one society to the other, and the distinctions between these categories cannot be more than rough and ready. If I will be assaulted on the street for not wearing a hat in such a way as to suffer serious physical disability, then having a hat to wear is not, as we might say, a mere social necessity. This also points to a number of further ambiguities in the use of the term social necessity. On the one hand, it can mean something that is necessary if every human society at all in a form we can recognize is to survive. This would presumably include certain restrictions on violence, sexual and family life, and some minimal forms of reciprocity. This is easily confused with an other requirement, something that is necessary if human society at some specified level of complexity, for instance, as an industrial or post-industrial society, is to survive. These requirements might include a variety of provisions such as having a legal system, literacy, some minimal calculating devices such as an abacus or one of the highly complex and expensive electronic toys now produced in the Orient and sold to replace the abacus, Macs, PCs, and so forth, and so on. Finally, there might be a set of specific requirements that need to be fulfilled if our society, that is, early 21st century Western European society, is to be maintained. Obviously this is not the end of the story either, because one can still disagree on what our society means. Backwoods men in the UK will disapprove of describing it as nope, and insist that it be properly called British, or English, or whatever, and even those who agree it is West European may not agree on what this means. Must happen if it is to remain so. Is it a requirement, for instance, that traditional Christianity retain a central position in societies of this kind? Equally, what will count as a social, and what as a moral, necessity will clearly differ from one society to another and on one's perspective. Many of the things which we external observers consider to be merely social needs, either in the sense that they must be satisfied if the society is to retain its identity, or in the sense that they are strictly imposed by direct social forms of action as if they were absolutely necessary, will be construed by those who labor under them, or impose them on others, as deeply moral requirements, such as many of those imposed on women in foreign countries. In many such societies, women cannot appear in public without conforming to very strict demands that are not rooted in any obvious biological or moral requirements, at least in the view expressed by most Western commentators on such matters, who, of course, might be wrong about what morality requires. Finally, there will a difference in perspective. The necessity in claims about social necessity will face in two different directions at the same time. On the one hand, it will refer to that which must be done if society FAS defined in some particular way is to reproduce itself. On the other hand, it will refer to the necessity imposed on the members of society, that is, the way in which members of a given society are forced by it to act in such a way as to do what they think must be done. There might, then, be things that would have to be done if that society were to survive that no one in the society knows anything about, and there might also be things the members of the society behave, correctly or incorrectly, need to be done for the society to survive, but that they do not, perhaps because they cannot impose on people. Thus, for instance, a Protestant in the early modern period might have thought that society would survive only if it remained pleasing to God, but that it was pleasing to God only if everyone in it voluntarily heeded God's word. For such a person it would make no sense to try to force people to heed God's word, although that was essential for social flourishing, if not survival. So what really is necessary, what they think is really necessary, and what they enforce, and thus make socially necessary, in that sense, can be three different things. Perhaps it really is necessary for society to continue to exist that they punish murderers, and perhaps some kind of primitive lynch justice is the best that can be arranged in a society of a certain kind. But what if they lynch me because I have blasphemed their God on the grounds that he or she will avenge himself or herself on them for my transgression? When the Roman soldier exposed his bottom in the Jewish temple and pretended to fart in the direction of the assembled pilgrims, the resulting riot was in any case comprehensible, given the ritual beliefs of the populations in question. Registered, it makes little or no difference whether the god exists or not, or, for that matter, whether their society would actually able to maintain its coherence without this particular belief or not. To repeat, then, one must distinguish. A. It is really a social necessity. Without it their society will dissolve. Usually this in fact means, we, the observers to whom I am now addressing myself, believe their society would fall apart if it failed to have this feature, or idealized social researchers who know as much as it is possible to know about such things would judge that this is necessary for social survival. B. They judge, correctly or incorrectly, that this is a social necessity. C. They impose this as a social necessity on all who come within their power. The result for me will be that I am subjected to what I will, rightly, perceive as a necessity, coming from outside me. If the society I poses requirement X by law or other effective means, ostracism, lynching, then I who am subject will perceive X as a need even if X is not in fact necessary for social life, and even if I judge that it is not so necessary. Note that this distinction is not the same as that between what I really need and what I merely think I need. This raises a possibility that seems so deeply rooted in Hn man na ture that it is barred to dislodge. I see. That is the idea that the really an important notion in economics, and particularly in the political management of economics, is not that of preference, want, or desire, but that of need. What an economy is most centrally about is the provision for human needs. This has absolute priority, especially vis-a-vis the satisfaction of mere desires, aspirations, preferences, tastes, or vagrant velleities. If this idea were to be correct, it would express a fundamental deficiency in all those theories, including most current economic theories, that attempted to describe and explain human behavior as being directed merely to the maximization of preferences. That this idea is deep-seated is no guarantee that it is true, but it is reason to investigate it with some care. There is a well-known anecdote about a conversation between Jean-Paul Sartre and Fidel Castro in 1960. Sartre had been traveling around Cuba and accompanied Castro on a trip to the northern part of the island. Everywhere they went, it is reported, Castro was immediately surrounded by small groups of people who clustered around him and talked about their situations and their needs. These were formulated as a series of demands. Here they had to have new tractors, here the irrigation equipment was inadequate and would have to be replaced, here they needed better quality seeds, here the living quarters were a source of disease. After a while, Sartre noticed that there seemed to be no end to the stream of demands based on what people claimed to need, and he asked Castro a prompted question. What if they were to demand the moons? Castro's answer seems to have made a deep impression on Sartre. They did demand the moon, then the reason would be that they needed it. Then one would have to give it to them. This, and similar experiences, persuaded Sartre to conclude that man needs, and the various ways in which they could be satisfied constituted the only possible foundation for a decent form of politics, non-subjective structure of necessity to which we must accommodate ourselves, and wants or desires or subjectively motivating states. Demands, on the other hand, are not in general themselves parts of any nexus of natural necessity and do not present themselves as such even if they formulate what are rightly taken to be rooted in objective facts about the situation or in human needs. Rather, demands are discursively structured speech acts in which certain claims are made and presented as to be satisfied under all conditions. For needs to become demands, they must be linguistically formulated by someone in some form and brought forward in some context. This is one of the reasons control over the forms and modes of speech in a society is of great political importance. If a sufficiently developed language is available, we will be able to formulate demands that go beyond what we really require in order to survive, and satisfy what are our needs, in the strict sense, and in fact every known human language, as far as we can tell, is sufficiently developed for the formulation of such demands to be possible in it. Once, language and processes of collective discussion of the kind with which we are familiar in all human societies known to us are in existence, one can come to formulate demands that are not based on anything that could antecedently have been called a need. Thus, prisoners might demand better food for all those incarcerated while admitting that the food already provided was adequate for all human needs. In addition, people might in discussion even go beyond anything the participants in the discussion would antecedently have recognized as one of their own desires or wants. In discussion, that is, people can certainly discover that they have wants they did not know they had, but they can arguably also come to develop new wants they did not have at all. A certain strand in Raymond economic theory has tried to downplay, or even deny, the existence of change in wants, desires, tastes, and preferring instead to speak of changes in people's beliefs about costs, particularly opportunity costs. This, of course, flies in the face of all our experience, but that, in itself, might not be an objection, if one could give some positive reason to make this assumption, or if it could be shown to help us understand some phenomenon that would otherwise remain inexplicable. This, however, does not seem to be the case, although this claim clearly depends non-trivially on what one might mean by understand. If those who propose this view suggest it merely as one way in which one could look at aspects of our human life that might throw some light on a variety of human phenomena, then that is a claim one might be willing to accept, provided one had some examples of ways in which this mode of analysis had shown itself fruitful and enlightening. That might well be possible. In addition to this, the claim is that this is the only way in which it makes sense to look at human life, or the only rational way, or that this is the way humans, including politicians, or should think about light when they are making decisions about how to act. One would need some further argument about what should and must could mean in this context and why in particular this mode of thinking is thus mandatory. In the Cuban anecdote, both Castro and Sartre seem to move directly from the fact that a certain demand is formulated to the existence of an underlying need which it articulates. If this is not a mere mistake, but rather has some systematic basis, then one might wonder what this basis is. The prominence of appeal to needs in political argument would seem to have two sources. First of all, in politics, often one person or group confronts another with differing interests, desires, tastes, and preferences. It can be a good strategy to distance my demands as much as possible from my own mere preferences, for why should mere preferences take precedence over anyone else's? To speak of needs provides at least the verbal cover of purported objectivity, and this may give me an incentive to present my demands under this guise. Second, since politics is often about getting attention for one's own projects in a competitive arena, it can make sense to exaggerate its merits or the dangers of what will occur if it is not adopted. This is especially easy for most people because my own preferences and desire do often present themselves with an urgency to me that others' desires do not have. For me, both of these tendencies may contribute to turning I want into claims that I need. Exculpatory contexts may generate a similar phenorm. So it was often noted in the descriptions of the rioting that took place in London and other British cities last summer that the businesses that CERN most often targeted were those selling clothing and electronic equipment such as mobile telephones. Book shops on city blocks that were completely looted had been left untouched, indicating the irrelevance of the printed word to the perceived need structure and also the desires of the young people in question. Some of the participants in the rioting who were interviewed stated, "We looted these shops because we needed new trainers." It is then tempting to reply to this. To have new trainers is not a human need, in the strict sense, but rather at best a wish or desire that is comprehensible under certain social circumstances. Namely, in a highly consumerist society in which these shoes are a symbol of status. The sociological and historical variability of the structure of human needs must be granted, but the question remains whether it is not still necessary to distinguish between the basic or elemental need to have some kind of footwear in a cold climate, even though one knows that certain people, such as Russian peasants, in the early 20th century, will have of necessity done without them. The general human need to dress in a way that is, minimally, socially acceptable, and the mere aspiration to cut a figure in front of people by sporting particularly fine clothing. Clearly in some contexts social demands such as that one where a certain kind of shoe can become internalized to such an extent that the entity Y malfunction if that demand or wish is not satisfied. Still it would seem extremely rash to take anyone's own word for this, namely, his or her own claim that he or she would seriously malfunction, at face value. Perhaps the difficulty here, then, is not so much with the concept of a need, but with permitting self-assessment of psychological and social needs. To permit self-assessment, or, at any rate to allow it to be considered definitive, would in any case be inherently at variance with the whole point of introducing need as a category, which is to move discussion away from exclusive dependence on first-person and overtly subjectivist expressions of desire or preference. The ability to go beyond a given state of needs and need satisfaction is one of the most important positive forms of social progress. At a certain point we are no longer satisfied with food consisting of uncooked flesh ripped from animals, and begin to need cooked food. Equally, we are no longer content simply to allow people who get pneumonia to get better or die, but we need antibiotics. Even elderly people may begin to believe they need mobile telephones and other expensive gadgets to avoid social death, and perhaps a day might eventually come when that became true. Thus, one could easily imagine a society, in fact predict its advent, in which mobile telephones were equipped not just with the usual tracking devices, as at present, but also with identity cards that had to be presented in a wide variety of circumstances. Failure to carry these electronic devices would be an offense. Under such circumstances, one really would have a need, have one. Equally, it is a form of progress when we come to be able consciously to set ourselves goals that are incompatible with our biological needs, and are known to be incompatible with them. The hunger striker, martyr, self-sacrificing witness are all rightly admired, even by those who may not share their goals. What the martyr does is change the context, or the parameters within which the need structure stands, and that gives it its meaning. Now, I need is not relative to physical survival or even a form of flourishing that has any particular biological basis. Rather, what I need is an ideational construct. Socrates needed to continue to philosophize. The Waldenses needed not to live, but to live according to a certain religious doctrine. What Socrates did during his life cannot be, interestingly, described as changing his wants, desires, and preferences. It is true that one can say that at the end of his life he preferred to die than to give up philosophizing, but that is partly a consequence of his changed need structure. To be sure, in some since it is Socrates himself who has changed the need structure by construing the active philosophical examination of light as his ultimate sine qua non, but he did not change his need structure merely by saying sornything, by merely coming to believe something he had antecedently not believed, or by merely changing a, or his preferences in anything like the sense in which we usually use that term. His adopting of the philosophical light is not at all like my ceasing to like oolong tea because at one point in my HFE, drank too couch of it, my coming to acquire a taste for the work of a composer whose work I previously rather disliked, or my suddenly deciding, would prefer to spend a holiday in Greece next summer rather than in southern France. To say what more must be the case, beyond changes of belief and preference, so that one can say that Socrates now needs not what the normal 5th century Athenian male needs, but something altogether different, is a complicated issue, and there might well be different stories that would have to be told in the case of Socrates, Mani, Saint Polycarp, the Cathars, Jan Hus, and Bobby Sands. From the fact that the story that must be told will be both complex and, perhaps, specific to the individual case, one cannot conclude that it is a mistake to recognize need as a category distinct from want, wish, desire. The issue of Socrates and his need to continue to philosophize has often been taken to be connected with issues of identity. Socrates would not be the man he was if we're to stop philosophizing, and he knows it, and with the notion of a moral or existential form of necessity. If something is really part of my identity or some form of action is existentially necessary, then we can speak of it as part of the need structure for that person or persons. If Luther really did say, "Hier stehe ich kann nicht anders," at the Diet of Worms, the necessity invoked there would ground a need claim. Again, for obvious reasons we should be highly wary of accepting self-assessment of such need claims at face value, but that is no argument against the existence of a distinct category of need. Very strong desires may, as it were, look like needs, but needs and desires are still structurally distinct. At this point one might be tempted slightly to change the definition of a need. Instead of a strictly objectivist view, a need is a sine qua non of proper, healthy functioning or of flourishing. We might move to a slightly different view, namely, that a need is what I would give up on only if forced, or that I would be willing to risk something serious to attain. Wotan wagers and loses one of his eyes in order to marry Fricka. Loss of an eye is certainly something that one would be hard-pressed to deny was detrimental to the functioning of the human organism, although one can physically survive such a loss. Risking one's its certainly a token of seriousness of desire, and conceivably getting some sexual partner or another is a deeply rooted desire that moves most humans very strongly, but it still does not seem to be a need for each human individual. Until in vitro technology is developed further than it is today, it is, of course, a need of the human species that enough individuals find partners. The process of developing needs can take a distinctly perverted form, and so a false need can mean not just a misconception of what one truly needs, but a correct perception of a need one thinks the agent in question ought not to have acquired or developed. Instance of this second kind are addictions of all kinds. Here one might distinguish in the way people who stand in a certain Aristotelian tradition do between the responsibility one has for what one does while drunk and responsibility for getting drunk. So similarly one might wish to distinguish between being addicted, say, to heroin, making oneself addicted, and allowing oneself to become addicted. One is in a serious car crash and is puroped full of morphine for so long that one becomes addicted, then there is nothing false about the need thus acquired. So, false need may refer to a need that is not ally a need or to a need acquired under conditions that are somehow thought to be deviant, despite the vagueness of the concept of a need, and of the conditions of its application. Sartre was obviously of the opinion that one could not sensibly do politics without it, and this does not seem evidently a foolish position to hold. Political demands are sometimes the true expressions of real needs, sometimes they are linguistically distorted expressions of what are real needs, sometimes they express nothing but mere human wishes or desires. To be sure, there is nothing inherently wrong with a human desire or a political demand that expresses a mere desire, wish to nation. In even mildly democratic political formations, the fact that a significant number of citizens has a sufficiently strong desire for X to bring it forward as a political demand is at least minimally and prima facie legitimate. To say that it is prima facie legitimate is not, of course, to say that it is a good idea. To return to Merkel's mythical Swabian housewife, she is assumed to have a limited and effarved income, and to be trying to cover Nice's cities, maintain the recognized standard of living, and realize some modest aspirations on that. So she has an incentive to reduce expenditures as much as possible, that is, to be frugal, thrifty, or economical, that is, not to dispense of more of the fixed and limited income on essential needs than is absolutely necessary. This can then move from avoidance of waste to increase in resources, income. Of course, there will be strict limits within which this will be possible, and that, if she exceeds, will turn her from a housewife into an entrepreneur, if on a modest scale. Furthermore, it is assumed that the Hausfrau in question has an income or access to resources that are what one might call crudely commensurate with what is required to lead the traditional form of life. That is, she has decisions to make because she has almost enough to cover expenses, if she is careful. If the woman in question clearly does not have enough in any sense, for example, if she is locked up in Guantanamo Bay or Abu Ghraib or wandering with her half-incinerated children through a post-nuclear wasteland waiting for them to die from radiation sickness, there would be no pressure on her to make economic decisions, although, of course, she might well have to make other decisions. The term Swabian housewife then refers not just to a person with certain habits but also tacitly to a whole socio-cultural landscape within which such a person with such habits is located. These habits make particular sense if there is a certain substitutability between different possible inputs and outlays. She can buy thread at €1 a spool in a stall in the market or thread at €1.50 at the local shop, and one is, for some, although perhaps not for all, relevant purposes, the same or just as good as the other. Or she can buy a thread that is cheaper, poorer quality, but looks just as good, if her purpose is aesthetic, or if it is for an ephemeral purpose. Alternatively, her children can eat potatoes which they plant in their own kitchen garden, rather than chips purchased at the chippies. Substitutability requires that there be a certain flexibility in the way in which needs can be satisfied. Otherwise there would be no choice confronting the housewife. We can have different sources of calories and protein. The children can eat rice and beans, beef patties, or tofu salad, all of which may contain a sufficient number of calories and some proteins and necessary vitamins. This means that a dish of rice and beans can in some contexts, for some purposes, such as the satisfaction of certain basic biological needs, be substituted for a small dish of tofu or meat. It can count as the same in this context. Of course, any particular woman in Neerklingen, Laufen, or Pforzheim, or, for that matter, in the Chancery in Berlin, may fail to be a good and virtuous Swabian housewife, that is, she may fail to be frugal, economical, or thrifty, and she may fail for any number of reasons, through ignorance of the true costs of various courses of action, through moral failings of one kind or another, alcoholism, sentimentality, and so on, through failure to have the skill to negotiate the best possible deal with the suppliers of goods and services, and so forth. Still, it seems natural to evaluate the tions of the housewife by using the complex vocabulary of human virtues and vices. Good housewife is frugal and thrifty as opposed to profligate or extravagant. These virtues, and the corresponding vices, are highly context-dependent, and so saying, when a certain person is exhibiting one of these virtues or vices is no easy task. A certain kind of frugality that made sense in a small household might be self-defeating in the long run if applied to industrial production, education, or experimentation. Perhaps it is necessary to do a 100,000 experiments extended over years, all of which fail, in order to discover the one particular combination of components that will eventually cure a particular disease, without killing the patient by producing lethal side effects. Similarly, we might need to start training 1,000 engineers or historians or philologists at university for 6 or 7 years, so that half a dozen excellent practitioners will emerge at the end. There may be no known way to speed up or rationalize the process because it is virtually impossible to detect the complicated conjunction of abilities and motivations that are a prerequisite for high achievement until the process is virtually over. Once one has invested in the huge apparatus required to train 1,000 candidates, it makes little sense to try to fine-tune the process because the possible forms of quality control are so crude as to be virtually useless. Makes more sense to find some dignified and moderately useful employment for the 900 mediocre engineers at the end of their training. HF1 tried to make the discrimination too early. Most of the 5 or 6 genuinely gifted candidates, who would at that point have been invisible to any process of selection adopted, will be likely to be excluded. To be so obsessed with the avoidance of wastage as not to be able to countenance educational and experimental activities seems short-sighted and counterproductive, provided one has the available resources. In addition to the bonne femme Swabian, there is the pathological Swabian housewife. For instance, thrift in the form of saving money, reducing consumption, not just excess or useless expenditure, becomes not a way of maintaining a traditional form of life or a means to more rational satisfaction of aspirations that require some planning, but an end in itself. The housewife who keeps careful track of her expenses and avoids excessive waste is not the same as one who keeps her family on short rations, and then is found after her death to have a large hidden cache of untouched provisions that during her life she could not bear to open. Merkel's Swabian housewife is a very different model of economical behavior from the Grantham shopkeeper in the 1920s and 1930s, who was Margaret Thatcher's beau ideal, or from that of the land owner who employs both German and Polish agricultural laborers, which was analyzed by Max Weber. The housewife will have objects and activities in mind. She will use thread of poorer quality for clothing that does not need to withstand hard treatment, cut the bread thinner so that the loaf lasts longer, and so on. Some of this might be monetarized, but that is a separate issue. Although there are economies in which shops operate by barter, the shopkeeper, however, will be likely to be dealing with activities and objects that are already monetarized. Running a shop is closer to the ideal model of running a business than the Swabian housewife will ever get in her domestic economies. A new blouse for her daughter is never merely one more tin of peaches bought or sold in the shop, and the loaf of bread is a direct object of consumption. For the housewife and her family, this will have various consequences. The housewife can be thrifty, generous, or extravagant. Do these terms even apply to the shopkeeper? Can she qua shopkeeper, be generous, or, for that matter, thrifty, as opposed to rigorous, or lax, careful, or reckless, calculating, or heedless? Is it obvious that when we wish to evaluate an economy, we should ignore these moral judgments? In one of his early discussions of economic rationality, Weber considers the possibility of increasing agricultural productivity by paying higher wages. The idea is that people will work harder if the wages are higher. This, Weber claims, works for German workers, but not for Polish workers. Thus, Weber claims, if landowners increase the wages of German agricultural workers, this gives them an incentive to work more and harder and thus raises the yield from the land. So it is economically rational for the landowners to raise the wages for German workers. The case, he claims, is completely different for Polish agricultural workers. They have a traditional, fixed standard of living that they wish to maintain and will work as long and hard as is necessary to do that. Cite hours a day 5 days a week or 10 hours a day 6 days a week. Once they have earned all they need to maintain their traditional way of life, they stop working. Prima facie this seems completely rational. Why work unnecessarily? To increase their wages is merely to permit them to reduce the hours they work, and thus to reduce the amount they produce. So if the aim of the landowner is to increase production, it is economically irrational to raise wages. One would be very tempted to say that in this case it is not that German and Polish workers are, as it were, competing against each other in a common game with agreed on rules, and then one group is better than the other, but they are playing different games altogether. The main difficulty, then, for the East FBN Junker is mo to get the Polish workers to work, because they are perfectly willing and able to do that, but to get them to play the German game of work. Weber might say, change their work Urbach, not to get them to be more rational, but to change the rationale their work has for them. One might even say that the task is to bring them to change their traditional identity and adopt a new one. If so, it would not be utterly surprising that a minor increase in their salary had little effect on them. It has often been pointed out that many economists think that the Swabian housewife is a tremendously poor model for a government trying to run, or at any rate manage, a national economy. If times are hard, the Swabian housewife might try to reduce her expenses. This might be both a rational and a good thing for her and her family. However, in times of financial stagnation AFF families reduce their expenditure, then, at least this is the claim made by many economists, the financial situation in general is likely to decline further. One influential school of economic thought, often called Keynesian, claims that the same is true of the government. It is rational for it to spend in times of restricted economic activity, and reducing governmental spending in time of economic contraction is suicidal. This partly has to do with the limited scale and the fixity of the situation within which the housewife finds herself compared with the size and openness of a larger economy. Partly it has to do with the possibility ties a government has through legislation to force certain outcomes. A government has a different relation to the credit system than an individual has. Finally, a government can, within limits, encourage or discourage economic growth, if, then, there are significant differences between the situation of the housewife, that of the 1920s shopkeeper, that of a national government trying to manage a middle-range economy in 2015, and that of a hypothetical agent or institution overseeing the global economy. Is it obvious that these can reasonably be ignored? Under what circumstances? One obvious difference between the situation of the Swabian housewife and the global economy, of course, is that the global economy has no single recognized agent who is in charge of it in the way in which the Swabian housewife is considered to be in charge of her household, and to say she is considered to be in charge does not, of course, mean she actually does control or even could control what happens there, but merely that she is in some sense held responsible for what happens. To define what that responsibility is no easy task because much of what actually happens will clearly depend on factors utterly beyond her control. How many members of the family get ill, what happens in the wider economy to influence the prices she has to pay for basic commodities, and so on. Furthermore, there is a difference between running a household that is clearly embedded in a wider economic environment that provides the conditions for its continued existence and the situation of a, at the moment hypothetical, manager of the global economy who would encounter natural limits of various kinds, the limited nature of fossil fuels, but who, whatever else might be true, would not be embedded in a wider economy in a similar way. Economy in the sense of thriftiness is understood by Almus. Everyone is at best an instrumental or subordinate virtue, like the virtue of consistency, for everyone except the Kantian. No matter how thrifty, we would not necessarily call a woman who made ends meet by selling narcotics on the side and inflicted gratuitous faring on her friends, relatives, and associates a good person. There are, of course, very different ways of approaching the question of morality. Some think it refers merely or primarily to whether a given individual action is licit or not. Others that it refers primarily or to a great extent to our evaluation of the continuing qualities of character a person exhibits. Sale others that goodness of an action is to be judged by whether its consequences are beneficial. Brecht took an extremely non-moralizing view about what one needs must do. Fear might be, he thought, nothing wrong with selling narcotics, even highly harmful ones, if that is what one must do to survive. Even those who took this view, though, might distinguish between those who did what they missed in order to live and those who gratuitously inflicted more suffering than necessary. We have now moved from an adverbial usage of economy to do something in an economical way to a substantival one. The Swabian housewife considers her various household activities in a certain light, or under a certain aspect, as potentially instantiating certain properties, such as efficiently, fitness for purpose, or as needing to be organized according to certain principles, for example, of parsimony. Now, however, we speak of the economy as if it were a specified able and distinct sector of society, and as such is something distinct from religion, education, the kinship system, the foreign service, and so on. It has, of course, often been noticed that not all societies acknowledge this distinction, and that attempts to enforce IC will lead to misunderstanding. Does the fact that this is an abstraction have any consequences for what we can know about this domain? Why construe economy as a separate and distinct entity that could be considered on its own and as subject to its own laws? If we go along with this reification, it is possible to adopt at least two completely different approaches to the question of evaluating an